United ODI against England on Thursday in Antigua. With the Seamers setting the tone with crucial early wickets, while Motie's 4 wickets ensured the home team never relinquished their grip as the visitors slumped to 209 all out.
He's knocked over both the left-handers and picked up Livingstone. It's been an excellent spell in the dying overs from the left-arm spinner.
Evin Lewis clobbered 8 sixes in a sizzling 94 to power the run chase. And even a couple rain delays couldn't dampen West Indies' charge as they strolled to victory and a 1-0 lead in this 3-match run. Hello everyone and welcome to North Sound Antigua for this second one-day international in the CG United ODI series, West Indies versus England. Hi and welcome everybody. I'm so delighted to welcome you back to the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Stadium. A steamy morning here as we get ready for ODI number 2. West Indies can secure the series today. Let's get right into it and join Nikhil Uttamchandani with the toss.
Time for the toss in this second one-day international. West Indies taking on England. Shai Hope, captain of the West Indies, is here. Livingstone, captain of England. Former West Indian fast bowler Rayon King is here to oversee proceedings. Shai's got the coin. Tails is the call. Here's the tails. Liam has won the toss. Liam, you've won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. Obviously a bit of rain around last night. Hopefully there's a bit of moisture in the pitch earlier.
Tell me about batting first when the results have skewed to the favour of teams chasing. What qualities does your batting lineup need to have to win batting first?
We're bowling first, so we don't.
Oh, correction, yeah. Okay, you're bowling first. Tell me about the plans then for your opening bowlers.
Yeah, hopefully pretty similar to the other day. I thought Jofra and JT bowl really well. So yeah, pretty much the same as the other day, and hopefully there'll be a bit of spin in the middle.
Tell me about the batting performance now. Guys getting starts. What tempo do you need them to find to be successful in this format?
Yeah, I don't think it's I think it's an individual thing. I think everybody's got to play their own way and find a way that works for them in one-day cricket. Like you said, everybody got a start. So hopefully somebody can get in, go big in that top 6, and that'll go a long way to us winning the game.
What changes have you made today?
We've got one change. Sakib Mahmood's in for Jamie Overton.
And is that tactical?
Yeah, Jamie's obviously coming back from an injury as well, so we're trying to look after him as much as possible. And Saki's obviously had a few years out with injury as well, so it'll be nice to see him back in.
Go well today.
Thank you, mate.
We'll get Shai now. Shai, I'll ask you that question. Batting first, what qualities does your lineup need to have to be successful in setting a target?
Well, first, we need to adapt. We're on a different surface, so we got to make sure we assess the conditions quickly and see what's a good score on this surface.
Tell us about your team today. Any changes?
Yeah, one change, some precautionary measures. Alzari is out, and Shamar Joseph making his debut today.
And that means your 3 fast bowlers are 25 years old or younger. Why should West Indian fans, Shai, be excited about the future of this fast bowling group?
As you said, they're young and exciting. They've got a lot of skill. Obviously, we got to hone that skill, but I think they're just always ready to go. We got a lot of talent in the Caribbean, so as long as they got the opportunity, just try to grasp it.
You've spoken a lot about taking each ODI leading up to that World Cup, one game at a time. How do you instill that in your group with the World Cup 3 years away?
That's all we have to do. We can't really look too far ahead. Yes, it's in the picture, but it's important to focus on what's right in front of us at the present moment, and we have got to play good cricket every single time we go down the park. And
what pleased you about the way you guys went about things the most in that first ODI?
I just thought we were a lot more disciplined with our lines and lengths, especially in the bowling department. I think that's something that we've been stressing for a long time, and as long as we're consistent in that field, then we're going to be a lot better as a team.
All right, go well today.
Thank you.
It is hot out here. News from the middle then. Livingstone has won the toss. They will be bowling first.
So the fairy tale of Shamar Joseph continues, making his one-day international debut today for the West Indies. Only 2 List A games to his professional name. Outstanding stuff for the young man. Welcome all of you, and a particular welcome to my 2 guests today. I've got Mark Butcher and Ian Bishop. I want to say a warm welcome to you, and I mean that metaphorically and, of course, literally, steaming out here. Okay, let's go straight into the teams. West Indies will be batting first. Ian Bishop, if you can take us through.
Well, the West Indies with Evin Lewis in good touch will be happy with that. Brandon King, I think he'll be better in the long run for the struggles that he had out in the middle in the previous game, getting 30-odd from 50-odd deliveries. Carty is someone who is developing. So in order to negate and negotiate the moisture in the surface, that top order batting will need to do a job. And for Shamar Joseph, it's a chance to come in and to bowl what we call a test line and test length. He has to remember his test cricket bowling and bring that to 50 over cricket.
Yes, appropriate for the white ball as well. All right, Mark Butcher.
Well, England have got the seeming advantage of not having to go out there and decide what a good total is, not having to bat first. So things will be a little bit different for them, for their batters in the second half, knowing exactly how many runs are on the board. It seems to be much easier for teams all around, but particularly for this England team to kind of know what they're doing rather than having to choose a tempo to build a target. There's only the one change there. Jamie Overton, who was in as a sort of a specialist hitter really at number 8, because he's unable to bowl in competition at the moment, is out. Saqib Mahmood comes back in, first time since 2023. His 8 matches so far have brought him 14 wickets at somewhere around 22. So he really strengthens England's bowling lineup. He's a genuine wicket taker, and it's really great to see him back because he can bowl generally quickly and bowls great wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah, Butch, it will be interesting to see the Englishman chasing today. As you know, in that first one-day international, the English batters struggled. That top 6, every man jack in the top 6 got a start and no half centuries.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions batting first here can be a little bit tricky. They start a little bit damp. There's a bit of tufty grass on the pitch and the ball can stand up. So it wasn't a pitch where you're going to get blown away by a bowling attack, but it was quite a difficult one to score freely. West Indies were incredibly disciplined. England's inexperienced batting, I cannot stress how inexperienced they are, not only in international cricket but also in List A, struggled then to try and find a way of being able to bat relatively risk-free to get them to a target around 280. And as it was, fell way, way short of a pass score with 209. Just look at these numbers here. This is in List A cricket. Liam Livingstone, who's 30 years of age, a little bit older than most of the rest, will have played 50-over cricket as a matter of course in the early part of the career. For a lot of the younger players, they hardly play any List A cricket at all, being that the 100 comes over in precedence of the 50-over game. And so they're all learning on the job, and it's very, very difficult. I mean, England is walking a tightrope, I think, at the moment between trying to give players experience, but also trying to find a way of building another World Cup winning 50-over side, given that the format itself seems to be disappearing without a trace in England. Very, very hard, and there's a problem coming down the road.
Yeah, it was difficult for England, wasn't it, Ian Bishop? They didn't set a foundation in that power play, and then Gudakesh Motie introduced in the 12th over, and he was destructive.
Yeah, he got 4 wickets and he got 2 key batters in Curran and Livingstone amongst the 4, right? So what he did was that he built on the work done by Jaden Seals and Forde, who picked up 4 wickets before he started to come in and impact the game. And what Motie can do is that he can be a defensive bowler for you, as he showed in his first 4 overs, and then he can attack once he smells blood in picking up those 4 wickets in the remaining of the overs. So look, 25 wickets at an economy of under 4 in those middle overs, up there with some of the best in the game in this format in Rashid Khan. You've got Mohammad Nabi, who's very, very crafty, Keshav Maharaj, Kuldeep as well. So those middle overs, he plays a wonderful role.
Yeah, impressive, and in some elite company there for sure. Well, let's stay with you for a minute, Ian Bishop. Let's talk about the West Indies seamers. A good job, Noel Zari, Shamar Joseph today.
Yeah, I thought it was Jaden Seals and Matthew Forde, actually, who created that opportunity for Gudakesh Motie to come in, because Jaden Seals' second spell, he bowled a really good length, and he got those wickets from forcing batters with Forde to try to hit off a good length or short of a good length. And that emphasizes good discipline, improved discipline. I was told that the 54% good length and short of a good length that they bowled in the first game was the 3rd highest for the West Indies in many years here in the Caribbean. So test line, test length, stay with that. Alzari Joseph hits that length and short of a good length as well very, very often.
All right, Butch, let's get your thoughts as well on those opening seamers.
Yeah, I mean, I think they read the conditions unbelievably well. We saw Darren Sammy send a signal out, go cross seam. Once the ball has stopped swinging after 2 or 3 overs, the West Indies, Jaden Seals in particular, went cross seam, banged the ball into that excellent length that Ian Bishop's talking about, and just sort of accentuated some of the way that the ball would stand up and hit the top of the bat for England. They kept the field in. As soon as they went over the top, they perished. It was a superb disciplined performance from them. Can England do the same bowling first today?
All right, seamers did well up top in the first ODI. What awaits us today? We heard from Matthew Forde. He caught up with our Nikhil Uttamchandani just a bit earlier.
Matthew Forde, thanks for your time. Couple of wickets in that first one-day international. Reflect on your performance.
For me, I didn't start how I wanted with the new ball, so all of us have roles, and for me coming back in the middle there, the skipper would have expected wickets, so happy that I could do that for the team.
You're opening the bowling with Jaden Seals, who you played with at the Under-19 World Cup, Matthew. Tell us about your relationship and also what it means to be able to share the new ball with him.
That's actually my best mate. We've played for West Indies since about West Indies under 15 in England. So, to share a field with Jaden, it's an absolute pleasure. He's a great bloke off the field as well. So, just being out there, it makes everything a lot more comfortable.
Love that choice of word, bloke. Tell me about your skill set and what you're trying to add, because we've seen a bit of pace-off variations. We know you swing the new ball. How much emphasis of your game have you put into that?
Well, for me, it's just about adapting, and this surface seems to have a bit of uneven bounce and a bit slow. So for me, the cutters into the surface were working, and I try to stick with that for as long as possible.
Matthew, 3 years ago, you were here in Antigua at this stadium playing club cricket. Now you represent the West Indies. What would you say is your biggest learning from that point to this one? Never count yourself out. Life changes drastically. Just always be ready when your chance comes. And for all the kids watching, whoever, as long as you have a dream, go for it. Tell me about today's matchup. What are you looking to bring from the experience in the first ODI into today?
For me, today's a final, but not only for me, for the rest of the guys as well. We want to love up in the series, and we could close off things today. So, the boys will be coming out hard. I'm sure that we'll put the basics that we learned from the first game into this game as well. And, hopefully we can come up with a win.
Well said. Thanks very much. All the best.
Thanks, Nikhil.
Matthew Forde spreading some inspiration across the world. If you have a dream, you go for it. Well, listen, Evin Lewis, it was the star of the show, Ian Bishop. Fantastic to see him back, and what form we witnessed in ODI 1.
Evin Lewis's aggression and his six-hitting, we mentioned before that he had looked up to Chris Gayle as an icon, as a hero, because of that six-hitting. So I think he took a lot of the load off of Brandon King in that opening partnership in the previous game. He was very good in Sri Lanka. It is great to have him back, because from the very start of his career, he's been a very important player across formats with a couple of T20 international hundreds, and he's up there 2,000 runs now with a few other illustrious names, very illustrious, Chris Gayle above him, Shai Hope in there as well.
Butch, what did you think of him? He saw off the new ball. He was really good against both Archer and Turner.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of the innings, when the ball was moving around, both he and Brandon King had to sort of weather a bit of a storm. There was a period around the wicket from Jofra Archer where he turned him inside out 2 or 3 times. He then banged him back over his head. John Turner, the right-hander bowling over the wicket, as soon as he got short outside the line of leg stump, as you can see there, those pulsing balls at sort of 8-metre length outside the line of leg stump, he just picks him up. He swivels, anytime the ball is anywhere near his hip, he just swivels on and picks them up and deposits them miles. He picks up length unbelievably quickly, short in stature, but is also always looking to just hang back onto the back foot. The one thing that's improved in his game is that the bowlers, when they do get it up there, as I mentioned with that shot of Jofra Archer, is that he now has the game to be able to bang them back over their head as well. Very dangerous.
All right, time for us to take a break and mop ourselves up. But coming up after the break, we'll be hearing from one of those 4 debutants from England, the pacer John Turner. That and a lot more after the break. Hello and welcome back to ODI number 2 of the CG United ODI series. England have won the toss and they're going to have a ball here. Remembering this is a day game. We had a day-night encounter in ODI 1. So how will conditions affect things? Let's find out. Here's Nikhil Uttamchandani.
One of the areas you never see when you watch a cricket game is the preparation. As you can see behind me, Coach Sammy, his bowlers getting ready. Good luck today, Coach Sammy. Now, players will be coming out to the middle. They'll be going back into the dressing room, visualizing, making sure they are ready. We want to make sure you are ready as well by surveying today's conditions. Right, we have had some rain around overnight. So far, those skies look quite clear. It is a morning game today. Let's talk about dimensions. 63 meters square is a big stadium, so we've been able to push back the boundaries to make sure it is an even contest. But the one thing we always have to consider is that easterly wind. Not too active right now, but it could pick up as we go on throughout the day. I've got Carlos Bethell alongside me. Carlos, we started the series with a day-night game. This is a morning game. How will conditions dictate the team's plans today?
Well, you tend to get a little bit more moisture. Nikhil mentioned the overnight rain, so there's definitely a lot more moisture, and it sometimes hampers the team batting first. You almost feel as though they're batting 40 overs, having to withstand that early 10-over new ball barrage. And then they're able to come into the game, and it forces them to probably go harder than they would like, and that could be the reason why more often than not, well, so far all the games played here, the chasing team has won.
Tell me about a length that bowlers will be aiming for on the surface from what you saw in the first game.
I saw the fast bowlers hitting that good 6 to 8 meter length, and I say 6 to 8 because if you can hit that 8 meter length and be really disciplined, you then are allowed, as Jaden Seals showed, to come to that 6 meter length when batters want to go ahead. So when you're getting into your spell, the 8 meter length is ideal. But once you get into your spell, you earn the right. You can come to 7.5, you can come to 6, and that's a more attacking length to then be able to get the wickets that you've worked so hard for. So it'd be very important for the fast bowlers to be very disciplined and for the spinners to really control the pace.
Teams, Coach Carlos has spoken. Time for battle.
Right, gentlemen, will England winning the toss today? How much will conditions affect things?
Yeah, I think it'll be significant. It was 6 out of 6 now been won by the team batting second. I don't see that being a great deal different. The pitch is a little bit on the damp side, as you'd expect. We've had a bit of rain. It's very, very humid at the moment. You also would expect it to just stand up, and as the sun beats down, and it will get easier and easier as the day goes on. So hugely important for the West Indies that they kind of, if they do manage to get themselves past the first 10 overs where there might be a bit of swing, the calculation as to how many runs you're going to need to be able to give yourself a chance of defending becomes very important. You're probably not going to be looking to shoot for the moon for 320, but if you can get 280, 290, you may well be in the game. And if you aim at that sort of level, there's a chance you can always go a bit bigger. But if you go too hard too soon, I think you can come unstuck in these conditions.
All right, there weren't that many good news stories for England in ODI number 1, but one of them was the youngster, John Turner. He was on debut in that first match. Performed well, and we caught up with him a little earlier.
John Turner, really well bowled in the first ODI. Congrats on making your debut. First of all, what was the pressure of international cricket like in that first game?
Thanks so much. Yeah, obviously you have the added pressure of international cricket. I think it helped that I've been around the environment for a while now, so it definitely lessened it a bit, but you're always going to be nervous playing your first game, and I reckon those nerves are good. Definitely get you up and going and get you excited for the whole thing.
You were part of this group last year for this series and you didn't play a game. What did you think you've learned from spending time with the England side?
Just watching the way guys go about their things, seeing how guys train, how they put their overs together during a game, and then seeing how small the margins are when you bowl into guys on this level. And I think that's prepared me to then come in and not be as shocked or as nervous when I got my opportunity. So I think it's put me in good stead.
I want to go away from the cricket field into the classroom. You finished your economics degree recently, but being in the England team, what was the challenge of having to complete that degree while still being on tour?
Yeah, it obviously wasn't normal when I was here last year. So obviously you train and then get back to Bethell and spend a few hours in the room studying and getting ready for end of year exams. But it's nice to now have that finished, have my degree under my belt and be able to focus just on the cricket.
Well done on that. Joff Archer gave you your cap. You opened the bowling with him as well, JT. What has Joff told you in terms of advice, and what's it like opening the bowling with him?
Obviously, it's really cool being able to bowl with Joff.
the stuff he's achieved in his career, the aura he has around him, but then also like how simple he keeps it, how calm he is. I think that's the biggest part of it. He just said, take an extra breath, enjoy it, soak it in, and just stay calm.
Wishing you a long career, well done, and all the best to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, Mark Butcher, what did you make of him?
Yeah, I was really impressed, actually. The only time I've ever really seen John Turner bowl, once or twice in blast games for Hampshire. The rest of the time he's been bowling on the middle while he's been recovering or being part of squads. I thought his mastery of line against the right-handers in particular was excellent, hit the pitch really hard. There was a genuine bit of pace there. And he wasn't overawed by the occasion of making his debut at all. So a lot of promise and gives you an idea as to why England have been so keen over so many years to get him into the setup.
Yeah, indeed. Lots of people excited about this young man. Ian Bishop, a former coach of his, compared him to McGrath, the action. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's Dale Benkenstein.
That's right.
Look, I don't see as much McGrath because he says it's more Dale Steen, and you can probably understand why. Very chest on, but he runs in hard to the crease. We didn't see the run up here, and the alignment is pretty good. You look at the left foot on the left-hand side, and it points right down to the target. Then he rotates the shoulders because of his run-up speed. It gives him a good momentum in his follow-through. So everything towards the target is the key for fast bowling. And Simon Doull says one thing about run-ups. He doesn't like to see guys' arms going this way. And Turner has a little bit of that, instead driving like Usain Bolt, one of your people, towards the target. And then it helps the alignment, which is already good.
Yeah, needs to have a chat with the Jamaicans. Really quickly, conditions very different. Steamy today, very hot. We had a lovely cool day at ODI #1. How will that change things?
Well, the West Indies are going to have to, as Carlos and Butch said, negotiate the first 10, but it's a chance for the team batting first today to try to win one for a long time.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you to all of you. We're excited and looking forward to ODI #2 here in the CJ United ODI series. West Indies with the 1-0 lead coming into this can secure the series today. What can the Englishmen come up with? All live action from North Sound Antigua next.
It is the rivalry, West Indies taking on England. West Indies winning the first one-day international here in Antigua. They'll be looking to take the series today. A special hello and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. Liam Livingstone and his England team will be hungry to even the series at a place where they haven't had the most success, going all the way back to games at the ARG back in the day. Two teams, one change each. West Indies have gone for Shamar Joseph on debut. England have also bolstered their seam attack with the extra pace of Saqib Mahmood. A very impressive 100 final to help his team win the tournament, and he now comes into the England setup after the Australia series. Very proud moment for Shamar Joseph, 25 years old, to collect his maiden 50-over cap from Romario Shepherd, who grew up one neighborhood over in Berbice, cousins as well. He's only played 2 50-over games, so this will be an exciting moment for him, much like Evin Lewis, who will be trying to build on his illustrious comeback into international cricket. 100 in Sri Lanka, 94 a couple days ago. This will be a challenge for the West Indies, negotiating the early moisture. But beautiful day of action, earlier start today, so those in the UK will be awake and ready for hopefully an entertaining game of cricket. Lewis's average now has gone above 40, which has been a rarity for West Indians in international cricket. And his partner, Brandon King, had a slow start to the year, but has gotten starts. Mark Butcher's alongside. Good morning to you, Butch.
Very, very good morning to you, Nikhil. It is steamy here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Heat is rising out of the ground. England will be hoping to get some heat and some wickets from Jofra Archer with the new ball. Both he and John Turner were impressive in the power play just a couple of nights ago, but unable to break through. Somehow Brandon King survived, Evin Lewis survived and then thrived. But England will hope for a little bit better luck in the first 3 or 4 overs while there's some sideways movement through the air.
Slip in place for Brandon King with a deep third and a deep fine leg to begin proceedings. Archer starting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And there is that easterly wind that's up at the moment, which will take the ball from left to right of your screen.
Yeah, it's, you can count on it, can't you? That easterly breeze here in North Sound acts as a little bit of defence to the short boundary on the leg side. And there we see, as we did in the first ODI, that little bit of inward movement towards Brandon King. England gave him absolutely nothing, no width whatsoever. And that made life very, very uncomfortable for him indeed. Liam Livingstone would have been very happy to have won the toss. The stats are very much loaded against teams chasing here. And that is whether it's a day game or a day-night game. The last 6 have all been won by the chasing team.
Yeah, it's a big stadium here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so they have been able to bring in that boundary. So even dimensions, 63 meters on both sides, but batters were coming out to the middle before today's play, visualizing, trying to make sure they're well aware of where that leg side boundary is, and using the wind, which will act as a shorter boundary if the wind can stay up.
Yeah, slightly straighter down the ground. Down there towards fine leg, deep square leg, and that is also downwind of the short boundaries. That 70-metre boundary pointing southeast is the longest one, and it's into the wind.
How's the temperature out there, Butch?
Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. I've not seen the sun since last winter. Summer at home was so bad, so it's not the brightness and the beauty that's the issue. It's just the heat rising up out of the ground. Nadine Palliker and Gregory Brathwaite, my old friend from Barbados, his 58th ODI.
Up and running. The West Indies, end of the first over, 1 for none.
Might stop sweating in about 10 overs time, I reckon. Extremely welcome to be out here in the heat, and at the moment we have no rain. 2 changes to the teams that played on Thursday are Shamar Joseph on debut for the West Indies. He replaces Alzari Joseph, and Jamie Overton is out, and Saqib Mahmood makes a welcome return to one-day international cricket.
Saqib Mahmood, really exciting for him. And England have got depth of resources in their fast bowling ranks. Reece Topley is someone who we haven't seen yet in the series, but will be here for both white ball fixtures and formats. John Turner, impressive in the first game with the extra bounce he was able to generate, and he's got 2 slips in because he was able to nick off Brandon King in that first ODI. He got King driving, but on that day though they only had the 1 slip, so King was able to get away with it.
Yeah, it was a painful stay, wasn't it, for Brandon King? Just looking a little bit soggy there, Nickers, so to speak.
Through the offside. That is signature Brandon King.
Yeah, absolutely right. And England denied him that stroke for the entirety of his 56-ball stay on Thursday. This is the very first time he's been able to peel it off, and it is a beauty. Ball does nip back from John Turner, but just a little bit too wide to start with, and he gleefully pounced on that.
Didn't time this one as well. Will be a couple. How the West Indies negotiate this opening spell, but probably opening 10 to 15 overs will be so critical today, and that's what Evin Lewis spoke about. He thought they did well in the last game where they absorbed that early pressure and knew it would get easier as they went deeper into the innings.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of pitch where you just have to be disciplined as a bowling attack, I think.
They've got him driving again, England. And look at the jubilation for John Turner, his first international wicket. It's a big one.
Yeah, huge moment. Really big moment in the career of John Turner. He's had to wait a long, long time. First of all, to put on the shirt. And now he has picked up the wicket of King, just driving away from his body. It wasn't a half volley, it was slightly on the up, and that is a magnificent catch from a terrific athlete in Jordan Cox. Disappointment for King, absolute elation for Turner. King goes for 7, it's 7 for 1.
Casey Carty got a start in that last one international to help the West Indies win. This is why he's arrived at the crease.
It's a little bit indicative of what I'm talking about on the surface, that the length was pretty decent, maybe a little bit wide. But on a flatter pitch, that sort of drive on the up, you flash that through the covers and the fielders don't move, but it just holds, stands up a little, hits high up on the bat, skews into backward point, and Cox gobbles it up.
There's definitely a hint of inward movement there that Turner's able to extract. Love the emotion, but after he got that first wicket, you could see what it's meant to him.
Yeah, it's a big, big moment, isn't it, in any player's career? And probably more so for the bowlers. You might remember your first run if you have a long career as a batter in international cricket, but you're much more likely to remember your first wicket.
Wicket in the over, 7 for 1. West Indies would have wanted to have that opening partnership intact, at least for the first power play, but not to be. So Casey Carty in at 3, a lot of batting to come. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, Archie goes around the wicket straight away to Evin Lewis. He bowled a couple of beauties at him on Thursday evening. Didn't take his wicket. Lewis responded magnificently.
Yeah, he's spoken about just the challenge of having to watch on the sidelines for a year. He's been in many England teams learning, but told me, Butch, there's a burning fire inside of him every single game. He's obviously very level-headed and grateful for the opportunity, but always wanted to get out there. Well negotiated. On top of the bounce and signs of some showers that we've had around. Slowish outfield to start early morning.
Yeah, Evin Lewis very rarely misses out on the opportunity to play the pull shot. Need to be that much fuller to him. Don't give him the opportunity to get up and running. His favoured pull and cut. See here, Lewis is always sort of hanging back. He rarely gets much beyond the batting crease. And the pitch is slow, and with Archer's extra pace, it'll actually come on okay. Just get it that little bit further at further up, sorry, at Evin Lewis.
Nice crowd in today. Saturday, expected to build up as we go on throughout the day. The Antiguans, after celebrating independence yesterday, hope to see you guys at the ground. A nice battle this, but Archer versus Lewis. He hit him for a couple of boundaries, but before that, cause him some difficulty.
Yeah, if you are going to go short to a player like Lewis and you make sure you get it high, try to get him to have a go at that hook shot where it's slightly less in control.
Yeah, short ball, then Fuller. But Lewis is in good touch. Challenging start for the West Indies, 12 for 1.
Yeah, Archer went around the wicket to Lewis and immediately sort of got the ball up there, tailed it away from him, and that was an absolute beauty. Nightmare delivery to face as the left-hander. But Lewis hung in there and then eventually banged him back over his head over mid-on once the ball had stopped swinging. But that's why Archer very keen to get around the wicket to the left-hander.
Seeing England, they will be very passionate, the fans. They've come from all over. Some will be coming for the Barbados and St. Lucia legs. 2 slips for Lewis as well, with a wide, deep fine leg, almost a deep backward square. He's touched it. There's the short ball, which has worked so well for Evin Lewis, this time to his detriment.
Well, this is superb. Spoke on Thursday evening about John Turner to the left-hander and the difficulty for him finding a good enough line to the left-hander with his chest on action. Immediately he goes around the wicket to Evin Lewis. Perhaps there's a touch of fortune in that, but the ball not coming off at the sort of pace that Lewis was expecting. Little glove through to Phil Salt, and that is a huge, huge breakthrough for England. The destroyer from Thursday night has been knocked over for 4. It's 12 for 2.
Captain Shai Hope, who was player of the series in this series last year, 192 runs in 3 matches. Got 100 here in Antigua, that first one international, but hasn't found the volume of runs that we're used to seeing this year in ODI cricket.
Yeah, Lewis, no attempt made to try and keep it down, get on top of it. He's always looking to hit it for the maximum, but you can see there he misjudged the height of the bounce. Just came off a little bit slower, got through it too soon. And like London buses, you get one, you get another one straight away after John Turner.
Yeah, similar short delivery has plagued Shai Hope in the past. Teams use that tactic. Turner's got a wide, deep fine for that delivery. Also had an extra fielder there where Will Jackson is standing in the offside, knowing his strength when width is on offer.
Well, not the start that West Indies fans would have wanted. Chance to win the series with a victory here today. Asked to bat first by England. No surprises there. Things could not be going better for the visiting side right now.
I was curious to see, Butch, the intent of the West Indian openers. Now, both of them very attacking, like to maximize the power play, but given the early morning moisture you get in the Caribbean, wanted to see if they would maybe change the intent and be a bit more circumspect in the first 10 overs at least, given it's a 50-over game. But both batters dismissed with the attacking intent.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're always looking for the scoring opportunity. And in truth, I don't think England have been anywhere near as accurate or as challenging as they were on Thursday evening here today. Brandon King got a bit of width and put a couple away, and then was invited to drive again with another wide delivery. Excellent catch from Cox. And then you get the caught down the leg side off the short ball. I don't think there's any blame in going after those deliveries. Maybe Kings was a little optimistic on a surface where the ball isn't coming at you in quite the way that you would like on an absolute belter. But it's the fact that England have actually offered up one or two looser deliveries than they did the other night that's invited the shots, and that has consequently caused the downfall of both the openers.
Boundary. First for Casey Carty, and much needed for the West Indies. 17 for 2.
Yeah, a little indication of my feeling that England haven't been quite as accurate as they were the other night. But they'll take 17 for 2, that is for sure.
West Indies will have to work through a few things here today. Batting first. First of all, history has not been on the side of the teams that have to set targets here, so that in itself is something to overcome. Then the conditions with early morning moisture. And then their results. Batting first, get back to it. Archer for Shai Hope has got deep fine and deep third with a catching fielder leg side. Yeah, their record, Butch, has been really disappointing when they've had to set targets. They've lost 5 times batting first in this World Cup cycle. And if you go back the last 2 years, they've only won 6 out of 25 one-day internationals when Shai Hope and his team have had to set a target.
Well, I'd be surprised if England's record's any better. Seems to be a real struggle for teams, particularly those not at the very top of the rankings, to be able to get a tempo, to be able to work out what a good score, what a winning score is batting first.
Yeah, there it is, 6 out of 25, Butch, and 4 of those times they actually got past 300. So it's a template for Shai Hope if they can have enough temperament, first of all, to get to the 50th over, but also in the middle overs, enough intent to have that 300 target in mind. Different conditions today, though, obviously.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it's even more difficult when the pitch is a little bit on the sticky side. That's where experience and skill, not panicking, playing it in an old-fashioned way, really, trying to have as many wickets in hand as you can for the last 10 to 15 overs, that you can really go at things with abandon at the end. It's been a real struggle for the West Indies. It's been a real struggle for England too.
I think that's why I asked you about the openers' decision-making, because knowing what Lewis and King did so well in the first ODI, where they saw off the new ball and opportunities presented itself in the middle, wondered if maybe they went a bit too early, but hindsight is always 20/20. Had that gone for 4, we'd be saying good shot.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I'd be telling Evin Lewis not to be taking on the pull shot at any time. And, well, Brandon King, he struggled to such an extent on Thursday. I think he might have got a bit giddy with the fact that he found the middle of the bat a couple of times. Threw his hand at that wideish full delivery.
Just in the meantime, short ball to Shai Hope. A good tactic. Sri Lanka used it a lot against him, along with the ball coming back into him. That's where he likes it.
This is where a high-quality player like Shai Hope is so important. I mean, obviously, from England's point of view, that there's a massive lack of experience. England have only won 16 of their last 40 one-day internationals since Owen Morgan retired. And you still wonder, given the massive changes, no Bairstow at the top of the order, no Roy, no Morgan himself, no Joe Root. That high-quality batter in there at number 3 or 4, who can judge and gauge the tempo, gauge the amount of runs required, is absolutely vital. Shai Hope is the key for the West Indies here. 19 for 2.
Yeah, he had to wait a game, but now has got his first and second international wicket. Turner bringing that deep fine leg fielder a bit finer. Really controlled. Cox does well.
Yeah, controlled is the exact right word. Again, on these surfaces where the ball is not coming at you at the pace you'd expect, you have to play it very late. Allow the ball to come alongside the body. Don't just throw the hands at it. And in so doing, you find the gap and you keep the ball along the ground.
Proud moment for John Turner, born in Johannesburg, recently qualified to play for England, and has had to wait so long for this opportunity, Butch.
Yeah, sure has. Really showed a lot of skill on Thursday evening without much reward, but he gets it today.
I know Gloucestershire coach Dale Benkenstein linked him and compared him to Glenn McGrath. I think Bish and you were speaking about his action being quite similar to Dale Steyn. What has the consensus and the hype been around him, Butch, back in England, seeing what he's done in 100, the few games he's played in the first class season this year where he was good?
Well, I think very highly of him down at Hampshire, as you would expect. He's just got genuine pace. He's another one of a battery of England but fast bowlers or bowlers who are capable of bowling 140 plus that are knocking around the county game at the moment. He's had his issues with injury, as a lot of young bowlers do. But he's somebody who's got something a little bit out of the ordinary. He's not your standard English seamer. Can create some pace. Got an excellent record in the power play in ODI cricket. 17 wickets at around about 15 or 16. You see there, Ian Bishop talked about the straight lines. Beautiful high release point, brace front leg. That chest on action. So when he gets things right, particularly to the right-handers from over the wicket, can hold a very tight line on off stump and a little bit of seam movement either way.
$23 for 2.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
gorgeous Saturday here in Antigua. Implore you, if you're at home here in the country, to come out to a day of action. Once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, perhaps they're just shaking off the Independence Day hangover, and they'll pop in a bit later. 9:30 start is frightfully early. That glorious day here. Chance for the West Indies to win a series, another series against England, following up from their one last December.
Archer really has used the new ball well so far in this series. Gotten it to go both ways, using the seam.
Yeah, he's been up above 140 every delivery this over. Really found a bit of rhythm. That is just an absolute jaffa. Hope perhaps overbalancing slightly, but goodness me, it's a good delivery. Have to be in some good touch to find a little nick on that one. How was your Independence Day yesterday?
Quiet, Butch, as is every other day. But it was great to see the smiling Antiguan people working at the hotel and all around. There was a food festival here yesterday where we will have a feature. I think Alex Jordan was busy trying the different cuisines. Actually, last year, that food festival was happening during the series and on the same day as one of the games.
We were talking a moment or so ago about West Indies' struggles when they're batting first. England's numbers are even worse. Win percentage of 16.7. It's been a real struggle. Finding the tempo, having the mental agility to work out conditions and to perhaps just be a little bit more patient to score the big scores batting first.
It's a nice battle this, folks. Archer versus Shai Hope. He's been very disciplined on the stumps, and Shai Hope equally has been quite good in absorbing the pressure, knowing that this could be the final ball of Jofra's spell. Maybe has one more. I think he bowled 5 in the first ODI, but different conditions, heat now, so it's been good from both teams. Pressure's on.
Yeah, you'd be given the rhythm that he's found, you might be tempted to give him another one. Sam Curran might be useful with the ball while it's newer. He's less effective outside the power play than he is in it.
Again straight, and again a dot. Maiden over, 23 for 2.
Maiden over that last one. It's a fairly extravagant drive sort of stroke for which Brandon King paid the penalty. Not quite a half volley and width on it, and square on that offside. Casey Carty likes to punch the ball off the back or front foot square on the offside, and they've got those 3 fielders in there close catching. Morning, Carlos Brathwaite.
Morning, Bish. And you get so accustomed to seeing certain fields sometimes that even the variation of Bethell, who's facing us now as we look on the screen, you normally see him back on the circle. Number 96 to the right of screen would be a little bit more to his right at a traditional extra cover. They've essentially employed a backward point, a square on point, and a forward point, all three catching. If you want to hit the ball through the field, hit it through three of them.
And it almost worked to perfection. Almost. It will go sharply there, so there is very little chance of a soft catch. But a life for Casey Carty.
And this is our beautiful game. He's taking the challenge on. You'd have to say 2 runs saved rather than a catch dropped. And some will ask, if he was on the circle, as he probably would have been without the cute feel, would it have been an easier catch?
I think you're working for that chance, that opportunity. It's never going to be easy. Casey Carty was on 8 then. That's the favored hand, left hand of Jacob Bethell. Hits it to ground that time, so an over of incident, 1 missed opportunity, 1 boundary, 29 for 2.
And you love to see batters taking the challenge head on. What was nice about that is that he learned from earlier in the over. Instead of going aerial, made a real effort to get over the bounce of it, hit it into the ground and through those 3 waiting fielders.
Saqib Mahmood playing his first one-day international since March 2023. Starts with a gift to Shai Hope, who averages close to 70 on this ground in one-day internationals. It's been a happy hunting ground, 100 against England. The last time, last year when they were here for ODIs.
And I think this surface suits the way Shai Hope plays. You think back to the first ODI, almost, if not all of the England top order getting in and then getting out. So it's a track that you can get in quite easily on, but you have to really be disciplined and know when to flip the switch. It's not one that you necessarily go through the gears the easiest. You almost go from scoring at 80 for 100 balls or 85 straight to 150. So anyone that looks to cycle through the gears and doesn't realize when you have to come back down, they can struggle to go on and get big scores. Shai Hope is a master at it. Exudes batsmanship in whatever format he plays in, and I think that is why his average is as good as it is here in Antigua.
Just one. Reflect on that 100 last December in a chase of, I think, 325. With 83 deliveries. Batter at the peak of his powers. Quite some time, that average was a notch above 50. It's come down a touch recently. .49 is nothing to be smirked at, though. That's splitting hairs.
And for so long, we've tried to find one, hopefully two, middle order batters that could get us that average upwards of 50. And you think to where the game was gone, it's not only 50 but strike rate, something that Shai Hope has done really well since he's gone down the order and assumed captaincy. But can he find someone within that middle order to pull along that West Indies fans can almost be sure that when they step to the crease, they'll get a start, they'll get a score?
Over. 33 for 2. Right, I'm done commentating. I'm out there. That boat needs company. Terrific average of his ground, as I mentioned previously. Highest run scorer at this venue in ODIs. It's a top shot hit with the wind. And the first 6 of this contest.
So much to love. The shot from Shai Hope, the disdain, the bordering on arrogance, the look away. He knows this ground so well. He knows he's hitting with the wind. There are 3 fielders close in for him. He needs to get it over them. And he didn't hold back. Really good connection, good contact. An arrogant turn away, love it.
And that was the obvious adjustment in line after that shot, where he has to be tighter. sort of intent that might have had me in bandages as a batter for a few weeks. Left nothing in the tank in going after that last one. And what that does is that it can clear the offside, or top edge can go to deep third where Jofra Archer is perched when you go hard at it. Nice tight line again.
And that's why you always say, defend with the ball, attack with the field. There's not much difference in John Turner's approach lengthwise, but the addition of those three fielders in close by has asked Shai Hope and Casey Carty different questions. So the ball, the length, the line, the pace is the same. The field, however, has created some confusion.
That's an area they've had a short leg in for him in red ball cricket. 41 for 2, power play complete, first one anyway. It's the biggest over of the innings, that last one. Saqib Mahmood. And just a couple, because we are outside now of the first power play where 2 extra fielders are back on the boundary. Sent into bat today after England won the toss. The West Indies lost Brandon King early, as well as Evin Lewis, who's prospered with the short ball, but in times past has succumbed to it as well. Missed chance on 8 of the bat of Casey Carty. And Shai Hope with that wonderfully struck 6. It's a top shot. Control of it. Is that a sign that the pitch may be starting to ease, or just a class of hope?
Aesthetically pleasing from Shai. You always know the form of a batter with the execution of an on drive. Sublime.
Just short. That's a better length in combination with line. He's been a touch too full, touch too straight at times. That was better.
Look a little bit more 3/4 seam as well, not quite cross seam. And with the white ball in hand, it swings earlier. That swing quickly fades. You need to find a way to get a bit of movement in the middle overs. I think he's employing 3/4 seam is something that we can look out for.
It's a length. We've talked so much about how very good Seals and Forde, and to a lesser extent Joseph, were early with hitting a length or just short of a good length. And as the ball starts to do less, that's the length you want to be hitting, that last couple. Again, honing in 3 consecutively good deliveries.
So a little bit of a wobble seam delivery. And it's important to get your line right. more often than not for Saqib Mahmood that would jag back. That's why he has a short mid-wicket catching. That man, that's what he wants to do. Challenge the stump on a good length, force Shai Hope to hit over the field. That's 11 gone, 47 for 2.
Right, Carlos, again, you'll be alone not too long from now. The beach looks lonely. One of the joys of coming to the Caribbean region, we've had to rip Mark Butcher out of the UK to get him here. He was unwilling to come, and I'm sure he's been out there this morning. Adil Rashid is into the attack. Get a chance to find out now if there's any grip for him. Sometimes when there's a little moisture, it can just hold. Nothing to speak of there.
This is going to be an important passage of play, I reckon. West Indies has spoken a lot about wanting to rotate a bit more during the middle overs. Casey Carty, someone with a bright future. Shai Hope, someone who's done a lot of good things with bat in hand. You're looking for a potential 3-4 combination / partnership for a long period of time. This can be it. And I think this, the way they navigate these middle overs, can define how good of a partnership they can be for the West Indies. Both right-handers, and every team now has a wrist spinner, whether right-handed or left-handed. It's a great challenge. How can they surpass that challenge and come out on the other end?
More additional things. I think we talked about it, Mark Butcher, myself, and Alex Jordan on the bus to the ground this morning, and I think you alluded to it at the pitch report, that in times past, 6 games won chasing, partly, not exclusively, but partly it's because of a little bit of moisture early. And batting teams sometimes have spent some time trying to understand the nature of the pitch. Maybe they've lost a few wickets early with the moisture, as against Sri Lanka in 2021, and then it gets so much easier in the afternoon with the sunshine that you chase with relative ease. 52 for 2. .52 for 2, the West Indies having been put into bat. Shimron Hetmyer and Shufin Rutherford to come, to exciting players. But for now, the excitement has come partly off the bat of Shai Hope with that wonderful shot over deep point. If you missed it, reflect on the solitary 6 of the innings so far. And of course, Cricket West Indies has renewed its exciting long-standing partnership with Apex, giving us that elevated viewing experience of that shot. The Apex Shot Tracker, also part of the branding on the shirts of the West Indian players we'll see throughout the series. I like the length he's honed on to here.
And I also love Shai Hope being proactive. See that scramble seam again, but Shai Hope taking a step down, looking to offset that length. Just a little advance, changing the length into his favor slightly. And the second part of that is the discipline to realize it isn't the length he wanted, and then just trying to essay a clip. Unsuccessful on that occasion, but good battle ensuing.
And I was about to say, from the bowler's point of view, don't be thrown off by the batter moving about. Hold what has worked for you in the last over and the start of this one.
Yeah, and that is the battle. Will Shai come again? Will he not? But as a bowler, can you be good enough, skillful enough, and strong-willed enough to hold that line and length for a longer period of time? And maybe an over and a half from now, you can think throw one a little full and wider, see if you can induce the drive. But for now, just be disciplined. And not all the time good discipline manifests itself in wickets, in the said over or spell for that matter. But you work away and you're given your reward. You're always given your reward in this beautiful game. Saqib Mahmood, yours may be around the corner. Are you strong-willed enough to hold on?
Very good again. Just for young viewers at home and across the world, just to build on what we're discussing here, is you're never going to see a one-day international or a test match where team is bowled out for naught and the other team chasing is bowled out for naught. So runs will be scored, but make them score the runs off your good deliveries, your best deliveries. And if they do that, applaud it. We talked about it with Jaden Seal's Wicket of Salt last game. Make them hit your good ball. Two very good overs from Saqib Mahmood, 54 for 2. Such a beautiful nation, Antigua and Barbuda. Never regret coming here and revitalizing and replenishing. Nice. Second 6 of the innings, both to Shai Hope. And maybe Adil Rashid will have to bowl a little bit straighter.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. There's so much technically sound about this shot. Give himself a little bit of room, allowing the bat to come through. Not necessarily trying to hit it over cover, but wide long off. I just wonder if Adil Rashid can plan slightly better. He's bowling where if he bowls his stock leg break delivery, it goes leg to off and the offside with the right hand is the one with the wind. Can he potentially bowl more wrong-uns, top spinners like that last delivery?
Very nice.
With that single, the 50 partnership comes up, and after a tricky start, merely 62 balls. It's been exceptional so far, and it's built a good foundation for the West Indies in the midst of early trouble.
Time to get Apex tracking active again. 73 meters. Second 6 by Shai Hope.
And this is what I've been speaking about. Using the conditions. That's the wrong one. That's the googly. That goes from off to leg and between the gate on that occasion. Can he potentially bowl a few more of those? Or is he trying to set up for that googly to open up Casey Carty and Shai Hope? Walk through the gate and hit the stumps.
I like that line. Much straighter. 64 for 2. Saqib Mahmood. Getting on to that good length.
Another single for Casey Carty. He's up to 22 off 28 deliveries and decent average, 34. Quite young career still. What has impressed me the most with Casey Carty is his starts. Before the Sri Lanka series, his first 30 balls came at a strike rate of 53 every 100. Since the Sri Lanka series, he's striking at 73, and it was really noticeable in the first game, and you'd figure the game was almost done. But today's been exceptional so far.
Missed his length again for the first time in a couple of overs. And that's as pleasant a drive as they would have seen from Shai Hope again.
Once again, the on drive. Slightly full, presenting the full face to the bat. Beautiful, pleasant, all along the ground. Sign of a quality player. Little margin for error from the bowlers bowling at them.
It's also an indication that sometimes with this pitch, it can get better when the sun beats down at it. Has been part of the reason in day games and a little bit of moisture in day-night games why chasing has borne some success. So the West Indies challenge is to be able to get enough runs on the board today to defend, even though the power play, the first one was, what, 40 for 2? A little bit on the battling slow side.
And I think the question is how. And if I could add some advice, this partnership is so important. You have the exciting Rutherford and Hetmyer to come. Roston Chase, who's very flexible as a cricketer, could fit any role. Those three, you want them to be more expressive, coming in from over potentially number 33-ish. You want these two to go as close to scoring twin centuries as possible, and then allowing those guys to come in and make the most of the last power play.
And that's where I'd build on that, Carlos, and I'd say you looked at the strike rate of Casey Carty just now, and you talked pre-Sri Lanka, post-Sri Lanka. The best batters in this format of the game over a career would now, in the modern game, be somewhere upwards of high 80s into the 90s, some players over 100 as a strike rate. If you're going to be striking, I think, in the mid-70s as a strike rate, you need to get hundreds. You need to start getting hundreds. He's got 3 half-centuries, so if you're going to spend that time at the crease, you need to be converting in this critical position of where he bats now for the West Indies to start getting 100 or 2. That's ahead of a 72 for 2.
Good morning from beautiful Antigua, 72 for 2, the West Indies. In this second ODI of the CJ United ODI series. Paradise, I tell you. Many of your hearts will be aching if you're watching in the afternoon from England somewhere. Beautiful, warm, steamy conditions, in fact, for the Englishmen in the field this morning. Liam Livingstone now into the attack. It's 16th over. It's been an interesting morning. England won the toss, sent the West Indies in. Attempting to settle total here, lost too early. Morning, Mark Butcher.
Alex Jordan, very good morning to you. I enjoyed you trying to bait our English fans watching back at home with talk of gorgeous weather. It's hammering down in London today, as it has done pretty much since April, but not so here in Antigua. Everyone's shaking off the celebrations from Independence Day yesterday.
Yeah, don't underestimate just how hot it is out there. We've got a nice breeze, as usual, blowing from the east. So maybe some of the moisture will be evaporating. I know the players will hope so.
Yeah, there's certainly been a sign in the last 3 or 4 overs anyway, just in the sound off the bat, really. And the way that the ball has, on the drive in particular, has been able to have been kept along the ground. Ball just starting to come on that little bit better as the early morning moisture has gone out of the pitch. And hopefully the early morning moisture has risen out of the ground too. It was humid as heck. I thought we were in Gaul or somewhere this morning.
Yeah, really hot. It's true. But a good partnership here. 64 off 75, Carty and Hope. After losing Brandon King in the second over and Evin Lewis in the fourth. Evin Lewis, of course, was the man with the pyrotechnics in ODI #1, who will stand up for the men in maroon today. $16 gone, 76 for 2. Yes, it really looks like that. Incredibly beautiful, this twin island. Antigua and Barbuda a stunning time of year to be here. Early November, the season has begun. It's cooled down compared to the summer, and some crisp skies, outstanding turquoise sea. And today we're at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in North Sound for the second one-day international in the CG United Series. Adil Rashid changing ends. He'll be bowling from the Sir Courtney Ambrose end now. It's been a relatively good start from the Englishman. Mark, your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought perhaps, ironically, they weren't quite as sharp and on it as they had been in the first one-day international. Two openers, Archer and Turner, but got 2 wickets nonetheless. Oh, there was a filthy one from Adil Rashid.
Got away with it.
But generally speaking, on these sorts of surfaces, it's kind of not going to blast teams out, really. There's not a massive amount of sideways movement, but what there is the ability to kind of frustrate batters with that little bit of stand-up, holdy sort of bounce at the beginning. The West Indies have recovered really nicely, and it's no surprise that Shai Hope has led that because he is a fantastic player. A lot of talk about his best position. Obviously, he has a terrific record as an opener. I think 4, right in the heart of it, in the middle, being the heartbeat is his spot.
Yeah, he's an outrageous talent. 25 half-centuries, 16 centuries. Last of which was here last year, December 2023, against the same opposition. Conversion rate of 40%.
Yeah, he's a player, all right. See, a lot of strike rate is something that's brought up often in white ball cricket. Virat Kohli, you could argue, is perhaps the GOAT at one-day international cricket. Strike rate about 93. Shai Hope's is 70, 77, but it's actually gone up a tick in the last 18 months or so. So then I was thinking, okay, is it really necessary? Is sort of 85 to 95? Is that sort of the upper reaches of ODI strike rates? Sir Vivian Richards, strike rate of 90. And he was the greatest of his era by far. You know what the average was for a top 6 player back in the time that he played in one-day international cricket?
Tell me.
68.
Wow. Okay, 17 gone. The score for the West Indies, 79 for 2. Time for sure for a Blue Waters drink break. $79 for 2 for the West Indies. Nothing really from either opener, but a good partnership building here between Carty and Shai Hope. They were sent into bat, and 2 early wickets from John Turner, the youngster. They're taken nicely from Jordan Cox at backward point. That was king. And Evin Lewis gloved one through to Phil Salt in the 4th over.
Yeah, great moment for John Turner, but ever since there's been a really nice partnership. Excellent bit of rebuilding after the loss of those 2 early wickets between Carty and Hope. 67 from 83 deliveries. Hope looking ominously good. Partnership is just moving England, West Indies, sorry, into calmer waters.
Nice.
Glorious shot off Adil Rashid over extra cover for
Mr.
6 from
Slate.
Hope. He really is a class act. And the West Indies, if they are to turn around this trend of teams chasing, winning here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you feel that he's got to be there for the majority of the 50 overs, or at least to set that platform that the West Indies might challenge somewhere close to 300 and give themselves a chance in the second half. 2 for 28 for Turner. Archer found some terrific rhythm and a little bit of movement at times and looked very dangerous, but wicketless as well. Saqib expensive as the pitch has dried out a little bit, and Rashid and Livingstone are the men in possession at the moment. No sign of Sam Curran as yet.
Antigua Sailing Week, April 26th to May 2nd. You want to get yourself here. Growing up in this part of the world, Antigua was famous, of course, for parties at the cricket, but even more famous for Sailing Week. It is a time in this part of the world. I mean, stunning beaches, great sailing conditions. It's a real professional setup and real fun to be had. Wouldn't mind a bit of that, would you, Mark?
You got one parked in the yard, have you? Yacht.
I learned very early, best to sail on your friends' boats.
Yeah, a lot less expensive that way. Yeah, English Harbour will be rocking, but we'll be Barbados or St Lucia by then, unfortunately. But there's always plenty of wind here, so you can see why Antigua is a popular spot for the yachting fraternity.
Pepper on from the move. Pepsi's on. Tell the umpire.
Marcus Trescothick currently holding on as head coach for England. Ahead of Brendan McCullum taking over the roles in January for England. A lot of talk about England selection culture changing, Mark Butcher. Focusing more on attributes rather than averages. You know, what correlates to high performance, which perhaps is a bit of a break from tradition.
Are you down? Bethell!
Well, it certainly caused a lot of consternation around the counties, because obviously fans of whatever county there might be will be looking at their favoured players who year on year is Matthew Pepper joins Phil Salt on the field. Players with good numbers are being overlooked for players who have, as they put it, high ceilings, guys who they feel will be more likely to succeed at the higher level, and whose numbers perhaps at the county cricket at the moment are nothing to shout about. One thing I will say, though, particularly in the one-day international arena, that's been much more in the test match side, but in the one-day international arena since Owen Morgan's retirement, England's used an enormous amount of players in just 40 or so matches. I think 43, 44 players in that amount of time, might even be 47. And that hasn't been a case of players being dropped, given one game being dropped. It's been a case of availability, players either being off playing in franchise leagues, players playing for the test match team, tours overlapping, so you can't play the best side even if you wanted to.
Yeah, very good over from the captain, just one from it, 80 for 2. 18 overs gone. West Indies 80 for 2 here, setting a total. Chased in the first ODI to achieve success. Having to set a total here. Big discussion in ODI cricket about how to do that, how to build an innings, how to assess conditions and determine what's a good first innings score.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the moment, in the 19th over, 80 for 2, England at this point was sort of 4 down, I think, in the first one-day international. You really are up against it from there. Then the West Indies at least have that platform right now. And a man in Shai Hope, who, as you've mentioned, has an incredible conversion rate. He gets himself to 50 and he goes on and makes big scores, around which you can build totals that you might be able to defend, despite the fact that chasing teams have been very successful here.
Yeah, don't forget about this guy, Carty. Also set nicely, picking up a couple there. Just 2 from it from Adil Rashid. Nice and economical. 82 for 2.
Yes. Guys, you hear Antigua? You've only got to the captain. This is that. Come forward and get touch these players. You go through there, say,
So many stunning vistas and views here in Antigua, Barbuda's twin island with the coral sand, tropical paradise.
Total gridlock. Good luck getting out of there before the end of the weekend.
Ah, beautiful. Love the cricket in this country. A fiercely proud people. Celebrated 43 years of independence yesterday.
Oh, me, Coxie! No.
Dear. Umpire got a little blow there. Is it Gregory Rathwit?
Coxie!
There's a patient by the name of Gregory.
All the reggae lovers out there will understand that reference. That's actually brilliant, Mark Butcher. Spun that one.
Why are these so loose?
Yeah, Liam Livingstone pushing it through a little bit quicker in general than Adil Rashid has made the odd one turn from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
31 balls since the last boundary. Not sure the Windies will be that pleased with the 72 dot balls thus far. We heard Carlos Brathwaite mention earlier it was a real focus for them. The turnover of strike.
Oh, yeah, Liv.
Yeah, I know it's something that is spoken about often and has been a real albatross for the West Indies over the years. It's something they're very aware of, trying their best to do better at. These two trying to keep things moving along. 13 off the last 5. 20 overs gone. England put in the squeeze on 85 for 2.
They were very good with the new ball. England, good economy from Archer. Turner picking up 2. Only 13 runs off the last 5 overs for the Windies, so grinding to a halt here in these middle overs.
Yeah, Shai Hope has played Adil Rashid pretty well, that beautiful 6 over wide mid-off extra cover. Casey Carty, I think, is struggling to pick him, which is causing a difficulty for him. England have gone field-wise anyway to both right-handers, exactly the same. Long off and long on a bat. So you've got the deep mid-wicket. There's nobody behind square on the boundary on the leg side. So there is a sort of a firm square sweep on, which is potentially on if you're picking him properly. More likely Hope than Carty with that one. So just asking the West Indies to take a risk, maybe hit across the line. Not much on offer for the straight batted strokes along the ground. The 2 men at extra cover of mid-wicket are all both very straight as well. So they're saying to the right-handers, open the face a little bit if you want to get it through the offside, and you have to close the face to get it past that's on the leg.
Delicate. Just a little crowd building here. They'll enjoy conditions. It's been a warm morning, but nice and breezy. And a real celebratory mood here in Antigua this weekend for Independence, a public holiday yesterday, the food fair. Got to tell you about that. $88 for 2. St. John's, Antigua. Bit of cruise ship culture, bit of towering over the buildings in the capital city here in Antigua. We're enjoying ODI number 2. The rivalry, just wonderful for cricket fans when England come to this part of the world, especially at this time of year.
Got to make sure you've got good blinds and curtains, haven't you, in the houses when those things roll in. They're doing your morning ablutions and stuff, and suddenly this enormous cruise ship appears in your bedroom window.
If I'm on a cruise ship, I'm too busy to wonder what's going on in your flat. Oh, nice. Split the fielders. Carty cut behind square for 4. First boundary in 42 balls.
Yeah, excellent timing. Livingstone just got a little short, a little wide. Carty picked the length really quickly and flashed it through those 2 men back with a point on the offside.
Well, that's in the air. That's gone between the 2 fielders. Pick up a couple. You get the sense that last boundary is just maybe encourage Carty to free up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's one or two things as a captain out there now in Liam Livingstone. Do you change it again? Imagine that the 2 right-handers have got used to leg spin from both ends, or do you feel as though a wicket's coming?
Right. 9 off it. And 2 to bowl.
Yeah, Livingstone just getting a little frustrated. And this is where, at times, as as a batting team. Have to soak up a little bit of the pressure, but not allowing the wickets to fall. Can suddenly make the opposition blow their top a little bit. Livingstone brought long on up into the circle to try and tempt Carty to perhaps go over the top against the spin. He's just starting to tick a little bit, is Liam.
So 9 off it, and after 22, West Indies 97 for 2. Jacob Bethell into the attack. Such a popular young man. Even so early in his career internationally, well loved, of course, by the English, but also by the West Indies, particularly the Barbadians. Pride of both nations.
Yeah, England able to keep the ball turning away from both right-handers with the introduction of Bethell. You just did think that leg spin at both ends, they were just starting to get the hang of it and the scoreboard moving again, so immediately Livingstone changes it up, but can keep the ball moving away from the right-hander, which is so effective in ODI and T20 cricket.
Doing what they promised to do here, the Windies, just turning over strike against the spinners.
It's really important here, and Shai Hope will know better than anybody, certainly better than me, that strike rate, run rate is down at about less than 4.5, and you've got 2 set batters. Now, a real responsibility on both of these guys, and definitely one of them, to really see this through and make a big score.
Well, intent shown from Shai Hope with the wind, and that's his 50. Unbelievable stuff. His first 50 in 9 ODIs, his 26th ODI half-century for the West Indies.
Yeah, he's a class act. 3 sixes in the innings thus far. Just so quick onto this. Bethell drags it down. It's a poor ball. And as Alex Jordan rightly said, downwind. No thought other than for the maximum.
Shai Hope's last half-century came against England at this very venue, December 2023. Run a ball 68. .23 gone, 105 for 2.
Will Jacks. So new bowlers for England from both ends. Finger spin as well. Interesting move because it's an off spinner bowling to two right-handers. Just past, just squeezes it past Rutherford Archer, but doesn't get to the boundary. I think it's a good sign, this, of Liam Livingstone's captaincy and the aggression he's prepared to show, because there is a win factor coming from the leg side, folks. And Jacks has dismissed Carty in the past, last year's series. So he's telling the two right-handers, if you want to take on your matchup, you've got to beat my three deep fielders leg side and hit it into the wind. Hello to Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, good game of cat and mouse. The right-handers will be thinking, this is where we press the gas on the accelerator. And England will be thinking, if you do, it's a big challenge against the conditions.
It's a plan that works well, Carlos, in the first ODI when Motie, for example, bowled to the two left-handers, Curran and Mosley. Got both of them out. Last couple of overs, though, there is a sign of a bit more intensity from the two West Indian batters.
And you can see so far they've been reluctant to look leg side, even on this occasion, spinning back, but trying to go offside and very, very close. Yep, the skipper knows it.
Hands, Coxie. A lot of questions here, Jacko, lad.
Similar area to the first delivery of the over. This time, though, he does find the boundary, Shai Hope. .114 for 2.
100 partnership up for these two and 125 balls. 42 for Carty off 51, 59 for Shai Hope off 74 deliveries. They've batted really well in tandem.
Right, really nice initiative in this series for you is the Apex Shot Tracker, which will feature throughout our global TV broadcast this series. Elevated viewing experience for that Shai Hope maximum. 85 meters.
We speak about partnerships all the time. You see at the bottom of the ticker there, 103 off 126. And they've weathered the storm. Adi Rashid and Liam Livingstone bowl quite well together. But in the last 3 overs, 26 runs, you start to see the sign of intent. They are now in. They're now about to put pressure on new bowlers because they've weathered the storm. How can they continue to cycle through the gears, minimizing risk, but increasing this run rate and getting West Indies to a good total?
Really is a beautiful point, Carlos, and that's why we have you here. Want to expand on it in these couple of overs. The ebbs and flows, and it's an area where Floyd Reefel, batting coach, has felt his team has fallen down. You look after the power play, for 5 overs, they went at 6 and over. Rotation of strike was good. Then, between overs 15 to 21, that's 6 overs, Carlos, they only managed 16 runs. And how often have we seen a Carty, for example, get frustrated, bring a team back into the game? But both of them bided their time and waited for that moment. And Shai Hope now, as you said, in the last 2 overs, has been a lot more proactive. So it's good planning and thinking.
I think it's important to start, and we talk about that Carty first 30 balls. So many times as batters, especially West Indian batters, you think you need to get in, you need to be defensive to get in. today they were very good with the strike rotation, as is on that occasion as well. And because they had a good start, when that period of pressure came, they were able to absorb it, knowing that they weren't that far behind the game. Had they scored that 4 over in that initial period you were talking about, it would have started to feel as though the walls were closing in, and they may have played a shot against the grain, given the wicket away. But because of that good start, they're now on the other end of a good period.
There may have been a nick there, folks. Big moment in this match. We'll have a look when we come back. 117 for 2. Bethell creating an opportunity you always want to take when it's Shai Hope. You want to take every opportunity, but more so this one. Just may have bounced the extra on Phil Salt, but it's a chance, Carlos, he would expect to take.
Yeah, well, both from Jacob Bethell as well. This ultra edge confirms there was a nick. When you think back to the pull, he's trying to put a lot of revs on the ball and hit that back of a length. Yes, Phil Salt, it did take a nick, it didn't take the chance. This is where you need to keep your head in the game. As a keeper, he'll be involved every single delivery. But Bethell is trying to, much like Jacks from this end as well, really trying to put some revs on the ball. You look, think back to Adil Rashid being a little bit more floaty, and he gets the ball in the air to dip. These two spinners really put revs on the ball. And they're trying to find that length just shorter than spinning through the gate from Jacks, or hitting the outside edge with a drive from Bethell and forcing him to play off the back foot a bit more.
Couple of chances created by England. That one close to impossible. This one, Phil Salt would be disappointed he wasn't able to complete. Project England continue to work at having Phil Salt with the gloves. Actually, in the Caribbean last year is when that process began. They have the option of going Jordan Cox, who probably does a bit more, keeping Michael Peppers in the squad as well. That is great awareness of the field. Mid-off comes up. Shai Hope says, thank you very much.
Sublime again. Jumping onto the back foot, transferring his weight, giving himself just a little bit more time to be able to execute an aerial punch over mid-off. Not as classy that time around. Thrashed at it a bit. Inside edge to long on. But this is what the second power play offers. With 4 fielders, maximum allowed out in the second power play. There's always one fielder that you feel is a target in the circle.
Exciting period of the innings, folks. Things happening out in the middle. 1, 2, 4 for 2. Very healthy partnership for the West Indies. You said, Carlos, they'll want to set the game up for that power they have to come. But this dynamic here, 2 guys, Casey Carty and Shai Hope, who have spent a lot of time together in the nets, but often back as a pair. And I would love to find out from him, Casey Carty, the impact Shai Hope has at the crease. I'll get back to it, Carlos, as Bethell is continuing. Great authority in that stroke to get to 50. A 5th one-day international half-century for Casey Carty, who continues to develop confidence at the highest level.
Batsmanship of the highest order in partnership with captain Shai Hope. And playing the sweep, rolling the wrist on it. Immense control and well played, sir. Only halfway there. The challenge now for Casey Carty is to be able to convert into centuries, the man at the other end. An insane conversion rate. Look no further than Shai Hope, 16 ODI hundreds and 26 50s. The ability wants getting in to go all the way and try to create a match-winning score. Casey Carty, we talk a lot about partnerships and we look to opening partnerships more often than not. Left, right, attacking, obdurate.
Rare misfield, Adil Rashid at point. And again, just pressure being put back onto England. Runs are flowing now.
Great job here, boys. Pick up the bang bang in the next 10 overs, boys. Right on it.
Should really be stopped. Elder statesman in the team, Adil Rashid. Unfamiliar fielding position for him at point. But just talking about those partnerships being built, we often talk about bowling partnerships, opening partnerships, but can we be seeing the birth of a 3-4 partnership that can hold the West Indies ODI batting in good stead for many, many years to come?
Two catching fielders short at cover for Shai Hope with that cover drive. Right there. Good planning from Livingstone. 1-3-3 for 2. Five boundaries for the West Indies in their last 6 overs. And this partnership, key word there being partnership. So often in the past, West Indian faithful will know Casey Carty's got a tendency of getting quite frustrated. He holds himself in high standard. Jofra Archer comes back after that brilliant opening burst. And I wonder, Carlos, having his mentor in Shai Hope at the other end, just to calm him down in the periods where he wasn't scoring, how much does that impact his personal batting? Remember distinctly in the South Africa Test series earlier this year, he was playing his shots but finding the fielder and eventually got so frustrated that they were able to dismiss him. Today, though, it looks a lot calmer.
Calm is a very good word, because the pressure and the heat of battle, everyone wants to do well, is how you do it. And you play strokes that you know are on, that are your shots, and you don't get any runs for them, and you feel as though you're letting the team down. How can you put that behind you and face the most important ball, which is the next one? And Shai Hope is someone who's a master at that. You always hear him talk about staying in the present, reading the situation of the game. And that would speak to why he's been as successful as he is, and no doubt there's many more to come with batting hand and a leadership capacity, and I'd even add now mentoring those that come after him. With Joel Andrews, who look up to him, Casey Carty at the other end. Loves this ground, another half century. Some shots with disdain, plenty with class, as we're accustomed to with Shai Hope. Feature has been his own driving. Once again, a raise of the bat at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Song for Shai Hope. His understudy, Casey Carty, also getting to his 50. 4 fours, elegant as always. The rate at which he got his 50 has been the most impressive. The strike rotation and his stickability to be calm throughout a good period of pressure from 2-leg spinners. He's on the other end and he's starting to motor on.
Change there from Archer, and who can England look to now from this end, because Bethell has gone at 6 and over and caused little problem for these two. So does he go to a John Turner, maybe a change of ends, or does he go to maybe Adil Rashid for a couple?
Adil Rashid is always a good option. Whenever you're looking for a wicket, you turn to your wrist spinner. You can expect Jofra Archer to bowl 2, potentially, maybe 3 from this end.
Great dexterity and intelligence. A very confident knock this from Casey Carty. 139 for 2.
You felt as though he looked at that one before that he let pass and thought he could get something on it. Some will say an edge. I'd say expertly guided through the vacant slit region and rewarded with a boundary.
Adil Rashid is back.
Your time now, Rasha.
This is the end. He bowled a couple of overs for just 5 runs. Rashid, leg break with the spin, hitting into the wind. And for Carty as well, Carlos, Livingstone has also shown signs of being very proactive today. Can he get one of these 2 deep fielders, probably long on, up? Because I remember in Sri Lanka, Hasaranga bowled to Carty, brought long on up into the circle, and immediately Carty tried to take on that fielder. Hit a 6 and then was caught at long off. So how can he think to get that wicket and break this partnership?
Yeah, you can bring long on in. Long on then allows you to send mid-wicket back and have deep square, deep mid, and ask him to try to get a single through a vacant mid-wicket area against the turn.
There's that long on fielder.
Probably would have been flat to mid-on had he listened to Unikill. But that's what it does. It asks him to go over the field against the turn potentially, and you'd expect that Adil Rashid would bowl more leg breaks to him. That was really full. it would also bring the 2 extra covers into play, trying to get a leading edge if he closes the bat face too early. So whilst Livingstone has been really proactive with his bowling changes and short spells, can he now be a bit more inventive with his fields?
Looking easy at the moment for the West Indies. 1-4-3 for 2. Busy day in the town of St. John's today, Saturday, market day in the Caribbean. Right, Carlos, Shai Hope, tell me about what you've seen today. First of all, a lot of teams use the plan of going back of the length and sometimes a bit closer in line at that hip where he fends. And then when they go a touch fuller, the patience to pounce.
Yeah, and he's also been very proactive. You won't see it in this clip, but he's shuffled down and a little bit of shimmy down the track. So whilst they were in the midst of bowling that good length and tucking him up, he was moving, making himself a moving target, asking them to be really disciplined, almost predict what he will do. And it forced them to change the length, and every time they did and came too full, he'd play the most gorgeous on drive. Better strike rate against spin than pace, something you don't often see with West Indian batters. But I enjoyed him taking that challenge head on, being really proactive and asking different questions of the seamers, even though it's in an area he's not as proficient in.
Yeah, last delivery, Archer. Interesting field setting, but just to finish that point, Carlos, this is the length in terms of under his eyes and where that bat is meeting the ball.
And you know Shai Hope is someone that plays the ball really late, so for those ones that are out in front, those would have been the ones that he's either walked down to, or those pulsating blue balls, the ones that he's leant on really nicely. Got his head over the ball and essayed some beautiful on drives. So it's been good to watch the battle, knowing when to walk down, when to stay at home.
Yeah, short delivery. The field was set for it, but he just has enough. John Turner took the catch, but in the end couldn't get it back into play. First 6 for Casey Carty.
This is a win for Jofra Archer and Liam Livingstone. Square leg came in, short ball was employed. John Turner, valiant effort. In the modern day, you'd expect slightly more, but it's not an easy take by any stretch of the imagination. Chance created, hands on head, and then they realized he was safe.
Short again. This time, put down again. Archer's committed to this plan. Jacob Bethell is standing in an unorthodox square leg position with a deep square and a fine leg.
And the bounce, not able to get over it, Casey Carty, just helping it. John Turner waiting at deep fine leg, not able to take it. Despair, anguish for Jofra Archer, wicketless still. Creating chances, chances not being taken. Again, should be taken. He's on the run. Never quite got settled enough. I could bet the eyes bouncing, shades are now off.
Yeah, he's gone now to Bethell's position, and Bethell's gone to the boundary. And when we just saw that under the eyes graphic from with Shai Hope, Carlos, the one thing I noticed, there was one single short delivery to him. So I wondered when England would shift to this plan, given that they've got two express pace guys and Mahmood, who's also sharp. Yeah, and at the beginning of the over, he thought about having fine leg and backward square. He's got the square leg in front with a catching fielder at deep square, short square, correction, and then the fine leg.
And again, what I've loved about today's game in particular, it's been a very even battle between ball and bat. There's been a lot of thinking involved. And you think there's a forward deep square leg, and the batters will be hoping they can get it over this man short. But with the pace of Jofra Archer, it normally comes even finer.
Yeah. Good from Shai Hope to get it in front of square. Just one. All of a sudden, though, you feel the feathers have been ruffled a bit.
And that's the challenge. Jofra Archer is asking you to hit the ball in front of square, bowling upwards of 135 and upwards of 140 on occasion. You find the quicker the ball comes, the more fine it goes. And that you see that one goes fine leg. Should have been pushed back in. And this one again, long leg-ish. So a little bit of a run for Turner to do, but it's all going fine because of the speed of Jofra Archer. And they've now sent what was short backward square 3/4. So there are 3 deep fielders on the leg side. Now only 2 could be behind square, so the man in front of square by the Macron sign is in front of square.
Deep third, no deep point. And that man on the boundary, Carlos added, was not fully back. So England thinking here, good proactivity, even though the over goes for 11. 154 for 2.
A hopeful third wicket partnership. Good stand from Carty and Shai Hope. 142 run partnership. Currently off 162 balls. England searching for answers here. We saw a 100-run partnership from the openers of the West Indies in ODI #1. And now this third wicket partnership here, setting a total. Asking some serious questions of the English attack. Bowled him! Finally, the breakthrough comes from England, and unsurprisingly, the man is Adil Rashid. Carty, a good innings, comes to an end.
Googly, and there was a little feather on it. So he just might have picked it, but not enough to negate the turn. Adil Rashid is bowled a lot straighter from this end. Carty goes for 71, 155 for 3.
Our first glimpse of Shafane Rutherford this series with the bat. It's a best of 80. He's been in wonderful form. Doing very well for the West Indies. It's his turn now because a good and long innings of Carty has come to an end. Picking googly from Adil Rashid. Will be relief in the English quarters. We're desperate for a breakthrough, having got the 2 openers early. There it is. 7 one-day internationals played by Shai Rutherford.
And just looking at the bat face, it confirmation of the googly and the bat face inside edge onto pad. So it looked as though he actually did pick it. He did pick the googly, but didn't wasn't able to combat maybe the little deviation. But he's bowled 25% of his deliveries in this spell from this end at the stumps, only 8 in his first spell from the other end. And that's what I was alluding to when he bowled his first spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I wanted him to bowl straight, however it's leg spin or googlies. Just there, closing the face of the bat. And his rehearsal of the shot as well suggested he wanted to hit it down to long on, just a touch. Well bowled though.
Yeah. Well, it was an intelligent and mature knock from Kesey Carty. Provided a good platform here. Shai Rutherford, she's getting himself organized.
Was it 3 successive half centuries for Rutherford in ODIs? Previous 3 games in Sri Lanka. So they're trying to set the foundation up for guys like Rutherford, guys like Shimron Hetmyer to come in and play their game. That's going to be the theory, the script.
Well, it's not really needed too many to get in there. Shai Rutherford, second ball. And a boundary.
And that's what I mean when they're trying to, the partnership has set the foundation for Rutherford to try to express himself. Smart shot because there's a long on and Adil wanted him to hit it down the right side of that shot, that picture there, that screenshot. Now whether England can now combat that by getting rid of him, time will tell.
Wicket in the over. And 8 from it, 31 gone. West Indies 162 for 3.
Just looking around this ground, you understand why West Indies cricket is so thankful to England for making consecutive appearances to the Caribbean, not only for the food, but also for the English spectators who proliferate in this ground here for this game and the previous one with the cruise ships in the harbour, the visitors coming in by air, partaking of these lovely cultural delights.
$162 for 3, the Windies here in Antigua in this second ODI. Lots of English visitors. A wonderful time of the year to come to the Caribbean, the beginning of the season, the winter months. Look no further than this part of the world. Wonderful archipelago. Stretching from North to South America, enjoys a wonderful climate. Antigua hosting the first 2 one-day internationals, and from here we'll be moving on to Barbados for an ODI and a couple of T20s over next weekend. And the tour finishes up in St. Lucia. It's a tough gig, Bish. Listen, huh? Someone's got to do it, haven't they?
We are very, very fortunate in the job that we do.
It's been unlucky, Jofra Archer. Wicketless so far for the series, created a couple of opportunities today. Turner not able to hold on in the deep.
Just confirmation, sorry Alex, of those dates and venues. And what I immediately want to draw your eye to is the leg side field for Shai Hope, which has got 3 deep fielders, 2 behind square, 1 in front of square for that short ball, leg side. And there it is. And one of those deep fielders coming into play. So what Archer is baiting Shai Hope on is playing the pull or the hook into the wind to those 3 deeply set leg side fielders. Obviously, the field changes now for the left-handed Rutherford.
Got his hands full, Liam Livingstone, in his first series as ODI captain. Just coming up to midday here in the Caribbean. Very cloudy day still here, even though it's steamy. Lots of clouds in the sky. There is some cover, some respite, and lots of fun, of course. Around the wicket.
Come on, Joffrey.
Only 3 from it. 165 for 3. Reasonably comfortable position here for the Windies, 165 for 3. Till Rashid able to break the drought of wickets for England. Gosh, look at that. Just breathtaking turquoise sea here, the Caribbean Sea in Antigua. We've been enjoying on our off day yesterday. I'll tell you that for nothing. So big swing, it's in the air and it's against the wind, but there's enough on it. Dropped in the crowd, first maximum for Shai Rutherford.
He's got such fast hands and such power. He can hit the ball offside and onside with great energy.
That guy who was lounging, watching, didn't really make such a good effort, did he? To catch it in the crowd.
Mind games there, because the ball, when he pulled away a few seconds ago, Liam Livingstone shouted, "What are you waiting for? Are you ready for me to bowl to you?" And Rutherford said, "No. If you want to behave like, if you want to shout like that, then I'm going to pull away again." Who wins this battle?
I'm ready, Livy.
Alahadin Palakar having to calm things down there.
You should be ready when I'm ready.
The Apex shot tracker making another appearance, giving you a view from up above, 83 meters, that hit from Rutherford. So Livingstone getting a few words in this over, as well as getting the ball to turn a little bit, very little. Might be a change of bowling from the other end. Archer's bowl a couple of overs, maybe 3 overs in that spell.
Well, 9 from it and 33 gone. 174 for 3.
So with Archer having bowled, what, 7 overs now, he would perhaps come out of the attack. And the man who's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets so far, Turner, who bowled so very well from that Sir Andy Roberts end from where Archer previously bowled, is perhaps the man entrusted with another spell.
Seven options used for Liam Livingstone. Good economies, but only John Turner, the only pacer to pick up wickets. He's got a couple. Adil Rashid with 1. Like you said, John Turner again given the ball to see what he can make happen here. Wide ball, but Shafeen Rutherford's intent is clear.
Turner picking up both openers, Brandon King as his first, and then Evin Lewis, who plays the short ball very well, but at times, like other batters, has gotten himself in trouble with the short ball. Risk reward. But as you look at this field, Alex Jordan and viewers, so often with the rules of the one-day international game between overs 11 to 40, you'll see 4 fielders for the fast bowlers quite often, not all the time, but quite often, square and behind square, which means it dictates the length that a lot of bowlers will use.
Well, he rehearsed it the ball before. Shafeen Rutherford, second 6. This one behind square.
That's what I mean. It dictates the length of the bowler, whereas where they go hard into the pitch because they don't have any protection straight down the ground. But the quick hands of Shafeen Rutherford, slightly with that side of the ground where the wind goes. Not that he needs any wind assistance.
See the frustration from the English captain there, understandably. Had a few words with Shafeen Rutherford earlier. It's tough going out there, it's hot. They've been toiling in the field, England. Without the rewards they may feel they deserved. Had a couple of chances put down for Archer.
One of the things he'll be scribbling in there, Marcus Trescothick, is just working out whether they've used enough cross seam or whether they've used enough pace-off deliveries here in the middle overs to supplement the short ball. As the pitch dries out, it becomes better for batting here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So can you go to your variation? Use your short ball, yes. Use your hard length, yes. But is there a cross seam or a cutter in there? Just gets through his bat swing so quickly, and that's offside and onside. And when he can play the short ball reasonably well and play the full-length delivery so well. He's a danger if he gets going and when he gets going.
Certainly one of the West Indians to best managed conditions in Sri Lanka.
He plays spin, and he's not going to succeed every game, folks. He's not going to average over 200 in every series. What he did there is make up for the gap between his one-day international sojourn and his absences so far. Was good in Australia, I think, in one of the T20s.
Beautiful. Struck with authority down into the pitch, and another boundary brings the crowds to its feet here. Smiles on the faces of the West Indian batters, and time now after 34 for a Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies 188 for 3. Well, the West Indies have gone 45 for 1 in the last 5 overs, just picking up the run rate a touch now, building towards a big score here in this second one-day international. This has been anchored by Shai Hope, showing his class and his quality.
As you mentioned earlier, he averages nearly 70 at this ground in one-day internationals, and he looks every inch a man at ease with conditions here. That partnership with Carty was very good, actually, and at a good pace, having lost 2 wickets for 12. Carty himself scored a bit quicker today than perhaps contrasted to the previous journey of his career. His 4th ODI 50, but he'll want to start converting those to hundreds.
Yeah, to be fair to him, as you say, he picked the ball. It just was too good for him. Just the 3 wickets so far for England.
First wicket of Brandon King. It's a good sharp catch. Brandon King still looking for his best form, and then Evin Lewis, who has been so efficient and punishing on the short ball in the previous game, fell to it, and then the wicket of Carty.
Celebrations on a Saturday. There's Spinney with his cultural cardio, and this gentleman who loves his wife is learning beautifully, may I just say. Always a good day to party in the Caribbean. And of course they're doing it here, Antigua and Barbuda. It's a twin island where the beach is just the beginning. Wonderful scenery, gorgeous natural environment. And although it sounds trite, really friendly, welcoming people. Yeah, Antigua, guys, this it really looks like that. We've been enjoying it ourselves here. Romantic place, gorgeous to get married or for your honeymoon or family fun, or what about a trip for the cricket? translucent waters, 365 beaches, and hopefully you get here during the rivalry, because you could join Spinney out there having fun in the sun. Wow, first time we're seeing Sam Curran today. Yet another bowler introduced. That makes it 8. Looking for answers here, Livingstone. Searching, should I say. Partnership building nicely. 33 runs now off 24 balls. Evidence of the quicker pace now as they make their way through this innings. Good opportunity for the West Indies to defy the stats. Oh! It's just so enjoyable to watch Rutherford. Well, we love a lefty at all times, of course. But yes, in the last 5 or 6 games, 100% win record for the teams chasing. So with this good foundation set after that 3rd wicket partnership, an opportunity for the Windies here. Set a good total. What number would they be looking at right now, you think, Fish?
Given the resources in hand, they'd be looking at something over 300. That's what they'll be looking at. Of course, the game can change, the game can evolve, but with 15.4 overs remaining and 7 wickets, that's where they'll be looking. And that's why England are desperate to get middle over wickets. They've only gotten 1. That's Casey Carty, and we've espoused so often the value of, let's say, a middle overs manager like Motie, for example, who's taken wickets in the middle overs, to come in and change the course and the direction of the innings with Hetmyer to come and others. Sam Curran went for 98 in a game here last year when Shai Hope scored his last 100. I think he came in the next game though, Sam Curran, and he was much better. Having gone for 98, he showed the propensity to recover well.
Crucial innings being played here by Shai Hope, the captain. A lot to be said, having had him at the other end with Casey Carty, an idol of Carty's. Calmed him, kept him focused during his innings, doing a good job leading his charges here, Hope. Flicked. Pick up a couple to make it 4 from the over. And the Windies move on to 192 for 3. One very tall building there. John Turner in the 34th. Going for 14. The 9th bowler introduced today. And Mosley. Fans of English cricket would have been wondering why they weren't bowling him Well, Livingstone's reached for him now. Sending a man out to deep backwards square. For Mosley's off spin.
Bowls quite a lot in T20 cricket. Will bowl quickly, sometimes just slide it on. We'll find out now whether he is confident in his variation to slow it up occasionally.
Field change, of course, for the left-hander. Shai Rutherford wasted no time, 27 off 20.
Make a good point, Alex, as they come back for the second on that projected score for the West Indies. They want to get upwards of 300. As the pitch eases, we don't know if there'll be any inclement weather earlier on, and Shai Hope chose to chase one in the first game, one for the record, and two because of possible inclement weather in that first game, day-night game.
Big appeal from Phil Salt. Behind the stumps, Gregory Brathwaite not interested. Going to go upstairs to review. Rod Tucker, our TV umpire.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for court. I've checked both feet. It's fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Original decision is not out. Thank you. Front on coming up. Copy. It's gone close to the pad there and the bat, so can we go to ultra edge when it's ready, please? Okay, we've got a clear gap between bat and ball. And then just rock and roll that again for me to make sure it's not hitting anything. So keep going back. Yep, thank you. Okay, Gregory, I've got no bat involved. So there will be, you stay with your original decision of not out. And you're on screen now. And you should signal a wide, Gregory.
Given a wide as well. Look, you understand the Englishman's desire to have a look at that. Third wicket partnership, two really intelligent, patient, well constructed ODI innings from both Hope and Carty have set the tone here for men like Shai Rutherford to go big, like he's just done over the offside. 4 more. 200 up for the West Indies, 36 overs gone.
$200 has come up the start of the 37th over. England going through every option possible. Trying to make breakthroughs here. Run out is a possibility, but Rutherford home comfortably. Just a hint of desperation starting to creep in for England. West Indies have set a wonderful platform. 14 overs left in the innings, 2 batters in. And a flattest pitch. Watch this from Shai Rutherford.
Been giving himself room, giving Dan Mosley all 3 stumps to bowl at, and that's why he wants to free his arms. Dan Mosley's bowling at quickish pace for a spinner. Shai Rutherford has been in sublime form and continuing here today, striking at over 100, 137 and a half. And it looks ominous.
Another slight hesitation. Both looked up and realised it was Adil Rashid at backward point and that they might just get away with it. No disrespect meant, but he is the elder statesman on this English side and perhaps is not the panther that you might expect to see at cover point. Oh, shot. That is class. Outfielders just quickened up a little, not enough to send it all the way to the fence. You might well have a little look at it, but what a wonderful piece of manipulation from Shai Hope. Very difficult to tell, but I would say that I'd give him the benefit of the doubt if I was in the third umpire's chair. No movement of the cushion, and then when he jumps up, you can't see the cushion bulge back. So I think it's okay.
What did you say about Panther? But cat-like reflexes at point and unfamiliar territory, overthrowing it. I didn't know strikers then.
I'd rest my case.
We'll cut it after a few seconds with this beautiful stop, straight in the hand. Cut, cut, cut.
I tell you what, I remember from playing days out here in the West Indies, and you come from, it's an excellent stop, gets up on his feet, Curran's not even looking, oh dear. But coming here from the outfields in England, as you well know, the ball tends to come at you the way you expect it to in most places in professional cricket there. But then you come to the West Indies and off the square, the grass can be very grabby, can't it? So you have to watch it unbelievably carefully into your hands. Very easy to make yourself look daft in the field here when you're not used to it. 206 for 3 from 37. Partnership for the 4th wicket. It's been an excellent innings from the West Indies. They lost 2 early wickets. Pitch was a little damp in the morning, but Hope and Carty read conditions well, soaked up a bit of pressure and built a nice partnership. Now these two have come together. Rutherford has looked to the manner born, coming in at number 5 with a little under 20 overs left of the innings, and Hope is just continuing to look a class above at the other end, 85 from 103. 9 bowlers used by England. Trini has just, our man from CricViz has just handed me a piece of paper saying the last time England used 9 bowlers in a one-day international, and the only other time was against Sri Lanka in Peshawar in the 87 World Cup. England won the game, so maybe it's an omen. You remember any of these names here, Carlos? Philip de Freitas, Gladstone Small, Derek Pringle, John Embury, Eddie Hemmings, Gucci got a bowl, Bill Athy got a bowl, yeah, go on, Chris Broad, and Alan Lammy bowled. Are you kidding me? Alan Lamb, and they still won. Alan Lamb bowled. How many? Come on, find out how many overs, international overs, Alan Lamb bowled in his career. Nicely dabbed. They'll look for 2, but again, they'll get them because the slide from Turner was not a great one. Again, the thick grass sort of stopping any momentum. He couldn't get up and throw it away. So Alan Lamb bowled 1 over in one-day international cricket. 5 overs in Tests. Any wickets? Who did he get out? I don't think I ever remember Lammy bowling for Northampton, let alone for England. Go on. Manoj Prabhakar. So if I'm right in remembering, Manoj Prabhakar opened the batting and the bowling for India in Test match cricket. Class again from Hope. He just, the beautiful way that he positions his body, then opens the blade to make sure that he finds the gap. It's absolutely stunning batting. 90 from 106 for him, 215 for 3.
So much to love, using the pace for the length from Motie. Probably trying to execute the York and just missing. And Shai Hope managing to carve it between the mid-offers in the circle and the extra cover trying to close the angle. And always love to see the fielders chase it all the way into the boundary and the ball just to win.
Well, it's such a good platform for the West Indies. It's worth bearing in mind, of course, that 6 out of the last 6 matches here have been won by the team batting second, including a fabulous chase by the West Indies of over 300 against England here in December of 2023. So, as well as the West Indies have done, and as good a position are they finding themselves in, they've still got to be very mindful of the fact that nothing seems to have been enough here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What are your thoughts? I mean, you're in there with the pads on now. What are you looking at? What are you thinking about as a target for the end here?
Yeah, I think those last 10 overs, you're looking at upwards of 100, maybe even 115, 120. But it's, I think, the method of how to get it done. So many times you find teams set really good platforms and then it's unrealistic expectations of everyone just going out and belting the ball, and you lose 3 quick wickets and all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball of sorts. So Shafin Rutherford is given a good template of how to come out. He's 39 off 30, but he's played really good cricket shots, strong shots on the ground. When he went aerial, he went big. He's rotated strike, they've run well between the wickets. So still keeping those processes in play until you get to 5 overs to go or so. You could go hell for leather with a few in hand. You don't want to throw the toys out the pram too early thinking, we have a good start, let's get 350. No, stick to your processes, keeping wickets in hand whilst being very proactive, hitting the ball on the ground, strong shots. When you go aerial, go maximum. No half shots. And then once you get to the stage with Shimron, Hetmyer, Roston, Chase, Matthew Forde in with 5-6 overs to go, that's when you really expand yourselves. And in those last 5-6 overs, the West Indies has enough power that they can get 70, 75.
Yeah, I often think there's sort of a minimum. Everything is compared to T20 cricket these days, but sort of a minimum in a T20 game with 5 overs to go, even if you're sort of 5 or 6 down, is tens, isn't it? So 50 off the last 5. So in a situation where you are only 3 down, you'd imagine in the last 5 that 80, 90 might be possible, given a fair wind. But you're certainly not going to get any less than 70 given... Oh, that's beautiful. Such a good shot. Such a good shot from Rutherford. Simplicity in itself, but highly skillful.
Composure. He's going aerial. He's opening the face slightly to get it away from the sweep on the boundary, but it's also composed, well timed. And you spoke about getting upwards of 70 as a minimum with wickets in hand, and one of the other good things about this West Indies middle order, Rutherford and Shai Hope left hand, right hand, but you also have Roston Chase, who, if West Indies employ a kind of right hand, left hand strategy going into the back end to try to target that side with the wind, Roston Chase can replace Shai Hope if he loses his wicket. Hetmyer can replace Rutherford if he loses his wicket, and you find a little bit of dexterity and flexibility from a batting perspective and the way they want to go about it, and all that because of a fantastic foundation set.
Again, just opens the face, doesn't quite get it wide enough from the fielder out there on the sweep on the offside, but Hope will keep the strike. 2-2-3 for 3:11 to go. Well, Livingstone has got plenty to choose from. Everybody has overs left with 11 to go. Adil Rashid I saw warming up. It tends to be employed when there are the extra fielder is allowed outside of the circle in the final 10.
That's it. Change the bowler right arm over.
Curran is a death specialist. Archer, obviously. Saqib as well. So plenty of options, that is for sure. Which ones will be the most effective? We'll find out soon enough. Livingstone is going to bowl the final over of phase 2 with 4 fielders out of the circle.
One thing I saw from that graphic though, Butch, is Mosley going at 8.5 and over, Jack's going at 8 and over. So West Indies have done really well not allowing the part-time spinners to settle. But you think back to those spells and you can't think of one rash shot. So they found ways to capitalize on part-timers without being rash, brash and irresponsible.
Yeah, there was an observation I made on the radio at the time next door. Oh, edged. Never a chance really for Phil Salt. But it's a top edge and it'll... Whoa, does it just trickle into the boundary? Archer, it's difficult to tell from his body language as to whether he's happy or disappointed there.
Swung himself off his feet, Rutherford. And with thick outfield and just an edge. Oh, it looks like the board is moved.
Yeah, it was given 4 after all that. It was just going back to a point. It was Livingstone and Rashid were bowling at Carty and Hope, and they'd kind of dragged the run rate had slowed to nothing. And at that point, Livingstone decided to go to Bethell and jacks. And it's, you know, it's one of those sliding doors moment as a captain where you kind of go, well, at that moment, should he have brought Archer back on? Archer had only bowled 4 overs. Pressure was on. Bring Archer in to try and break that partnership then. Bang. This man is so dangerous, so good against spin. And that is a 35-ball half-century for Shai Rutherford. And he has done it with great style and with great ease.
Once again, over cover. A little bit of room, had the length, and expertly dispatched. Calm and composure.
Is that going to go all the way out? There it does. Well, England needed that. It looked like Dan Mosley out there running around on the sweep on the offside. Livingstone can breathe a sigh of relief. It was a trademark effort from Rutherford. He plays this extraordinary shot off the back foot where he hits it with a straight bat. Over extra cover or over mid-off, but on the first occasion really since he came out, didn't find the timing, had a bit of a heave at it, and that's excellent from Mosley.
Rutherford, 36 ball, 54. West Indies lose another wicket, 2-3-4 for 4.
Well, one left-handed ball striker leaves. Another one into Shimron Hetmyer, back into the West Indies one-day international fold. He's there because of this.
Rutherford trying to punch over extra cover. It's a prolific area for him. Some would question punching into the wind versus the shot before of a fuller length and cover, driving it aerially. If he would have been advised to do that at the other end, but Shamar Hetmyer presents a good opportunity for him as well. Average of 32, he'd want that to be a bit better, but 450s and 500s. 9 times past 50, 5 times go on to make a century. That's what he can bring to this middle order. It's kind of carving. They're carving out a little bit of a niche for themselves. The 2 at the top right-handers and these 2 at the bottom left-handers. 40 overs gone, 2-3-5 for 4.
Shai Hope, as he so often does, holding things together through the middle. Excellent 50 from Carty. Sparkling little cameo from Rutherford. And fans in the ground swaying to the rhythm here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Hetmyer with the helmet off. Rashid, as we expected, with the extra fielder out, is back into the attack. Front of the hand delivery first up so often. First ball of a spell will be one pushed out of the front of the hand from Adil Rashid. And Hetmyer's away. 2 from 2. just wondered, at times Adil Rashid has been down at 68 kilometres per hour in this innings, which is around about 42 miles per hour in old money. I wonder if he might just try his luck against Hetmyer early with some kind of balloon ball, see if he can tempt him into slogging one up in the air. Thirsty work.
Hey. Where's Adam? Where's
cricket in the Caribbean. Here we go. Final ball of this Rashid over. Does he gamble and go up out of the hand? Googly, beautifully bowled. Salt looking for an opportunity. I don't think he's going to get. They are going to check. Brathwaite goes upstairs.
15 seconds. To director, we have a umpire review for a stumping. I've checked both feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to side on, please? Back foot is down, not being lifted. Yep, back down's down. It was down there when the bails were removed, so I've made my decision.
Yeah, not out. 2-3-9 for 4. Double leg spin in the final 10 for England. Hope has played the slow bowlers quite magnificently, as you would expect. Be interesting to see what happens when England go, as I'm sure they will, either to Archer or Mahmood in the final 5. But just as to how easily or otherwise the older ball is hit. Oh, has it got there? No. Will Jacks down there, he just seemed to be unsure as to whether the ball was going to carry. He rather tentatively went at that. I think in the end it did carry, Carlos.
Yeah, I think first view it looked like a drop. Yeah, should have taken that. Good field as well.
Just didn't at any point seem as though he thought he was going to get there, Will Jacks.
Yeah, never quite committed to it. You think if he had committed to it, he would have taken one less step and then take a dive forward. He's still moving as he's about to put his hands out.
He won't be catching that one. That one has gone. This is the danger that Hetmyer presents against spin at the death. Long way up the bank, all the way for 6.
Cracking song off your bat, a little shimmy down, and bang. Hetmyer would have felt he probably didn't put everything in the ball before. Certainly had quite a lash at that one.
Just so costly, isn't it? So costly dropping chances in any form of cricket. Hope's had a go. England have dropped 4, I think, over the course of the innings.
Another one, another wide, trying to hide it. I'll give you another perspective of that drop. It's the last left-hander of note. So you're thinking the Pacers coming back in and being able to...
He's got that one too. Doesn't have to come out of the middle. So strong, so committed. And the West Indies are on the charge here.
Ridiculous hitting from Shamar Hetmyer. Again, a shimmy down. It's outside the eye line, wide of off stump. And he's adjusted beautifully and gone over long off.
Hetmyer screams in anguish because he can't believe he's missed the gap there, but he'll keep the strike. It's been a big over for the West Indies. 18 from it, 257 for 4.
Runs and over for the last 5. The West Indies transition into the back end. Rashid continuing. Very interested to see this different Shamar Hetmyer, who's making his return back into the West Indies side. And this will be a situation of the game where he'll be comfortable, used to finishing the innings in T20 cricket. He accelerated so well when he scored his 5 ODI hundreds, all before the age of 23. He says he's back. We'll see. Over to you, Shai Hope. Good afternoon to Ian Bishop.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone, once again. It's another critical phase of the game, as critical as any, to try to complete the innings, having it set up for Rutherford first and now for Shamar Hetmyer, batting around Shai Hope.
Down the track. That is so good from Shamar Hetmyer, who's brought real aggression to the crease.
Just like Rutherford before him. The innings is set up for this type of play. He'll be hoping Hetmyer that he can go towards the end of the innings.
This time has to depart. Good comeback from Adi Rashid, who has Hetmyer again.
Didn't get to it on that occasion. We'll find out whether it was the googly. The ball going away from Shamar Hetmyer has proven to be an Achilles heel. Quick fire 24. He wanted to be there for longer. 265 for 5.
All-rounder Austin Chase. Still time left for the West Indies. Has shown propensity to be able to accelerate Chase at this phase of the innings.
Was it the googly? He averages 25 against deliveries going away from him. It was the googly, and 75 against deliveries coming back into him. And Rashid going to his trusted googly, taking the ball outside his eye line and getting the outer half of the bat, or the outside edge.
Right, one option for Roston Chase now, and he faces the spin of Rashid, potentially one more over. Whether any of the other spinners come back into the attack. The sweep shot. They've got 3 deep on the leg side, but Chase also has the reverse sweep with those fielders up in the circle on the offside. Conventional to get off the mark. Right, Shai Hope on 98. 2 runs away from going to 17 ODI hundreds. Leveling the great Desmond Haynes for 3rd most in the region. Hopefully I have not just jinxed him. $99. 267 for 5. Yeah, the ideal batting performance from the West Indies, given that they lost 2 wickets early. 12 for 2 they were. Able to rebuild with Carty and Hope and then press on as they got to the 30th over or so. Saqib Mahmood now. Change of ends for him. Mr. Andy Robertson looks to have a cross-seamed grip. Shai Hope on 99. Will get to ODI 100 number 17. He has been a source of joy for thousands of West Indians around the region and an example to follow for thousands of young batters around the world. Salute to the skipper.
A tremendous innings, an example that has taken his average at the moment back above 50. Such a machine in this is his favorite format, or his most successful anyway. And since his ODI debut, only once has he gone a calendar year without scoring an ODI 100. That was 2017. Every other year since his debut in 2016, he's scored at least 1 ODI 100. And to join Desmond Haynes, a teammate of mine, of course, his career started well before mine, but always looked at Desmond Haynes as one of those early aggressors in the game. Only Brian Lara and Chris Gale in his sights now. If you wanted someone to go into the trenches with you, Desmond Haynes was that guy. And when I say that guy, Nikhil, former West Indies selector, captain, us on a tour to Pakistan. When Desmond started his career, it was all out aggression. But then his game was able to evolve into someone who could bat time for you or be aggressive. And Shai Hope, a countryman of his, has created his own identity.
Bish, you always talk about having a growth mindset. Not only did Shai Hope get the hundreds, what he did and has done pretty much from the last 2 years is increase his strike rate while still getting big runs.
I love that term, and you know I love that term, growth mindset. Every day, you are open to learning something new. Every year, looking to add something to your game, to improve, whether you're a bowler, batter, or captain. what he's searching for now, we talked about identity with Shai Hope, right? What is his one-day team's identity? What is the identity of this West Indies team? Is it a chasing team? Is it a bat-first team in this new dispensation? If I ask Darren Sammy that, he might say he wants it to be an identity of flexibility, winning in any situation. They and he have to develop that to stamp their own brand.
Good over though from Saqib Mahmood in the context of the game. 4 from it, 2-7-1 for 5. Building on your point, Bish, that identity, the one thing they'll want to do, the West Indies side, is continue to have others contributing. There's been so much reliance on the captain's shoulders as Rashid will finish his spell. That's why Rutherford in Sri Lanka and today and Evin Lewis has been such a big positive and probably taken some pressure off Shai Hope, who was not scoring runs this year in ODI cricket.
And Casey Carty just to the left of that screen next to Joel Andrew, right?
Has got it wide of long on. This is the other aspect of his game he's added now, Shai Hope, the acceleration part.
Might be cramping up just a little bit when he got to the 100. He limped a little bit, and he's limping after this stroke as well. Well, you hope in the worst case scenario it's just cramp and nothing more than that.
Similar area, this time better connection. Yeah, he's struggling with that injury, so maybe now 6 hitting is the priority.
He'll pick his area as well, as he has done twice in this over. Hitting with a slight wind is more than a slight wind if he needs it. Easier than hitting into the wind. Hit downwind. I think you alluded to that tactic at your pitch report. Yeah, we had a little shot of Casey Carty there as he continues to hobble. And this is the next evolution, step in the evolution of Casey Carty, to follow what this guy is doing and score hundreds, not just 50s, but hundreds, whether it comes by the 6 hitting that the Apex shot tracker is showing us or not.
He's an example, Bish, and I like where the cricket is in the region at the moment, where guys seem to be getting hundreds and making strides. Justin Graves 2 in the Super 50. Kevin Wickham 1 yesterday. But Shai Hope has been an example and an inspiration to those 2 guys, and hopefully batting in the region for years to come.
You see what you did there? Hopefully. 284 for 5.
Six and over, which is the current rate. It gets them to 316. Just to get over 300 is a small win for the West Indies, a batting lineup that have struggled when setting totals. When does he go back to those 3 of Jofra Archer? If he does go back, Liam Livingstone. So for now, Mahmood. such an unorthodox area to score, but boundary nonetheless.
Seen a lot of intent from Rutherford coming in immediately, Hetmyer coming in immediately, Ross and Chase now in this last phase of the game to try to get above and well above that 300 if they can.
Attempted Yorker. One surprising thing, Bish, you were talking about it a bit earlier in your stint. Pace-off deliveries, given the nature of the surface here at the Surviv, I wonder what's transpired that have caused England to bowl so little of them. Matthew Forde, for example, in the first ODI, used that leg cutter to perfection, and ball held in the surface was the feedback. Reflect on this, Bish.
Excellence. His first ODI 100 of 2024 in the month of November. It's taken him a while, but you could see him setting a base, and as he's done so well across a career that began in 2016, building on it better than many of us.
Looked to be a slight cutter, but another boundary for Shai Hope.
Our ball tracking has suggested 8 times that they've taken pace off the ball, the seamers, and that was one of them. And I'd agree with you that mentioned it way earlier that pace off cutters has got to be a way to go on the surface when it has gotten better after the initial 8 to 10 overs where there was some moisture.
Brilliant stop. That was 4 as well. For the mathematicians, that's 8 times, Bish, out of 275 deliveries. Just to continue celebrating this man and this innings. Weathered the storm well. They tried the short ball plan, both Turner and Archer, which has given him problems in the past. A couple of those boundaries came against the short ball as well. Nice wide Yorker to end the over. 9 from it though. 293 for 5.
Nice crowd has built up weekend here in Antigua and Barbuda, as well as, I should rephrase that, it's a weekend and you've got enough English support, but good to see the West Indian support. Independence weekend.
Ian Bishop, they will rue this opportunity missed.
Yeah, Phil Salt not able to hold on. Hope was on 60 at the time. And he scored 56 or 48 after that dropped opportunity. That's something England have to do better. It's a controllable to some extent. Catching. Pace off. Yeah, Rashid dropped one in the first game at cover, and they've dropped at least 4 chances today. And so if you've got inexperience in your batting, and they still have to bat and put things into perspective today, and your bowling still is a work in progress, your catching is a non-negotiable. Your ground fielding and catching is a non-negotiable for every international team.
How can Archer dismiss Shai Hope, who will be looking to take him on? He's sent an extra fielder deep in the offside where Hope plays that extra cover drive, lofted extra cover drive. So deep cover, extra cover and long off, left of screen. And both men leg side in front of square. So it suggests maybe wide York or maybe pace off and wide.
I don't know why they took so long to go to pace off, to be honest with you. It's not that Jofra has the skill, Saqib has the skill. Everyone has.
Maybe that's where they miss some experience with their leadership. Obviously, Livingstone now trying to acclimatize. So much things will be going on in his mind. Livingstone will want his team to do a lot better with the intensity in the field. That was almost impossible. Jacob Bethell at point, then he bowled, Salt dropped Shai Hope. Luckily this didn't cost him too much because he was dismissed next over Casey Carty. And similar with Hetmyer, who was also put down. Leg cutter, back of the hand slower ball. There's the skill you speak of, Bish.
So a lot of the planning would be done on field or executed on field by this man, Liam Livingstone, the captain. He lean on Phil Salt, who's captained in T20 internationals. But a lot of what we see with the best teams is someone like a Jofra Archer, who you'd say is one of the leaders of the bowling attack, having conversations with Turner and others. Adil Rashid would be involved as well. And Saqib Mahmood is experienced enough, and they would be having conversations and swapping information, saying this is working, that isn't working, this is the situation of the game. Can we go to X, Y, or Z? You look at Australia and they probably have a Mitchell Stark at mid-off or mid-on, or Josh Hazelwood, and they'd be having those conversations. They should have gone pace off a lot earlier.
There is pace off again. The entire over has been, and it sets up wicket for England and the big wicket of captain Shai Hope.
And that's an indication of what we're talking about. He should have gone a lot more pace off a lot earlier in the middle overs at least. The skill is there, asking him to fetch it from wide of off stump, incapacitated as Shai Hope is with the leg. But pace off has worked. It's a top-class knock from Shai Hope. That cannot be understated. 297 for 6.
Forde has played a few impactful T20 innings in his short career so far. Is capable. Saqib Mahmood continuing. He's got 4 overs. Won't bowl all of those, but can go Saqib, Archer, Saqib.
Wicket of Shai Hope, trying to fetch it to the leg side to get some aid with the wind, given that it was a heavily set offside deep. First wicket of the series for Jofra Archer by virtue of variation. Top knock.
Takes on the win. Interesting, Bish. Looking at the bowling setup and what they've done today, Livingstone. Right now, Archer will only be able to bowl 9 overs. I wonder if they'll reflect and say maybe we could have gone to him one earlier, because Adil Rashid's last 2 overs bowling in this power play went for 23.
Right arm over to you. Perhaps. Come back to that actually. 4 deep fielders leg side. So they're asking Chase and Forde, if you want to score, hit the ball into the wind with a heavily protected leg side field. I wonder how often teams have used, full member nations have bowled 9 bowlers in an innings in recent years. Only the second time for England. So for Livingstone, as he mentioned, he wants to win. They need to start winning again, and his batsmen will have that weight on their shoulders over the next 2.5 hours, 3 hours. That's another reason why you'd wanted to have gone pace off, because guys will tell you, if you take pace off the ball and you're asking them to hit into the wind, the batter has to generate more force into the ball, more power into the ball than they would do if there was pace on the ball to get it through the wind and over or past the boundary.
Hit it straight enough. So Chase going to the danger and can get 2. Trescothick has said, Bish, as much as they want to win, he also wants to give guys like Jordan Cox, as the 300 comes up, and the younger players an opportunity to show what they have to offer before they make way when the Champions Trophy rolls around and the Ducketts, Brooks and Butlers come back in. Tough balance though, because the English fans around this ground and in England hold this team to a very high standard. It's 1 field in the offside and Forde picks him out. 4 off the over, 301 for 6. Two overs left, 12 deliveries for the West Indies, who have just crossed 300. It's been a rarity for this batting lineup in the last 2 years or so. 9 times in 26 ODIs. Batting first, that is. Archer. As you see another pace-off delivery, Bish. I know Jofra Archer is someone you've admired so much. The skill set, this is an example.
Yeah, the planning, you understand the planning with a few wides. We often talk about it in T20 cricket, that if you want them to hit from wide of off stump, you'd risk a couple of wides. And one of those extra deliveries actually brought the wicket. And what I like about Jofra, you're absolutely right, I've talked about it since day one back in 2019, 2018, is the action, the bowling technique. I look forward to seeing him bowl every time, partly because of that, whether he has success or not. The brace front leg, the ease of the run-up. People often talk about him jogging in, he doesn't, he races in. He just makes running look so easy, and you know him from plays at the Wildy Cricket Club back in Barbados with a couple of us. He's just so athletic, he makes this look easy. But if you time his run, particularly at his best rhythm, he's good. It's a nice, easy gather. Gets off the back leg quickly onto the front leg, which is braced and over the top. Love the action, love the control, the head position.
There's pace off. Again, wide this time though, so Chase is adept enough to get it past the one fielder in the offside.
It's such a good shot because with pace off the ball, you expect it to go in front of square. But Chase is skillful enough to first of all get it to the right of short point, but still hit it to the left of the sweeper there. Usually Jafra wants that to be hit straighter with pace off.
Deep point now in place. That's the versatility, Vision, his skill set. I mean, we've seen that wide plan to Shai Hope, which is pace off. I will never forget the spell he bowled at the West Indies in the T20 World Cup earlier this year. Nicholas Pooran, that was pace on and wide. And Pooran is, if not the best, one of the best T20 players in the world. So he has the wide plan. He can go York, he can go pace off. We saw the bouncer earlier today. So many skills, and this is why they've invested heavily in him.
I remember a spell he bowled in the 2019 World Cup at Trent Bridge against Pakistan. That was rapid and short.
Nice pace off bowling again in that over. But the West Indies are able to get 8 from it. 309 for 6.
The all-rounder Gudakesh Motie with helmet on. Love the way his game is developing across formats with ball and with bat. 1%ers.
Gudakesh Motie probably in next, and his biggest cheerleader with bat in hand has been Hetmyer. He calls him ball beater. Mahmood to bowl the final over.
One of the things England will have to do better with their batting, of course, if someone gets in or two batters get in, when they come to bat, they have to carry on to try to chase this total. Conditions are good. In the first game, they absorbed 100 dot balls in the first 27 overs of the innings. That's a high number of deliveries unscored off in just the first 27 overs of the innings. So it's up to Phil Salt and Jacks and those guys to go deep, but also to keep scoring.
Keep an eye on two things when that next innings begins. First of all, the intent of Salt and Jacks, who have spoken at length about wanting to structure their innings a bit better and manage the aggression with strike rotation. But also, if they do come at the West Indies, can Forde and Seals maintain the same discipline with which worked so well for them 2 days ago? Shamar Joseph is in the 4 as well today. Has he finally middled one, Matthew Forde? Yes, he has. This is the all-round prowess he brings to an 11.
A work in progress. Generally about his game, but yes, you're right. He does have, as we've seen once or twice before, ability with the bat.
That is into the wind, but massive, very valuable runs for the West Indies, and they know it.
Yeah, part of what Saqib Mahmood would have wanted would be for him to hit the ball that side, maybe a little bit of pace off. But you have to applaud this shot and the power generated by Matthew Forde. He defeated the plan.
Gorgeous. This is such good ball striking from Matthew Forde. 3 sixes. Listen to the crowd.
After being struck with the ball into the pitch, he decided to try to go Yorker. Missed his length. And Forde backed up his power hitting of the previous 2 deliveries to the delight of Shofane Rutherford.
Final ball now. Where does he go? Pace off attempts have gone disappeared. The Yorker attempted has also disappeared. It's got deep cover and the rest on the leg side on the boundary. Goes wide Yorker, successful. So anticlimactic end, but it is 19 from the 50th over to push the West Indies to 3-2-8 for 6. Good batting conditions, but that is a big score for an inexperienced batting lineup to try and chase.
Yeah, big job on hand for the batters now. West Indies chased 325 last December. Can Liam Livingstone's men go a little bit better? Lovely ball striking to close things out by Matthew Forde. Defeated the intended plan apart from the last ball. And that should do his bowling a lot of confidence. Give it a lot of confidence.
93 from the last 10. Shai Hope began that intensity in the last power play. Matthew Forde finished it. Thinking for Livingstone, but luckily he's got T20 players in this 11, so they will be used to having to go and be a bit more aggressive than usual. But innings highlighted by the brilliance of Captain Shai Hope. 117, 17th ODI 100. Rutherford was very good, 4th consecutive 50 in ODI cricket. And then a blitz from Hetmyer, Chase and Forde to end the innings. 143-run partnership. It was very successful for the West Indies in what they're trying to achieve, the way they rotated strike Carty and Hope, especially against the spin. And then we saw a powerful one, Rutherford and Hope putting on 79. Well, 9 bowling options for England. Pacers were a tad expensive other than Archer, who picked up his first wicket of the series. Rashid went at 6 and over. That's almost a rarity, but picked up 2, and Livingstone 1 wicket. So England will have their job cut out for them. A couple of those names will have to bat. Livingstone, Bethell, Jacks. Right, let's go down to Mark Butcher.
Casey, first and foremost, an excellent total, 328 for 6. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, an excellent total, 328 for 6. Teams have struggled to defend totals here, but that one looks to be a decent one.
Yeah, I think it's a good total for the guys. It's just for us to go out there and do the right things and defend the total. I think the batting group did their job. It's just for us to close it off as a team and get the win.
Now, you lost 2 early wickets. Yourself and the captain came together. What was the thought process around that? There's been a lot of talk around sort of being able to manipulate, rotate the strike. Do you think you guys did that well?
Yeah, I find we played well based on losing 2 early wickets. Everyone has a job to do. So we just back ourselves to come out there and put the stuff that we practice into gameplay and just hope for the best.
That 143-run partnership set up a beautiful platform for what was to come with the more sort of violent strike rates at the end there. Did you have a moment in mind or an amount of time in mind where you were happy to just soak it up, knock the ball around, and how many overs did you want to leave at the end for the other players with wickets in hand?
I wasn't thinking that far ahead. I was just trying to do my job. Obviously keep things ticking over, put away the bad balls when you do get them. and you just try to do that to your best of your ability.
Well, you certainly did that. It was a fantastic innings from yourself. What about the captain at the other end? A 17th one-day international 100.
Yeah,
What do you have to say about him?
He's a wonderful player. The whole world knows that. That's what we expect from him, but obviously we're not going to get it every game. But he has been consistent over his career, and I just wish him well going forward.
Okay, well, you certainly played a very big part in it yourself. Well played. Good luck the second half.
Thanks.
Yeah, West Indies have done well to get past 300, something they're not always often do. Casey Carty playing a part in that. England, right, will need 329 to win. After the break, we'll have some analysis.
.328 runs on the board here for the West Indies. The openers went cheaply, but it was Carty and Hope in the middle. A wonderful century from Shai Hope that propelled the innings to get them to 328. Well, the first time since 1987 that England have used as many bowlers, 9 bowlers in a one-day international, but not enough wickets taken in the middle overs. A couple for Turner at the top. Hello everyone, welcome back to Antigua and the Sir Vivian Richards ground. I'm happy to have with me Mark Butcher and Ian Bishop to reflect on that first innings of the second one-day international here in Antigua. Well, Shai Hope, the captain, was outstanding, gentlemen.
He's just such a wonderful, high-quality player. He plays spin as well as anyone in the world. He had a little bit of a rebuilding job to do in the power playing and knocked over 2 wickets early. Wasn't ruffled at any point. His control of the bat face, his timing and his placement are absolutely supreme. And it was a wonderful, wonderful knock. West Indies played in what I would call an old-fashioned style to get to 328. Soaked it up, didn't panic, realised that there's a hell of a long time to play in these 50-over games. And then just came out and gave England a real battering in the last 15. It was hot, it was humid, and they put them to the sword at the end. And I reckon that's a really good score.
Ian Bishop, 117 from Shai Hope. His 17th ODI century, and just looking in extraordinary form.
Well, there are a number of narratives to that 100. He loves this ground. He averages maybe over 70 now here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think he understands the ebb and flow of an ODI innings, perhaps as against the other formats of the game, in a way that a lot of others have not done so. So it's 17 ODI hundreds. That is proof of that. And those are illustrious names. How often have we looked at Chris Gale and Brian Lara and Sir Vivian Richards in times past and think, will we ever have someone playing the way that they did in their careers? Well, Shai Hope has a different method. He's not as powerful as 2 of those names, but he is churning out the runs in the format.
Yeah,
Alex, the lack of games that he's played for those 1700s. You look at the numbers from the other guys on that list, all in the double hundreds. This guy's got a long career left in him. Goodness knows how many he might get.
Yeah, a number of good performances. Carty, of course, with the partnership with Shai Hope.
Yes, a young man, and he's still young in terms of experience, even though he's been through the Under-19 World Cup scenario, but batting with Shai Hope and coming in at that crucial position in the order, I thought he consolidated well, as Mark Butcher said they needed to, having lost 2 for 12. He's trying to up the tempo of his innings. His next growth area would be to convert these half-centuries as Shai Hope, or something close to Shai Hope, into hundreds. If you're batting at those crucial positions and your strike rate is not 90 or 100, then you have to convert more often, or at least convert once to begin with in this format.
Yeah, getting a little more difficult to hear down here. Lots of partying going on. But let's have a look now at the different phases of the innings. It was quieter in the early middle overs.
Yeah, and I don't mean to hug the show here, Mark Butcher. I just wanted to make an exclamation point on this, because you're looking at maybe just a steady first power play, then building towards 11 and 20, and then reaching kind of a crescendo in that 20 overs towards the back end of the innings. And the key thing for me, 134 dot balls, which is an improvement for the West Indies in terms of how they've racked up too many dot balls in the past. So today, they were better with that, and they need to continue it going forward.
All right, well, we can let you talk now, Mark Butcher. Let's talk Shafane Rutherford, the guy, and his 4th ODI half-century in as many innings.
Yeah, he came in and the platform had been set up beautifully, hadn't it? There was still 20 overs or just under 20 overs to go in the game. And you think about what damage teams can do in 20-over matches now. Only the 3 wickets down. He comes to the crease and just immediately finds the boundary. The thing that strikes me about the way this guy plays is how static he is when he makes contact with the ball. In fact, the only time that he wasn't, the only time he didn't have his balance, where his head wasn't perfectly still, was when he tried to muscle that ball over the offside at his dismissal. But the power there is pretty much effortless, and it's all done still head, static pace, and he's got power to burn.
And just what I like about the selflessness of the way that him and Hetmyer came in was that they played their shots, having had the foundation set up behind them. Even though Shamar Hetmyer, for example, would have wanted to go deeper, at least they played freely and scored at strike rates of 150 and above to set up the end of the innings.
Indeed, and Matthew Forde with 3 sixes, 19 off that last over, setting up a good total, 329. But there were opportunities, 328 should I say, opportunities for England, 4 drop catches.
Yeah, you know, you would imagine this team is exceptionally inexperienced, as we've spoken about before. But you would imagine with a lot of young players, Jacob Bethell is a stunning fielder. That was a really difficult chance. early on in the piece. But the ones that went down, this one was huge, wasn't it? Dropping Shai Hope there. Fine edge that Phil Salt couldn't hang on to. And then, of course, Hetmyer gets put down, I think, by Will Jacks. This one goes down by John Turner, although Carty was removed shortly afterwards. England had little moments there because the West Indies has had to soak it up and were only scoring below 5 runs and over for the first 30 overs of the innings. If you pick up wickets then you really put the opposition under pressure. This one was a heartbreaker, really, because Hetmyer hadn't quite got going yet. And Will Jacks would be absolutely kicking himself. Usually a very safe pair of hands, usually an excellent fielder. Who knows, the heat maybe got to him. It was pretty fierce in the morning, but they'd be desperately disappointed with that fielding performance because, you know, there's no excuse for that for a young team, really.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, there was a bright spot for England. Of course, John Turner at the top with the new ball, picking up 2.
Yeah, had to wait a long time to put on the shirt in the first place, and then had to wait a little bit longer to pick up his first wicket. But when he did, excellent catch from Cox to get rid of Brandon King, and then Evin Lewis on the short ball. The beauty with that one for me, Bish, was that he'd listened, maybe probably hadn't listened to us, but he'd thought about the difficulty he'd had with Evin Lewis pitching outside the leg stump from over the wicket. He went round the wicket, got him first ball with a short ball. So well done to him, and he continues to impress.
Ian Bishop, what about you? What a prospect for England, John Turner.
Yeah, and look, we have to recognize that for a lot of these players, this is as much a learning phase as much as they're trying to win one-day international matches. So he will take this. He's already shown that propensity to learn, as Mark Butcher alluded to. So there's a sort of perspective that you have to put into this, and they'll be hoping now, as much as they didn't catch well, and they could have bowled better, take pace off the ball. They should have taken more pace off the ball earlier. Their batters now have to earn their money, as Mark Butcher's had to do over his career.
All right, well, West Indies fans will feel happy with that total. I'll tell you what, we've been happy for days here in Antigua and Barbuda. Yesterday was Independence Day, 43rd year of independence for this lovely twin island. After the break, I got out and about among the food fair, better known as a food extravaganza yesterday, and so did some of the men in maroon. Stick around. More of that after the break.
How proud am I to be an Antiguan? Oh man, I can't say it in words, man. It means so much to me.
I'm not sure I can put that into words.
Zillion reasons. You know, I love the people. You know, every time I go away and I come back home, it just feels so warm.
November 1st marks the 43rd year of independence for Antigua and Barbuda. An incredibly proud moment for this twin nation, of course, because on that special day in 1981, these people transitioned to self-governance. And with that, adopted the national symbols like the flag, the coat of arms, and the national anthem.
My name is Norville Simon, and I am the head of grounds for Sevive National Stadium. The first World Cup, I was here as a fan. Came here we had romantic rhythms, and I came for some local cricket in between, and then shortly after that I got a job here, 2013. It's fun. Just the name alone says it all. Sevive, I'm proud to be here, proud to work with that name. West Indies versus England. England normally travels with a big crowd, and so I think that we're going to get good support from the local Antiguans, and I know England is going to support, so it's just something for us to watch and see. Independence Day to us means a lot here in Antigua. Now we're celebrating 43 years of freedom, and so we look forward to that every year. Antigua, I love this country to death, and so I would do anything just to make sure that this country continues to be a nation that progresses. I'm just looking forward to do anything that I can to serve my country. That's all, man.
I'm a very proud Antiguan. I wear my country on my sleeve. I try my best to represent my country in any way I can. There's so much I love about this country. So much. Firstly, the food, the beaches, the people are so friendly.
I know most of definitely Azari, he's gonna say eating dukkana and saltfish, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, you know, that's the first thing that you think when you think Independence Day, dukkana and saltfish.
If I'm at home, I would be, you know, with family, having some local food. To be more specific, some dukkana and saltfish, because that's my favorite meal. So that will basically be it for me on Independence Day.
So I asked a local, how does one celebrate independence? And they were like, oh my gosh, it's vibrant, it's energetic, there's a food fair, there's revelry. And I was like, hold up, somebody say food fair. Dukkana is?
Dukkana is part of our national dish and it's made with flour, coconut, potatoes, and other secret ingredients that I'm not familiar with.
Grated coconut, grated sweet potato.
Potato, flour, coconut.
Oh yeah.
Coconut.
Coconut. Then you can add your spices like cinnamon, nutmeg, raisins. We have this rivalry with raisins or no raisins team.
I prefer without raisins, but it's a good choice.
But I'm not a raisin girl, so.
Are you team raisin or team no raisin?
Team raisin all the way. Yeah. believe it's a traditional way, but the young people like me who like it easy, we use a pulp paper. To serve it with either salted mackerel, smoked herring, or codfish.
Oh, please show us. Okay. So, Jewel Andrew. All afternoon I've only heard about Dukana. Tell me about it.
It's like a sweet dumpling with raisins in it.
Oh, you're a raisin man? And what are you eating it with?
Saltfish and provisions.
Delicious.
One free ticket here, is it? Everybody is so proud to be Antiguan, and you know, when you come from a small island from, you know, where you have Andy Roberts, Viv Richards who paved the way, and even, you know, Papa Bird who, you know, helped us gain independence, you know, that makes me proud to be a part of that.
Proud to be Antiguan because of the food, the lovely people, the culture, everything. You know, I love Antigua.
So many stalls, so many people. I had no idea of the size and the scope. Food fair does not do it justice. Happy Independence, Antigua and Barbuda. Congratulations. And remember, people, more Dukana and saltfish.
It is time for the run chase here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this Siege United second ODI. West Indies taking on England. The series is on the line. Phil Salt, who has been very vocal about trying to find the right blend and mixture of attack and sensibility, has gotten a few starts in ODI cricket. He'll be hoping this can be the day he goes big. And Will Jacks, who it was in this very fixture, second ODI last year, got a match-winning 73 for England to keep the series alive. So they'll take inspiration from that. Matthew Forde with ball in hand, starting from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And naturally will start from this end because of that wind factor, which is quite active today. Takes the ball into the two right-handers. A lot on the line, folks. Not only the series, but World Cup qualification in the ICC ODI rankings. The West Indies in 10th, England in 7th. So every game important. Forde will start with a slip. Deep third, deep fine leg, and we'll start with Mark Butcher.
Thank you, Nikhil. This might be a little bit more up England street. Not so much thought required with 3-2-8 on the board. And certainly, outside of the first 10 to 11 overs, the pitch was baking down this morning. Dried out pretty quickly and played pretty well, you would think. So there shouldn't be too much in the way of excuses in terms of the surface. In England, it's pretty straightforward. Rates above 6.5, and we've got to play in a style that they would prefer. Let's put it that way.
There's that inward movement from Forde.
Yeah, seam up. Probably be 3-4 overs of seam up from either end for the West Indian opening bowlers. They were very quick to go to cross seam and to cutters on Thursday. Try and make it swing for the short while that it does, and then block it down.
Yeah, they will also have, after those initial seamers of Seals and Forde, we anticipate Shamar Joseph making his debut today. And wonder, Butch, if his bigger role will come in the middle overs like we saw earlier today with Turner and Archer. The way they use the short ball on this surface, which can be a bit too paced and at times a bit of variable bounce, but so far it's been quite placid. Slowish outfield today. And what he also does is use that scramble seam delivery, and on flat pitches does get the ball to move inward.
Yeah, indeed. England used 9 bowlers in the end. I might have mentioned, if it was in here or next door on the radio back to the UK, that as a captain sometimes you can have too many options. I get the impression that the West Indies will, if they go outside of just the 5 main ones, will probably try and get a few overs out of a 6th, but they'll stick with the seam bowlers and their cutters and scrambled seam stuff. Cream can't afford to give Phil Salt any width these days. First boundary of the innings.
It's a small margin. We'll get to it in the next over, but small margin when you're bowling that outside off plan. Forde probably expected to come back in a bit more. Just held its line after pitching. But he does have that deep third. I wonder if he maybe rather have deep point because he have as much pace. Sticking with the deep third for now. But the line. 8 off the first over. Got a real game on our hands, folks. Last year, it was England who set 325. The West Indies chased it. It's a ground that has heavily favoured the chasing team. Pitch seems to quicken up. Jayden Seales, who was outstanding in the first one international, is disciplined, hitting a good length, starting from the Sir Andrew Roberts end. May have just fallen short, but excellent effort and commitment from Forde because he put his body on the line.
Yeah, it was a terrific pickup. Should have been screaming, get down, as that ball headed towards Forde. That sort of take can send you to the orthodontist if you get it wrong.
This is good from the West Indies. Immediately to Phil Salt having a second slip because he's got a tendency to edge the ball when it's on that fourth stump line. Small margin of error. That is too straight. Doesn't bring those slips into play. Instead, allows Salt to get a second boundary.
Well, one of the things that the West Indies had in their favour bowling first on Thursday was the fact that there was that bit of swing, quite a lavish swing, when the ball was brand new, but also when the ball hit the surface, it just held, made stroke play quite difficult. Get the feeling today that the ball is going to come on from the start, and therefore your control of line and length will be tested far more severely today than it was then.
Good seam position. He'll be searching for a bit of movement, but the consensus from the West Indies was that this end, whether it was the ball or just the end, usually is supposed to swing away because of that wind, but they weren't getting the lateral movement that Seales had hoped for. So he bowled 3 overs from this Sir Andy Roberts end and then changed to the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he then picked up his 2 wickets. Inside edge there, but that's the relentless length that he bowled in the first ODI.
Yeah, I mean, the wickets themselves in isolation don't look like anything special as far as the bowler's concerned, but the pressure that was built up around them, the relentlessness of the line and length meant that England had to try and go over the top. The field was in nice and tight inside the ring. They brought him 2 wickets, and it was good bowling around those deliveries.
Similar delivery, that last one, to what dismissed Shacks, where he came across his stumps, tried to go leg side and top edged. But this will be a challenge for the West Indies today, as you said, Butch. Better surface, but also 2 guys who have now the license to be able to go a bit more into their wheelhouse and be a bit more attacking. Again, coming across his stump. So maybe that's a chance for the West Indies to dismiss him leg before. 17 off the first 2. Source of diabetes, Butch, that right there.
But not a cure for it there. Juice dispenser.
His tongue will be red for days. good from Rutherford. But after the Australia series, Will Jacks was in the media and he said one thing he wants to do is find the tempo after playing the amount of T20 cricket they have. And he feels the only way to do that is by spending time at the crease. How do England balance that with their players trying to find the 50-over remedy, but also not taking away from the aggressive intent that have made these players so successful?
Yeah, it is difficult. I think assessing conditions quickly is really the key. I think that given any given day, like the difference between batting in the power play this morning to batting in the power play now. So, and then you measure the amount of aggression that's required. All of these players, particularly the ones like Jackson, Salt, who are fabulous in T20 short form cricket, they can give themselves time and then notice how much time they have left to cause damage. Excellent from Hetmyer at extra cover. We saw it, the West Indies, I think they were 154 for 2 with 20 overs left, and they end up getting 328. The modern player has got power to burn. You just sometimes, I think, have to be a bit more patient and realise how much time 50-over cricket is.
Coming across his stumps. Yeah, they got 174 in the last 20, Butch. And remember hearing Ricky Ponting, Tom Motie, our very own Ian Bishop always say, you have wickets in hand going into the last 20, that almost becomes a T20 game. Obviously conditions-based, but it was one of the good things the West Indies did, and it's what Forde has been imploring his team to have, a bit more intent, even before they get to the 40th over, if the situation presents itself.
Yeah, but I think it was set up with what happened before that. You know, Carty and Hope played really well to get them into a position where those lower order hitters still had enough time to get themselves in, but could also go big. And as much as, you know, England perhaps in the era under Owen Morgan, in the lead up to the 2019 World Cup, it seemed as though every time they went out and played, they either chased down scores in excess of 300, or when they were batting first, put scores on the board of 400. Well, people don't chase that 300s down that often. I know the West Indies did here last time, but you're giving yourself a chance of winning more games than losing if you're consistently able to put that sort of total on the board. And sometimes it means you've got to soak up a little bit of pressure and swallow a bit of ego in order to do it. 19 without loss.
Now joining us in the Caribbean, maybe did some grocery shopping today, or in England, nice cup of tea in the evening. Butch, what better way to spend your weekend than with us? Shai Hope, sublime 117. I think Jayden Seales will feel started a bit too straight and away from that fourth stump, maybe even top of off stump line and length that caused England so many problems.
Yeah, length has been pretty good, maybe a fraction straight. But again, deliveries on Thursday, that sort of straight were very difficult to get away. You couldn't nudge them past the infield because the pitch was standing up and holding, and the ball would hit the stickers of the bat, and you get a dot for that. So always adjusting in this game, always having to make little adjustments dependent on the conditions on the day.
Confidence boost this would be for that young England team who have been in the media, there's been a lot of chatter around them, not prioritizing winning. If they can play that fearless brand whilst being smart enough to chase down a total like this, for those younger guys, but I can only imagine what it would do for Jordan Cox and Bethell when they go away from the 50-over team and senior guys come back in.
Yep, indeed.
That has been smacked. A lot more of his runs this year have come in the offside. Enhancement of his game, Phil Salt.
Yeah, top of the bounce this morning was perilous. Brandon King trying to drive on the up before the pitch had dried out a bit. Not a bit of it anymore. And that's top of the stumps, and he just stands up and crunches it through extra cover. Neither forward nor back. Good pitch now.
This will test the proactivity of Shai Hope. Both, well, really, Phil Salt has had his difficulties against left arm spin. Motie got him out last year. How long does he back his two pacers trying to get that swing? But also, he will want a wicket. He knows the danger of having this opening pair get set on a good surface. Better delivery and defense out from Phil Salt, 25 for now. West Indies were able to post 328, a fan's delight to see that Shai Hope 100, but also the way he was supported. England will be hoping to replicate similar. One batter in that top 4, maybe 5, getting a big score, supporting the others and their fearless stroke play. Here's Matthew Forde. Will Jacks has come across his stumps nicely today. It's almost negated that inward movement from Forde, because when he's got 2 straight, he's just tucked it in the onside. When he's gone wide, he's drove him through the covers for runs. But why would that plan of him coming across his stumps be effective to a guy like Matthew Forde? Wide this time from Forde, and England have really been on it to start today.
Yeah, it's not going to be as straightforward for West Indies seamers today. Surface has dried out nicely. Control is being tested. Will Jacks has a trigger movement that takes him back and across quite often. He tries to open up that leg side mid-wicket region, which is undoing in the first game because the ball held on him a bit. be a little bit careful that in getting so far across his stumps that it cuts out his access to the offside. And if you miss it, obviously you're stone dead. So something that Viv did quite well, I seem to remember.
Forde started with deep third. Now he's got his two fielders on the leg side. That is not the line to bowl with this field. Runs are flowing in abundance.
Well, no skipping across the crease this time for Will Jacks. And there's the consequence. Foot and a half outside off stump. Again, rather like Phil Salt in the previous over. He just stands up on top of the bounce. Hands go through. Lovely little sawn off follow through. Outfield's quickened up too.
There is a fielder there, this time to the plan. Matthew Forde with the last laugh. And you can see he's livid with himself. Much closer to the plan, and it works for the West Indies.
Well, Jack's perhaps playing a bit of cards, a bit of poker with Forde, thinking, well, he's not going to bowl me another delivery wide of off stump. So he does jump across this time and tries to smear it into the leg side and picks out the fielder on the fence on the leg side. So Jacks is livid with himself. Forde is a little bit happier with himself. Everybody seems to be cross. But England are 37 for 1.
Jordan Cox, very early in his international sojourn.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I think perhaps calculated that Forde would not be as wide again, so he jumped across, looking to hit it over mid-wicket, dragged it a little off the bottom half of the bat.
Successful over for Forde, 37 for 1. West Indies, even though they haven't been the most disciplined in this first 5 overs, they've still managed to get the wicket of Jacks, exposing an inexperienced England batting lineup. Salt has got a start. Seals continuing. Yeah, 4 of his 6 dismissals this year, folks, have come outside off stump. Josh Hazelwood exploited him well. This is Matthew Forde walking back to his fielding position because livid that he didn't get to that straighter plan earlier with the field set. And West Indies started with 2 slips to Salt. Now they've just got the solitary slip with a deep third.
Oh, that was tight, really tight. Phil Salt realised that he was in a spot of bother because the head went down and he really had to put the big ones in. Fortunately for him, AC Carty couldn't pick up.
Crowd catch, folks. Relax. But he really creamed that one. The sound off the bat.
Yeah, much different noise than we were hearing earlier on today. Sound of the ball finding the middle. Matthew Forde at the back end of the innings. It's like the crack of a whip as he kept sending them out the ground. 328, a lot of runs, but much different surface today. We could have a game on our hands here.
Curious to see if Shai Hope, given how history has played out, where Seals changed ends in the first ODI and then picked up 2 wickets from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, if nothing happens here, does he pull Seals and maybe wait for Forde to finish? Or does he just back Seals to keep things tight for maybe 2 more overs? There's no Alzari Joseph who bowls the new balls. Shamar Joseph only in his 3rd 50-over game. So they expose him in the power play. Decisions. Why would anyone not want to come to cricket? I mean, party stand, you could come and get some exercise in with Spinny. You could sit down and enjoy a few beverages. Hope to see the Barbadians. Alex Jordan will talk to you guys next. Yeah, good aggression. Good aggression from Seals. Does this in Test cricket sometimes. Cox has a laugh. 38 for 1. Matthew Forde will be searching for better control and keeps the field the same. Deep fine leg, deep backward square. And Butch, people will be watching Phil Salt in this series and be a bit confused because he scored a lot of his boundaries to the offside. However, there is success for a team if you can go a lot closer to the stumps. You'll tell us why in his technique he tends to get out this way. But Australia with Hazelwood were able to exploit him, sometimes caught at deep point, sometimes caught at second slip.
Well, I mean, judging by the look of that, Josh Hazelwood zeroing in on a good length around about the top of your off stump is going to get a lot of people out. I don't think that indicates a particular weakness for Phil Salt. It's just excellent bowling. But you're right about his offside play. It's come on leaps and bounds. He's one of those cricketers that is absolutely desperate to improve to be the very best that he can be.
There is that offside play. Majestic. The driving from Phil Salt in this innings. He races to 30.
Yeah, right on cue.
Really surprised that after all of these boundaries Forde has conceded, he's still not have had a deep point. Still sticking with those 2 deep leg side fielders, trying to swing it back in. And I suppose Butch Seals' dismissal, well, Salt's dismissal against Seals was a similar area, good length, just outside off. But it's a risk you take as a team because he's just shown you in this innings, when you do bowl with that width on offer, he will capitalize and score boundaries. Jordan Cox, very young, new in his journey in this England team. Spoke about the experience he's had. Similar to someone like a John Turner, who's spent time within the England side, within the England squad, learning. Went to Pakistan in 2022, didn't play, but he always speaks about that series and what it did for him and his development as a cricketer. Now has got his chance. Big chance this for Cox. 44 for 1.
Enjoying his debut in ODI cricket. First time we'll see him in this format with the ball. Well, it's been an absolute fairy tale. Shamar Joseph's story from obscurity in Guyana. And you see him receiving his cap from a fellow Berbetian from Berbice, Guyana, Mario Shepherd. Smiles all around. Such a disciplined young man. Struggling to get off the mark here. Cox, but a fine start from England. Just the 1 wicket gone. Carlos Brathwaite beside me here this afternoon as the sun re-emerges from behind the clouds here in Antigua. How have you been enjoying this second innings?
Yeah, it's a different proposition with the ball for West Indies. Think back to the first ODI and the pressure that they built. You know, bowling second. It's an easier batting track, less margin for error. And if they are honest with themselves, it hasn't been the start that they would have wanted, not as disciplined, not as tight with line and length as they would imagine they would have been based off the performance in the first ODI. And England have got away of sorts, but they have 329 to play with, gives them a bit of a buffer, and it gives them a second chance to make wrong things right. Can they close out this power play with the ball and start to build pressure from now?
Finally off the mark, Jordan Cox. Playing as a specialist batter. Recovered this summer from a bad finger injury. He's actually one of only 2 players to be at all 3 tours of England this summer. He and Rayan Ahmed. They've been calling him the master of all trades. Young Cox. That's a beautiful shot. Full face of the bat, down the ground for 4. That's the 50 up for England.
Authoritative from Phil Salt. Stand and deliver all along the ground. Top of the bounce, full of length and not missing out. It's a beautiful pitch to bat on. And Phil Salt is cashing in, 36 off 25 so far.
He's got the bit between his teeth, Phil Salt. Looking threatening, 36 off 25. $50 for 1. Contrasting 8-over starts from England and West Indies, different situations. England have got a target of 329. Matthew Forde.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, and interesting to see his evolution as a seamer. You'd expect more in that slot area, trying to swing the ball back in, but he's kind of evolved his game into being a more line and length bowler. And funny enough, his 3 wickets have come short of a length. I still think he's being caught in between whether he wants to continually push it up there and get it to swing, or if he can back himself to keep his wrist behind the ball and hit the deck more often than not. And we think back to the first game, and he built a lot of pressure, being really disciplined. I still think with the new ball, he has to decide if he wants those 2 guys back, if he's going to bowl it fuller, or if he's going to hit a length and have point back and square leg back. At his pace, if he builds pressure, batters always think they can get after him. And then this happens. All 3 wickets back of a good length from building pressure. I think it's an exciting time for this young man. He has all the tools in his locker. He can hit the deck, and he can also push it a little fuller and get it to swing prodigiously.
Oh! Well, that was smacked right back at him. Some pace. Jaden looks to have shrugged it off. Big man ting.
Oh. That's where you get the bench presses in. Strong chest. But a little bit full, and I've seen Jaden Seals do it a little bit, especially in Test cricket, where he's searching for that swing, and it doesn't always swing as he would want. Sometimes it could be a bit floaty. Still want to see him bowl it, still finish the action.
This time up and over Jaden's head. A bit of a chase, but the ball will win. 4 runs down the ground, and England continue.
Good from Phil Salt. This time hitting it a little bit earlier, more length to hit through. Wanted to go aerial, and it was a nice controlled aerial stroke. Didn't mean to hit it over the top with much verve, just timing it over the bowler's head. There's always a gap just behind the bowler. And he gave it the full face, went with the bounce, and had the timing to go all the way for 4.
Better line.
Better length as well. Actually bowling it, and you think back to how much pressure he built up in the first game. Hit a really good channel, and you still can get some movement off that good length. I just think for him personally, whenever I've seen him try to exaggerate that outswinger, as a beautiful outswinger he does, but whenever he tries to just chuck it up there, he sometimes floats, and if it doesn't swing, It's a hit-me delivery. With any balls like that, unplayable.
Yeah, I was in the elevator with the Forde Little Antiguan boys just a couple of minutes ago, and I asked them if they were looking forward to seeing Shamar Joseph with the ball in the second innings. And quick as the flash, they looked at me and said, Jaden! Jaden! Yeah, Jaden Seals, so exciting to watch. Lots of fans. Of course, Zari not in the game, so it was my bad, but they were quick to tell me who they were looking forward to seeing. It's great to see him in this series. He went wicketless in Sri Lanka. Sammy and the think tank have stuck with him. 6 from it, so after 9, England 56 for 1. Nine overs gone, England 56 for 1 here. A gorgeous Saturday afternoon in Antigua. We're in North Sound, which is sort of the northeast of the island at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Yeah, weekend fun. Here to watch the rivalry. England in this part of the world, it's a salivating prospect. Shamar Joseph now to his second. Word from Shai Hope. Well, slips in place. It's a fine leg and a deep third. The 2 men out. This final over of the first power play. Yeah, real aggression. Going at a run rate of 6. England required 6.71. Be happy with their start. There's real frustration from Will Jacks. He got out. So he got a start. Outfoxed in the end. Matthew Forde.
This is what West Indies fans would love to see more often from Shamar Joseph, regardless of format. The ability to hit the deck in an uncomfortable 4th stump area at high pace. That is you, young man. That is your template.
Yes, Ian Bishop has been talking all day about that test match length. As he's achieved with that ball. Proving effective with the white ball.
Yeah, and his speeds are up. Only 1 ball this over so far under 140 kilometers an hour. And that always gives you just a little bit more room for error.
He's just an exceptional athlete, Shamar Joseph. Oh, tight again.
Not wanting to be controversial, Alex, but it'll be interesting to see how West Indies manage him. When you look back many moons ago, or at least it feels this way, to Devendra Bishu, leg spinner, burst onto the scene, bowling well in all 3 formats, and absolutely bowled him into the ground. It'll be a shorter time span for to be bowled into the ground as a seamer? Is he going to be a premier test fast bowler? Out of the 3 formats, which of the 2 potentially you want him to play? There are not many players that can play with the hectic schedule all 3 formats successfully and have longevity, especially as a fast bowler.
That's the end of the first power play. Leg bye is given on that occasion. So after 10, England are 58 for 1. West Indies were sending to bat a wonderful century from Shai Hope, his 17th in the format, half century from Carty and Rutherford, and useful contribution from Hetmyer.
The power play, Phil Salt absolutely dominant. Whether offside, leg side, predominantly offside, which is not something you associate with Phil Salt. Will Jack's the only wicket to fall to Matthew Forde, but it is the Phil Salt show.
Challenging going for Jordan Cox. Not so much pressure on him at the minute, though, as Phil Salt going so well at the other end. Probably having just a little word with him, settle him down.
And we talk about seam position being so important. Normally you stand the seam up. But just having a conversation with Geoffrey Archer this morning about how do you extract something from a placid wicket bowling second. And he mentioned if the ball is not swinging, trying to go almost like a 3/4 seam. So you look at that run up and you normally think, you know, get the seam a little bit straighter. And if it is swinging, you want to stand that seam up and allow science to allow that ball to swing. If it is not, however, you're relying on seam movement for the ball to hit the pitch and then move laterally. And sometimes you have to over-exaggerate. This is your position for swing.
Big appeal. Shai Hope not interested in the review.
Yeah, look at that seam once more. That one he probably is looking to swing, but prodigious seam movement. Really good length again, and Shamar Hetmyer seems to think it's a little bit high.
It'd be good to see exactly what you mean, Carlos, with this ball.
A lot of times you talk about swinging the ball, so you check the angle of the seam and you slightly turn to swing away to the right-hander or to swing back. But if there's no swing on off and you want to hit the seam, you sometimes see guys go across seam where it can hit one side of the seam or the flat side and be in consistent bounce. But now guys are saying go 3/4 seam, which gives the seam a chance to hit on an angle, and much like the wobble seam, go either away or in, but a little bit of movement.
62 for 1.
This is the skill of Jaden Seals. On this occasion, the more traditional. Yes, young man, have a look. Seam up versus 3/4. Not interested whatsoever.
Oh, isn't that nice? Enjoying the sunshine and a family day out here on the banks at Sir Viv. Absolutely, that's what I would be doing, Carlos. Action, whining, revelry, lots of music. Calypso in the Caribbean. Beautiful time of year. Shamar Joseph again. It's been all pace so far from the West Indian attack.
Yeah, it's been good. I think there is the threat of Gudakesh Motie, but as we spoke about in the first ODI, it's important for the seamers to build a little bit of pressure, exhibit a little bit of discipline, which brings Motie into the game. You don't always want to run to Motie too early. Let him do his work with the ball slightly softer, get a little bit more purchase out of the power play with a bit more support with fielders back. Let him go to work then. You do the hard work up top with the new ball and allow Motie to come into the game and be attacking.
Well, that's high and easily taken by the captain. Breakthrough, Shamar Joseph with his first one-day international wicket. Jordan Cox had been struggling, so he sent him home.
What a moment for this young man. He's been on a good length and then bang, fire in Babylon. And a blow to the helmet off the edge. Pouched by the skipper Shai Hope. Maiden ODI wicket. And the Shamar Joseph success story continues. England lose a second wicket, 63 for 2.
.63 for 2 England. Jordan Cox really been struggling to get it away. Eventually top edge took him out. And it's Jacob Bethell's turn. The crease now.
Shamar Joseph, lovely fast bowling, a real good build-up, consistency and length. And then the bumper. Short ball, getting the wicket. And a funny story this morning about him bowling short balls. Jordan Cox upset with his dismissal. But Alzari Joseph, the elder statesman between the two Josephs, bantering the younger upstart, Shamar Joseph, saying he doesn't bowl enough short balls. Maybe have been a reference somewhere in there about 4'2" in height. And lo and behold, first ODI wicket comes via said short ball.
That's right, Shamar Joseph in today. Alzari out. So Alzari's had to send him a few barbs, didn't he, to wish him well. Phil Salt going along at a nice clip. Will Jacks got a bit of a start. Jordan Cox, well, he struggled the whole way, 4 off 19. It's Jacob Bethell now. Alongside Salt, 63 for 2 in the 12th. It's been a fantastic over so far from Shamar Joseph. Just the 1 run and the wicket. If your story's anything to go by, Carlos, Shamar Joseph had a point to prove to Alzari today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bromance that is sensed in the World Cup. Alzari's been in and around the game, been setting records. Shamar Joseph has now burst onto the scene, but he learns from Alzari. No family, I don't think. Shamar from Guyana, Alzari, a local boy here in Antigua. But there's a lot that goes into fast bowling, not just bursting onto the scene and bowling good in a few games. There's a level of professionalism, taking care of your body, eating right, training well, doing all the right things behind the scenes that allow you to perform on a consistent basis. And if you look at Alzari, takes really good care of his body, very lean, hardly ever injured. And he's been having conversations with Shamar, a little glimpse into how he can do likewise. 12 overs gone, 63 for 2.
Well, there he is, Gurukesh Motie, introduced in the 13th over. We were talking about him. First spin for the innings. A 4-for in that first one-day international, really ripped through the middle order of England. What can he magic up here now for the Windies?
Player of the match performance from Gurukesh Motie, starting with his skipper. And then importantly, from this end, left-handers hitting into the wind. Jamie Overton and then Sam Curran. That would have given him a lot of heart. You think to left-handers, batting left arm, finger spinners, it's a good matchup for them. But Motie's proven they aren't too difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, he's maturing nicely as a young man and as a cricketer.
Good work by Shimron Hetmyer. But he is bowling very, very well. What?
That's gone fine, and it's a chase on. That's really good work. Shamar Joseph, I told you what kind of athlete he is. He ran it down, stopped it and get it back. Little niggle in his shoulder.
Some fans from yesteryear would hate to see their seam bowler, big pacer, chasing the ball down and risking injury. But he's putting his body on the line for his team, saved the run. You know how important that could be at the back end of the game. But the point I was making about Gurukesh Motie, they've found the talisman with ball in hand, the spinning capacity, someone who's able to bowl flat and fast, or to be able to beat batters with guile, whether right-handed or left-handed. And often you pin your hopes on Gurukesh Motie to get you a wicket, to break the game open. But I think the bowlers around him have to do a lot more. He can be unleashed and unlocked to do so much more if the bowlers around them pull the weight, and they've been doing that so far this series.
A dot off the last. England are 68 for 2. Phil Salt leading this chase. England with a target of 329, 68 for 2 currently. So we head into the 14th over. Continue with Shamar Joseph. We'll have a look at how the shoulder feels. Whipped into the leg side and away for 4. That's the 50 up for Phil Salt off 42 balls. He was a big star for England last time they came December 2023. Proved very challenging for the West Indian bowlers, and he continues.
Yes, his 4th ODI 50, favoured leg side. Picked up, didn't get it quite as high as he did for Will Jackson on this occasion. Shamar Joseph, and very well played by Phil Salt. Shows his touch in front of square.
Jacob Bethell sent back Phil Salt rather wisely.
Shamar Joseph has been bowling quite well. It's important that he understands how he gets the best out of himself and a level of awareness. You can remember all his good spells, especially in test format. Has been predominantly good. Ooh, athleticism, turning a half chance into a potential one. But the point I was making is very good lengths at high pace. That is what Shamar Joseph brings, the ability to move the ball slightly. And you can see on this occasion the setup to Jordan Cox. Fuller of a good length. Bringing him forward and then slipping a short ball in, upwards of 140 Ks. And ultimately, the ability to bowl at high speeds and change his length. Being very consistent on a good to full length. And then having the awareness to slip the bumper in and get the wicket. It's been fantastic stuff so far.
Little smile there, Phil Salt. Keen to run between the wickets, get back on strike. Yeah, this is his 4th half century. 1 century to his name and a 122. And a good average from the Englishman. He also has a close relationship with Barbados, having been raised there. So that might be another bond and connection between him and Jacob Bethell.
Phil Salt's 50. Proliferation of offside strokes. Showing an expansion in his game and his approach. That one especially delightful down the ground. And then the trademark pull in front of square from Phil Salt. And you look at these percentages, you'd be mistaken for thinking it's being mirrored for Phil Salt. But no, it's a development and an evolution in Phil Salt, the player, enhancing his offside game and motoring along nicely, setting up a nice foundation, at least from his end. Not much help just yet, but from his end, he's building a solid foundation in which this target can be chased. And if there's one thing he could learn from Shai Hope, he has to be there as close to the end as possible. You're in, don't get out.
Made a nice sound, but stopped. 14 are gone. England 73 for 2.
Rakesh Motie. Slip employed for Phil Salt, and a bit of exercise employed for the fans at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium today. Cultural cardio with spinny, or as the Bajans say, spinny in the dance. The guy has a whole song made for him. He's a cultural fitness guru for the English viewers, but really making a difference, and great to have him adding to the experience here at the cricket in Antigua. Good afternoon to Ian Bishop.
Hello to you, Nikhil. Hello to everyone. Phil Salt getting to his first half century of 2024. His leanest year in terms of run scoring in this format. So far, anyway. But as he said when he came to the Caribbean last year, and this refers more to T20, he lent on just bottling the T20 format to understand how to pace his game better in order to go big, and he scored 200s in the T20 games. He'll want to try to emulate that. Today, because of the total they're chasing, as Liam Livingstone said this morning, he needs one or two of his batters, not only to get in, but to go big.
Yeah, he spoke about after the Australia series being disappointed with the structure of his innings, Bish, but it's the first time this year as well that he's got past the power play. So he's gotten starts this year, but he's gone so hard and so aggressively that he's never really gotten past the first 10 overs. Slower that time from Motie, and he's ticking along nicely, Phil Salt. Another 5-run over, 78 for 2.
Phil Salt's year, and that averaging 28 now, given the 50 in this innings. He came into the series averaging less than 20 in 2024. But he knows, and when we talk about making up or not flitting away good form, when you get a start, the old school batters will tell you fill your boots, because it makes up for those times when you don't get the runs or don't get the wickets. Shifin Rutherford gets the ball. I know Nikhil will be happy.
I don't know why you say happy, Bish, but I think West Indian fans will be happy because, more importantly, it's moving towards a 6th bowling option.
Don't be like that. You interviewed him and you were asking him about his bowling before game 1. Come on. There's a broad smile across your face. You're asking him if it reverse swings, will he bowl? And he said yes. It's on record, so don't shy away from it. We showed the interview before the first game.
He bowled 2 overs in Sri Lanka, Bish. That's why I asked him about it. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the West Indies are searching. They're searching for someone else who can take some pressure off the front line 5, and Rutherford is a viable option. We've seen Shepherd play a similar role. Roston Chase did it at the World Cup, and James Franklin and Rutherford have been working on him bowling the older ball. It's quite early for him, but he does get the ball just to tail back in. We'll see if he does bowl a bit later on.
What is a viable option if, and quotation marks, if no wickets fall in the next, let's say, 3 or 4 overs. Darren Sammy on the left, Franklin on the right. Is Ruston Chase, that name you mentioned, particularly but not exclusively if the left-handed Bethell is still at the crease. Chase is a good option, regardless of whether it's a right or left, to come in and see what he could get off this surface.
Played that shot well, Bethell. In the first ODI, opens the face, plays it as late as possible. No deep third. Wonder if the West Indies can tempt him. It is a risk from this end because of the wind direction, but he was dismissed pulling. He likes that pull shot, and Rutherford now from around the wicket. It's the similar angle Matthew Forde dismissed him. He pulled out Shai Joseph a couple of times from over the wicket for 4. Forde went around and cramped him for room with a bit of pace off. There's that shot again. Smart, because Forde came around to his right.
So that Rutherford isn't happy that Forde rolled extravagantly in stopping the ball.
Yeah, they're just held in the surface pitch. Quick single. 84 for 2, and will be time for both teams to have a reflection. England building a nice partnership. Time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Half century for Phil Salt, who started nicely with an element of control, and Jacob Bethell. Another start for him in ODI cricket. What has impressed you the most about Phil Salt today, Bish?
Well, balancing his innings and then his offside play. That shot there in particular, once the third man had moved to deep backward square. As the commentators have mentioned before, we know how strong he is on the onside, so the real essence will be whether he can kick on in the face of this bowling group.
Yeah, Matthew Forde upset with himself because he couldn't find that consistency in straighter line earlier. Then Shamar Joseph, his first one international wicket. Second time Cox has been out pulling in the series. Big moment for him. It's one of Ian Bishop's favorite countries in the world, Antigua and Barbuda. And the small text, the beach is just the beginning. It's factual because it's a country that has so much to offer when you think about the cuisine, the incline and hilly nature, but also the food, as well as the flavor. Caught Bish in the buffet yesterday. He really was enjoying the food, much like he does the water.
I'd have you know, I haven't been to the buffet in the hotel yet in my stay. Johnny Grave, the former CEO of Cricket West Indies. I say former because his last official day was a couple of days ago. Still a supporter. I think we get an opportunity to see two players with Barbados connections. Bethell, of course, we've talked about him leaving Barbados at the age of 12 on a scholarship to go to the UK. Harrison College lad. He was 14 when he went. And of course, Phil Salt, who lived in Barbados for 6 years and also for a little while attended Harrison College, to see whether they can stamp their authority further. And who will allow the opportunity for other batters to express themselves if they get a chance to come in.
.86 for 2. Reminder, there's no Shamar Joseph in the West Indian 11 today, so onus on 3 pacers, all under the age of 25, and Sherfane Rutherford, who's got ball in hand. Still no Roston Chase, the left-handed Bethell at the crease. So Shai Hope saving that option. It's brought up, fine leg. To your point from a previous over, Bish, Roston Chase bowled 8 overs. His first 8 overs went for just 27 runs. The majority of that was with Liam Livingstone at the crease. So he's shown the ability to, even though it's not his matchup, still be able to keep things tight to the right-hander. I don't know if maybe the fact that Phil Salt is there, Shai Hope is a bit more hesitant today.
Well, remember too that he should have gotten a wicket off the last ball of his spell when Livingstone clipped him straight to Shimron Hetmyer, who dropped it, and should have been a simple catch. So Chase, he won't always have success. Right-handers sometimes will look to take him down, but he's shown capability with his bounce that he can bowl against both left and right-handers. So I'm not criticizing Rutherford into the attack, I'm just looking forward to the rest of the inning.
And I think to your point as well, I mean, obviously the matchup plays a big part. It is a risk. But even Motie getting the 2 lefties out in the last game and continuing to bowl to Bethell, sometimes you talk to coaches with this wind factor, heavy wind factor, some captains, the brave ones, are still willing to persist with the plan, almost because you feel like the left-hander will come at Motie, much like Sam Curran did in the last game, presenting a wicket-taking opportunity. Heard from a little birdie that Motie has been begging to bowl to more left-handers. Well, it's a good chance in this series to prove his point.
It's actually that something that Shai Hope can think about. Bethell plays that shot instinctively, and he's hit it about 3 or 4 times already in front of point and behind point. You could take one of the leg side fielders and have 2 backward points and tease him into playing it.
Did that come off the bat? Pad, so will be 4 runs nonetheless. England going along nicely in this partnership, 94 for 2.
Got his line too straight. One of the things I like, nice blue sky. You mentioned what I love about Antigua and Barbuda has been ever since as a player, the crowds here in Antigua, they, like so many other islands, very knowledgeable, understanding about the game, very firm in their views. That forthrightness, I think, is a wonderful virtue, but they applaud good cricket.
Use of the feet. Very smart, very effective.
I was reminded this morning of a piece of literature, a study of the game that talked about Asian players and how they play spin. They either try to get right forward and get very close to the pitch of the ball within a couple of feet, or right back to give themselves as much time to read the reaction of the ball off the pitch. Where you do get into trouble quite often is when you're in between, trapped on the crease. So use of the feet, a long stride forward, or a deep step back into the crease. Sounds easy, it's not.
Comes up, and because Bethell has played the sweep, has the ability to play both the reverse and the conventional, Motie's opting to have mid-off up. So it's such smart batting to use his feet and take the other option when he goes too full. Mid-off up right of screen with 3 deep on the leg side. So that's why he fires it in, and it goes much straighter to bowl to his field. But Sam Curran played a similar shot the first ODI.
Just been handed a stat by our analyst. This is not my research. I'm not that good. In ODIs, Motie has 20 wickets against right-handers, 19, an average of 19.1. Left-handers, half as much, 10, but an average of 19.2, so not much difference in the average.
There is that switch hit and reverse sweep. 102 for 2.
Love the crowd that has come in here this Independence weekend. A lot of visitors, of course, as is commonplace in many of the Caribbean islands that base their economy on tourism. But a high number of the fans who've come in today are, you suspect, local. So a nice balance, whereas in the opening CG One Day International, it was a work week. It was a day in the work week, so not as many locals came in at the start of the game. And this is where I thought they would go after a couple of overs from Shofane Rutherford.
How does Phil Salt play this? Because England were able to maximize off Chase's last 2 overs in the first ODI. He went for 20, but the first 8 went for just 27. With no boundaries conceded. So can England, knowing West Indies, really only have the 5 frontline options, with Seals being on the expensive side today, can they almost put pressure on Chase and Shai Hope? Asking rate slowly creeping up as well. Slip in place for Bethell, the left-hander. I know you were talking about 2 backward points for Bethell, the pacer on Bish, but they're definitely aware that he likes to drive. I remember he came in middle overs last game, immediately they had to slip for him, much like they do now. So they know, they're aware that he will drive outside off some. Well positioned, just had to beat Hetmyer in the circle. Bethell now pressing on the accelerator.
Look at this shot closely. Look at him come down inside the line, meaning more towards leg stump, and open the face of the bat in an almost obtuse manner to get it to the right of short cover. I know it went airily, but all of that just to find the gap.
$107 for 2.
Forde a little bit more expensive in that opening spell than he would like, but he picked up an important wicket. Seals went at 5 and over, no success yet. Shamar Joseph was good, very good.
And Shai Hope will have the way England bowled in the first innings at the back of his mind, using the short ball, given that he has the express pace of a Shamar Joseph. So his 6 overs remaining will be critical. Matthew Forde, so a bit of seam now after Motie's 5-4 correction. And immediately Salt has gone after him. Motie, whose catching has improved drastically over the years. Matthew Forde back into the attack and into the wickets.
Important wicket. It went very, very high. Motie had a lot of time to try to settle. Consider the wind coming across him, which could have pushed the ball back over his head. So that meant it wasn't a straightforward chance. But chance grasped nevertheless to the delight of the bowler. Salt went for 59, 107 for 3.
captain Liam Livingstone.
First ball of a new spell. Remember, he took over from Motie. Seam up. I wonder if it just straightened. It looked to have just straightened on hitting the pitch, meaning that there was a slight holding from leg to off. That's perhaps why it hit the outer half of the bat and got height and no distance. Very good from Forde.
Fascinated by Salt's decision to go after Forde first delivery of the spell, given that they got 30 off the last 5. So they're going at a run of ball, which you think with 8 wickets in hand, they're well on their way. But I wonder if he just was tempted with the field set mid on up, no deep mid wicket in front of square, so thought maybe he could hit with the wind leg side, but work now for the captain, Bethell, still batting to come, the all-rounders. Similar angle now from around the wicket, where he dismissed Bethell in the first ODI.
The other thing I noticed about Forde and that wicket-taking deliveries, we often see the accentuated seam position to the right-hander from off the leg with him, with the new ball is stock delivery. That was a much more upright seam position for the wicket ball.
Pointed to James Franklin, it seemed, Bish, after that wicket. Wonder if that was a plan or discussion as to what he would come back and bowl in this second spell.
Well, it was good captaincy too, because I was thinking just before the end of the previous over, get Motie out of the attack, keep some of his overs for a little bit later in the innings, and if he didn't get the breakthrough, and look to get one of your seamers back to get that breakthrough. So in thinking that in my mind, it was good to see Shai Hope execute that, and it worked to perfection.
Good first over in this spell for Forde. 108 for 3.
England need 2-2-1 in pursuit of a victory to keep the series alive. Shamar Joseph into the attack. Captain Shai Hope smells blood.
Beautifully clipped away from Liam Livingstone, bringing him up a couple. Yeah, just next door, I was just going through. England obviously used 9 bowlers in their innings. And the combination of Bethell, Jacks, Curran, and Moseley with a 5th bowler, essentially. They bowled 10 overs between them, none for 70. Archer didn't finish, Turner didn't finish, Mahmood didn't finish. Slight hesitation, direct hit could be trouble. No harm done, Livingstone survived. And obviously there was a lot of chat in the previous constant about the West Indies and their lack of a sort of a genuine sixth bowler or safety valve option. He would have been gone with a direct hit. I do wonder sometimes that if you have too many options, it can cloud the issue. Livingstone lucky to survive. There was hesitation between the two of them for that quick single. Another crisp sounding drive off the bat of Bethell. It's interesting to see Shamar Joseph in for his debut, only his third 50-over game in his entire career. It's actually a really good surface in which to have him in the attack, because now you're not reliant on the ball holding or reliant on the batters making a mistake. You've got a bowler in your lineup who can take the pitch out of the equation, skiddy quick through the air. You can actually dismiss batters. You're not waiting for them to make an error. He can come in and be your attacking force.
And he's still working out the how. How does he come in and be penetrative? Not necessarily bowling glory balls every delivery. I think he's done a fantastic job so far. But I wonder what the conversation between him and Shai Hope would have been, because Shai Hope has brought him back to get a wicket. You don't want him to be bowling licorice all sorts and aim to find that magic delivery. Still need to stick to your processes.
Oh, there it was. That was why he'd been brought back into the attack. That's why there was a slip in place. And Livingstone gets away with it. It flashes past Hope. Flashes past first slip and brings Livingstone 4.
Slice of fortune for the England skipper. Shai Hope going late, very, very late. And with Shamar Joseph's pace, you just have to go. Can't have a second thought. And you'd wonder why there's a third slip instead of a first slip. Ball slightly older, softer, potentially goes a bit wider, but with the pace of Shamar Joseph, you'd expect it to go slightly finer. Calculations.
Yeah, that was the chance. That's what he'd been brought back into the attack for. Shai Hope. He was struggling a bit at the back end of his innings with a bit of cramp, perhaps not as sprightly on his feet as he might be, but that went very, very quickly. 117 for 3. England up with the rate, perhaps just in front of it, but 3 down and with inexperience littered through the batting lineup. Good surface, mind. Really good pitch. Has been for much of the game, really. There was a slight advantage, you'd think, from winning the toss and bowling first, as it was slightly tacky in the morning, but it didn't take long. The heat was ferocious this morning to dry it out and make it a good surface for much of this 100 overs today.
Yeah, what you call a good cricket wicket. Jofra Archer and John Turner getting some extraction of bounce.
Oh, Lord have mercy, that's gone a long way. Liam Livingstone, a man who was renowned perhaps more for the odd big shot than the odd big innings. England need the latter from him today, but that was a trademark big one from the England skipper.
Definite sign of intent against Forde. Salt lost his wicket, and Livingstone has lost the ball. Same intent, different ends of the scale. But this brings Matthew Forde into the game. West Indies need a wicket. They can't afford a partnership to build, especially with someone of the power and prowess of Liam Livingstone. In Caribbean parlance, we say 12 for 1. You get it for a couple sixes, you stick to your guns, you get a wicket, that wins you the game.
Well, no thought other than to get it as far out of the ground as possible from Livingstone. There's the apex shot tracker. And it is out of the ground, bounced on that grass bank up there and disappeared out of the playing arena. So a slight delay as we get a replacement. And still a long, long way from home with a lot of time left. We're not even at the halfway point of the 50 overs as yet. Nice successful run chases in the West Indies. England in Bridgetown in 2019. That all-conquering side, that World Cup winning side that broke records with the bat. West Indies against England just last year. Brilliant run chase orchestrated by Shai Hope. It's possible to chase down big runs at this ground. Original ball back in play. Sent back by Courier. Be good for all English cricket fans to see Liam Livingstone with the extra responsibility, batting higher up the order than perhaps he might if England were at full strength, the likes of Brooke in that middle order. But when Liam Livingstone performs, when he gets in and makes a score, England win a high percentage of games. Key from his point of view is to do it more often, to become a reliable finisher for this England side. Somebody that plays match-winning innings as opposed to being renowned for the odd huge shot.
Yeah, and it's a process that many a player would have to go through. As a batter, you're expansive, you're expressive, you're young, you have the world at your feet, and all of a sudden, 3 years in, you're expected to become a leader and usher in a new era of players.
Goes again, doesn't get it this time. Forde throws his head back. He knows that Livingstone's coming and is just trying to cramp him for a bit of room, angling that ball in towards leg stump, try to shorten that swing, that arm swing of Livingstone, get him to miscue one into the leg side.
Just wondering if Shai Hope and Matthew Forde could be a bit more proactive. You can see what Livingstone is trying to do. He definitely is going after Matthew Forde, lack of pace, hitting leg side with the wind.
I think that there's no need to panic really from the West Indies point of view. Into the 23rd, 1-2-7 for 3. England are a long, long way from home. A lot of overs left, and you almost can play on the impatience, the impetuousness of the England batting lineup. They will hand you a wicket at a time, perhaps, where they've got the game back in their favour. Just hang in there. Shai Hope with a brilliant 100. His 17th in one-day international cricket. What a player he is. Excellent support from Carty. Rutherford with a swift cameo, 54 from 36. Hetmyer with 24 from 11. West Indies have posted a total that will cause England to sweat to chase it down. Little push into the offside again from Bethell. Shades of Mike Hussey a little bit there with that sort of controlled push through extra cover.
No pressure, Jacob. None whatsoever.
None meant. It was just merely an observation.
But to go back to what you're speaking about there, Butch, just about, you know, playing on the fact that you have 200 runs for England to get in 26 overs, a fairly young batting lineup. I think for Matthew Forde, the right-hander, everything is going in the favour of the batter, the wind direction. Can they be slightly more defensive with the field, knowing that those shots will be played? So instead of having the 4 out as third man, fine leg, sweeper, and deep square in mid-on and mid-off up, could Matthew Forde potentially have extra reinforcement on the leg side boundary, which then brings that slow ball into play, whether it be long on or deep mid. Now for Shamar Joseph, do whatever you've been doing, son. Not that. Before that delivery. Just hitting a good length at 140 Ks. He has the speed. That's his differentiating factor. England went to the slower ball a bit too late in their innings. Can Matthew Forde, learning from what they did wrong, or how long they took to employ the slow ball, now think, with him coming at me, let me set the field back. The runs are there. They have to come after me. Let me get fielders in catching position so when they make a mistake, someone is there to catch it.
Slow ball hard into the surface. Won't get back for 2. Just feel that Livingstone is ticking a little bit here. Another over ticks by. Oh, apologies, 1 ball left. Bethell is 30 from 41 and has played quite nicely up to this point. Oh, he was quick onto that. That is a magnificent strike. Absolutely superb from the young bear. That is the end of the 24th. 138 for 3.
Climbed into this short delivery, given the room outside off stump, spanked it through mid-wicket, almost long on. Shows how well he's seeing it. Transfers his weight really nicely on occasion, especially there. Real good contact.
Well, Jacob Bethell with that 6, and his career best score in one-day international cricket, only his 8th ODI. Golden opportunity for a very talented youngster to make a name for himself in England's middle order. Seventh ODI. So he'll be buying a jug this evening, no matter what happens. Well, they've listened to you, Carlos. 2 men back on the leg side. Which does, of course, then offer up more gaps for singles for Livingstone. Little game of cat and mouse between bowler and batter here. Here's a look at that pull shot again from the previous over. Yeah, sign of a good player, sign of a talented player is to make quick bowling look relatively gentle. So much time, got into position so quickly.
And you know where you from? You from Chile. I know someone come down to Chile. Come get one of them sexy girls. No!
I wonder if he was the guy that headed into the bushes to find the ball. He's come out wearing a few. So plenty of options for Shai Hope. Rutherford, tidy couple of overs, got through a couple there without too much damage. The sixth bowler. Chase has 9 left. Motie perhaps will be key. As the game sort of gets to the thrilling stage at the back end of the chase, you'll feel that Gudakesh Motie, his changes of pace, a slightly older ball, maybe grip a bit more, might be the guy that Hope looks to control things and take wickets for him as England inevitably up the ante towards the end.
So 3 men posted leg side for Liam Livingstone. And I think this is what it does. A little less sure about just thrashing it to the leg side now. There's not those wide open areas. And it's almost as if a single in this situation to Liam Livingstone, Matthew Forde bowling with the win, is as good as a dot. 7.5 required.
Well, it doesn't put him off. Dot ball to finish, 140 for 3. Halfway. Well, England in good shape. Still 189 runs needed. Halfway point in the innings, just 3 wickets down. Not bad, that view, is it? Not bad at all. Roston Chase coming back into the attack from the Sarandy Roberts end. Be interesting to see now that the ball, or the balls, 25 overs old, 13 and 12, if there's just a little bit more purchase for the spinners now.
Kiss.
Oh, shot. It wasn't that short or wide from Chase, but Bethell's footwork made it.
Yeah, real good transfer of weight from Bethell. Made it seem a little bit shorter than it was. Can it be a bit full of chase? I think yes. This is not as bad a ball as Bethell has made it seem. Just really good quick foot movement, excellent hands.
Oh, he dragged that one down. There was a gasp as soon as Roston Chase let that one go. He knew it was a bad one. He's been put away. Back-to-back boundaries. 10 from the over. Chase under pressure.
And that's what good shots do. Overcompensation. Dispatched again by Bethell. He's starting to really roll through the gears nicely in his innings.
Oh, careful. Little slider. Undercutter from Roston Chase. Pushed through a little bit quicker, a little flatter.
Mightily close. Chase just been hoping it just flicked the pad on the way through. Would have been LBW.
Slower that time. Hetmyer in the way. England have gone by 150. Dragged down again, and that is 6. That'll be 50, a maiden 50 for Jacob Bethell. He has played with great calm, great assurance, no slogging. And that is a moment he will remember for a long time. Job not done, but that'll make him feel very good indeed.
What a moment for Jacob Bethell from the Under-19 World Cup here to international cricket. Up and out of the park. Just a second to enjoy the milestone. Job not yet done. But savor the moment, young man. Your teammates are first ODI half-century, healthy looking average in a short space of time, and an immense talent here on show.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. 50 partnership follows the maiden half-century for Jacob Bethell. And at the moment, England moving along calmly. The odd thrash from Liam Livingstone aside. 50 from 37. And it would appear that England have things under control. Long, long way to go. Yeah, Motie time. Just hits the shiny side and goes past the outside edge. Going around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to cramp him for a bit of room, keep the stumps in play. There is that little bit of grab. Such a good left arm spin and Motie. To get the ball to drop. When he bowls it that little bit slower, will get some purchase. The odd ball will run on with the arm. And that left arm spin to Evin Livingstone is a good matchup in favour of the West Indies. 158 for 3, 27 gone.
England just nudging their head ahead of the West Indies at this stage, you'd say. 58 for 3, going nicely. Highest ever score in a one-day international. Jacob Bethell with his first half century in the format. Playing a big role here in this England chase. Lovely cool afternoon. The sun has hidden away, nice breeze across this ground here at Sir Viv. Good total on the board from the Windies, but England doing a fine job here in the middle overs. And perhaps slightly advantage England at this stage, would you say, Bish?
Yes, Alex, hello to you, hello to everyone. Well, they're certainly ahead of where the West Indies were at a similar stage in the West Indies batting effort. It doesn't guarantee an outcome, but they've positioned themselves in a situation where they're slightly ahead of the game. Wickets, of course, will curtail that.
Yeah, and from a West Indian perspective, you know, Roston Chase has a reputation of being somewhat of a golden arm. Can he find something here?
And Bethell has looked good. A couple of strikes over the onside. He pulls the ball well.
Uses his feet again. Down the ground, but it's caught. He goes this time, much to the delight of this crowd here. Jaden Seals with the safe hands. And it is Roston Chase with the breakthrough here for the Windies.
So much in this dismissal. We mentioned wickets could change the balance of power given the position of England prior to this delivery. And the matchup of Roston Chase, sometimes the matchups, you make them work in your favor. Right-handed off-spinner to left-handed batter. And like Salt, Bethell, who had entrenched himself and gotten to 50, now departs for 55. 160 for 4.
Sam Curran, the new man. In this particular England 11, one of the more experienced players.
He didn't get as close to the pitch of it as he would have wanted, and that's a credit to Roston Chase. Because he wasn't as close to it, the ball had the chance to just hold a little bit and bounce just a little bit. And he does an efficient job, Roston Chase, quite often with the ball. And of course, very versatile with the bat.
We heard Mark Butcher mention earlier, Liam Livingstone, captain, more famous really for his big hitting, more than perhaps his consistent beginnings. He'll have a role to play here, leading the side. He's made his way into the innings, and he'll want to see this out, see this through for England.
Well, Alex, West Indian viewers, English viewers, what will disappoint Salt and Bethell is that on in both instances where those two batters were dismissed, of course they'd gotten to their 50s, but they were also well ahead of where the West Indies were at a similar point at each dismissal. You look at it now, even a few deliveries past Bethell's dismissal, West Indies were 140 for 2, England 163. So there wasn't as much the perception of pressure for the required run rate. So it would have allowed other batters to play around those two set players if they could go on and get 100.
Launched into the wind, ain't no bother. 6 from Curran. And some happy English supporters.
It's a rare long hop from Motie. No problems with Sam Curran jumping all over that. It was a no ball. And the free hit goes for 4. And we were all wondering here, after being struck for 6, why Motie looked to long off and remonstrated by throwing his arms in the air. It was because Matthew Forde was supposed to be at mid-off inside the circle, but he had drifted to long off, which means that there weren't sufficient fielders inside the circle. It's cost him 10.
Yeah, unforced error. Just don't need it at this stage, the West Indies. An expensive over for the hosts, 15 from it after 29. England, 175 for 4. In the hunt here, England. 154 from 126. Livingstone set. And Curran looking like he's in the mood.
Let's revisit the incident in that previous over with the 6 that Curran hit. As soon as it's hit, what's the reaction of umpire and bowler? No, Sam Curran says no. He saw it. One fielder in Forde was supposed to be within the circle. It wasn't. So Curran played the big shot and then capitalized on it the next ball as well.
Yeah, it was an expensive mistake. Trying to defy some history here, the Windies. It's been a long while since the team has won defending. A good total, a good batting innings, a good batting wicket. So they'll need all their skill and focus and concentration in the field here, the West Indians, if they're to close out this series here in Antigua.
Come!
couple of things, Alex, we could talk about and discuss next of exactly what you said there. In looking to win the series, which is important, if it happens. But every game, regardless of whether a series is won or not for the West Indies, is important to them in the lead up to the next World Cup in trying to get up in the rankings to qualify as a bright.
.178 for Forde. .120 balls left in this encounter. Motie's been good. An expensive over his last one. Wicket list so far in this game. Picked up a 4 in the first ODI. An important partnership here for England. Livingstone will know how much rides on it. And a young and inexperienced side.
Well played. Motie will go and is going round the wicket to the left-hander so that he can angle the ball across them and create or ask a different question rather than being over the wicket and bowling and drifting and spinning the ball back into the left-hander with the wind coming across the ground from his left shoulder to his right, now different to Livingstone, who he dismissed in the first game.
That's only 93. That's the 93rd dot ball in the England innings. 134 in the West Indies. And they're 50 overs. .94 and to bring the end of the over. 31 gone. England 182 for 4.
A look at those rankings. Keep your eye on this. Ruston Chase is bowling, so just take a picture, snapshot in your mind. And it's important, as I was saying to you, Alex Jordan, and to viewers, it's important for the West Indies to win as many games as possible by March 2027 to climb the rankings, to get into, I suppose, the top 9, because it's the top 8 in addition to the host nations. South Africa very high in the rankings at the moment, so let's eliminate them for now. So if you want to qualify as of right, instead of having to go through the qualifiers again, where the West Indies had to go through for the last World Cup, you don't want to do that. They fail. Even if you win the series, and I'm not saying they have, England they're well positioned right now. Every game, regardless of whether a series is clinched early or not, is important.
For that 2027 ICC ODI World Cup, though, there'll be more teams, 14 teams in that edition. So more opportunity. But it's been a long time that West Indies have not been very strong in this format. We look ahead to the Champions Trophy next year. It's been a long time. I was there, you know, Bish, 2004 Champions Trophy final, the Oval in Kennington, London. On the occasion of that miracle in the dark.
Your countrymen, Ian Bradshaw and Courtney Brown, with that wonderful partnership that saw the West Indies to victory under Brian Lara's leadership.
It's a better over from Roston Chase, 185 for 4. .185 for 4 England. Only managing 10 runs in the last 4 overs, so a little bit of a slowdown here. And for the first time in the match, it was the last 3 overs actually, 10 runs in the last 3. And for the first time this match, the required rate now up to 8. Can Jaden Seals capitalize on just a tinge of pressure maybe?
It presents such a wonderfully entertaining situation. Liam Livingstone was going well in the first game and he was dismissed at the most inopportune time. Too short, you weren't here, too short of his half century. Eventually Sam Curran went. He was dismissed in the 35th over, Liam Livingstone, as they were trying to build towards the end. They ended up being bowled out in just over 45 overs. Now the asking rate, as you said, has gone above 8. It's not impossible as Seals comes round the wicket to Curran. But with Dan Mosley to come, and then you've got Rashid and Archer, Saqib, etc., you want these guys to be there deep. You want Livingstone, if you're an English fan, and Sam Curran to set themselves being the 2 experienced batters, quality batters remaining. Mosley's new. Take it into or past over number 40 if you can, if you're allowed to, and see if you can set up a crescendo at the end if needed. Don't dawdle around for the next 8 overs. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, they're still ahead of where West Indies were at this stage. 23 balls since the last boundary, but they're still managing to tick over.
Yeah, you want to stay well ahead because you don't want to have to do as much heavy punching and lifting as maybe someone as Forde did, hitting 3 sixes in the last over of the innings, right? You want to stay ahead to try to ease your workload and burden going into the final phase, if you can. Now, the West Indies, of course, can destroy that plan with a wicket or 2.
Cut nicely. Should just be the one, though. No, absolutely, Bish. And contrastingly, the West Indies will know 1 wicket more. It's not a ton of batting to come. Experienced. Have a good chance here. This lady's certainly confident. A little sing-along in the afternoon, why not?
That shot there re-emphasizes how important West Indies cricket is still in the region. And people always ask, is it still as popular? Yes, you see these ladies here, and we celebrate the West Indies women's team for getting to the semi-final of the last Women's World Cup a few weeks ago, when several people did not expect them to get that fast. Hayley Matthews has become one of the most important cricketers across the region.
Tidy over from Jaden Seals, just 3 from it. 33 overs gone. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Livingstone and Curran holding the fort currently for England, 28-run partnership. 188 for 4, a maiden ODI 50 for Jacob Bethell. Beautifully constructed innings, he looks confident.
Yeah, I sense an effort from Salt previously before him, and also Jacob Bethell to try to pace the innings in a smarter manner to set themselves to badly, but they weren't allowed to do that because the West Indies prized both of them out, Forde picking up wickets. Shamar Joseph, I thought, bowled well in his first spell. Jacks was the first to go to Matthew Forde, and a good short delivery from Shamar Joseph, his first ODI wicket, and then Phil Salt will reflect on whether he should have gone first ball, having gotten to a half-century. Bethell also got to a half-century, and he was prized out by Roston Chase.
Antigua and Barbuda Independence Weekend, and the revelers have been enjoying it. That's where we are for this second one-day international. It's a wonderful art and culture, an inspirational place. The colors of the Caribbean on full display at all times. We've been enjoying ourselves thoroughly here in Antigua, as have hundreds, thousands of tourists who've made their way down to enjoy this series, the rivalry. England in the West Indies. currently going at 5.7 England, required sneaking up to 8.34.
And those two batters who got half centuries, they were both dismissed with the asking rate, just about 7.2 required. What it will soon mean, and I talked about a partnership needing to be formed, and these two batters need to take it beyond over number 40, is that they'll soon have to try to find some boundaries to stop that asking rate from going up to 9 and beyond. And really their only player who you'd look at as a batter of some resource is Moseley to come. Adil Rashid can obviously hold an end, and occasionally Jofra Archer, but you wouldn't want to depend on that. There's Dan Moseley, very early in his ODI career, so that's inexperience and youth remaining. Must say to Alex Jordan how much I admire this crowd. It is a population of Antigua, a country that of 93,000, so you can't expect 20,000, almost one-fifth of the more than one-fifth of the population to turn up here. Yes, there are visitors in, and because of the expanse of the stadium, it doesn't look as packed as it would do if it was, say, at a smaller, more intimate venue.
Yeah, great to see everyone out, and why not? Gosh, in my early life, my teenage years, the happiest moments were watching cricket. Just such an environment here in the Caribbean to do it. Reminding all Barbadians to come out next week. And then St. Lucians the week after that. The third ODI will be in Barbados next Wednesday, concluding the ODI series, and then the T20 series starts next weekend in Bridgetown at Kensington Oval, better known as the Mecca, Fish would say. 193 for 4. There are the dates of the CG United. There's a couple of series, ODIs and 5 T20s.
Just wonder if it was pace off there from Jaden Seals, that last delivery. Yeah, I think Liam Livingstone is indicating that one of several varieties that bowlers walk with his fingers dragging down left of screen. And the ball just stopping and bouncing. That's really good on this surface. We talked about England going too late to it, I thought, in my view anyway. And the reason I like that is because I've been looking at a lot of variations of slow balls, and Carlos had indicated, I think earlier, little wobble seams where you accentuate the seam. There's the cutter. We saw Jaden pulling, in his case, a right-hander arm being left-handed down this way. What I haven't seen a lot from West Indians is this one, the knuckle ball, which just floats the ball up there and drops with no pace on it. It's because of the technique of the grip. It's a hard one, but I'm seeing less and less of it in the world game.
Well, he's found a boundary. 34 balls since the last one. Freed the shackles a little bit, Curran.
And you saw the change of grip as Jaden Seals got into his gather there. If you looked closely, you could see the fingers coming off it and pace off into the pitch. But well spotted by Curran himself. Shouldn't surprise us since he spotted one less fielder in the circle earlier on.
Yeah, I thought that was particularly good match awareness. What a lovely sound off the bat. And it will be back-to-back boundaries for the Englishman.
So 2 boundaries, back-to-back boundaries, and that helps the rate required come down before this over started, which was about 8.5, 8.6 required, now down to 8.28 required. As long as it's a batting unit, you don't allow dot balls now to accumulate again. It is agreed Jaden Seals on both occasions missing his length, the ID length. Brought up the 200, that last one. That's the cricket right there. That's what I'm talking about. You've gotten the boundaries. Don't allow dot balls to build up.
Showing his experience here, Curran. 10 off the over so far and a ball to go. Decent shot, they'll pick up a couple. So 12 off it after 35 overs. England 2 of 5 for 4.
Last over going for 12, but the 5 overs before that, West Indies good. 15 runs conceded. Game nicely poised now. Roston Chase continuing. Sam Curran has batted smartly, scored at a good tempo to support Livingstone, who's showed good control, Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, it's been a quite mature knock from Liam Livingstone. Added some impetus. When he first came into bat, on occasion looked a bit rash, but has settled quite nicely and building a really good partnership with Sam Curran at the other end.
One thing he said coming into this series, Carlos, is that he had a chat with Rob Key and he feels he needs to have more responsibility in the one international side, getting to bat at 5. I think it's only the 3rd time in his ODI career he's batting above number 6. So the 40 in the first game, and now if he can go on deep and show the resilience and fortitude to get them to the end, that will do so much for his hopes of trying to make their first choice 11.
Yeah, it's a good spot. I think what he may struggle with is trying to find the right method to get in. Normally very explosive. How can he keep that positivity, add a little bit of cricket smarts, and go a little bit longer than he's been accustomed to? One thing is though, you can't bat and captain. It's a new role for him, the leadership role, captain's armband as such.
Oh, there for the West Indies, no ball, front foot no ball, that is. Will be a free hit. Hits the stump, but will be runs. because of the fact that it's a free hit. One of the rules, actually, that people are quite disturbed about and asked for it to be changed. But it is runs. Buys.
Shai Hope would not be happy at all. You look back 5 years from now and you'll see buys.
Actually started pretty quickly today, Carlos. 18 off 13, hit Matthew Forde for that 6, but has settled nicely, understanding the situation and also the importance of his presence with the inexperience they have.
Yeah, 50 partnership now with Sam Curran, but the partnership just before with Jacob Bethell was good as well. He added a little bit of impetus to the innings. Jacob Bethell took over, he slowed down, and he's really shown the ability to go up and go down and rise with the game and through the gears. It's been a good watch so far. It's the end of 36, 2-3-1 for 4.
Positive partnership for the couple of all-rounders in this England team, the two most experienced individuals as well. Sam Curran has brought good intensity, especially against the short ball, which has given him problems. Now Shai Hope has got a decision to make. 14 overs left. Joseph has 4. Maybe a 2-over burst now. Motie has still got 3. And Rutherford offered that 2 overs earlier, which can give him some flexibility. Deep backward square, or forward square and deep fine leg.
We saw Jofra Archer come back into the attack late-ish in the innings. It was a little bit earlier than now, about 28, 29 overs. And both some short stuff at Casey Carty, which he took on, and you could say it had a big influence on him losing his wicket in the following over. I just wonder if Shai Hope is thinking of a similar role for Shamar Joseph, especially to Sam Curran, hitting into the wind. Get some short stuff at him. Short 2-over bursts, as you mentioned. Try to break this partnership.
Really nicely played. Good from Motie as well, but they will get 2 because he's hit it straight. The one thing the West Indies were guilty of, perhaps maybe bowling too straight to Livingstone, who hit a couple of boundaries in the first ODI leg side from this end, which is hitting into the wind. So can Joseph either be wide-ish to bring that deep cover into play, or ensure he doesn't get too short, which allows Livingstone to go with the wind. Well fielded, Brandon King.
Yeah, I think they need to decide how they're going to get a wicket. With Sam Curran, I think the obvious choice is to bowl short and ask him to hit into the wind. But to Liam Livingstone, have a look at this diving effort from Brandon King. Bodies all over the place. Shafeen Rutherford, extra cover. Brandon King mid-off and applauded and appreciated by Shamar Joseph, who himself put his body on the line a little bit earlier. He enjoyed it as well. Good stuff again from the West Indies in the field. Before Shamar Joseph, there's a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep long on. You think back to Joff Archer again, first innings, going slow and wide to set Shai Hope and trying to control the run rate. Ask him to hit into the offside. Just wonder if there's a chance for Shamar Joseph to potentially push back third and just bowl a little bit wider.
That was pace off. Second cutter he's bowled to Livingstone, which he's missed. 121 kilometers per hour that last delivery. 218 for 4.
Good skill on show, beaten for lack of pace, cutter into the wicket, he enjoyed that.
Roston Chase still continuing. And one thing they've done well today is be a lot more positive against Chase. All the 8 overs without conceding a boundary. That time they were setting a total and losing wickets from the other end. But Curran, to be honest, all the left-handers, Bethell as well, used his feet nicely against Chase, understanding that the West Indies don't have a lot of depth. Shai Hope has still had to persist with Roston Chase. And Livingstone used his feet in the last game a lot against the bowling of Chase. Hit him for a 6 or 4. Almost got him out as well, where he flicked a short mid-wicket. It's put down. This time staying in his crease for now. Got over from Chase, just 3 from it, 2-2-1 for 4. Tight moment. 108 needed from the last 12. There's definitely the firepower with these two at the crease and Moseley to come, but there will be the pressure applied by the West Indies. And just building on that point, last over, Carlos, this was the battle they shared in the first ODI, Livingstone and Roston Chase. You know Chase well in terms of his ability to come back in situations, and the fact that he's been able to bowl to right-handers in T20 cricket, for example, where guys have come at him quite hard and he's held his own. Get back to it.
Yeah, he's very clever, Roston Chase. Sometimes even underrated, I'll go as far to say. Has good skills, he's tall, uses his height, gets good drop. Not before, it was a 6 and a 4 from Livingstone, but then change of pace, creating a chance. Last ball of his spell, Shamar Hetmyer at short mid-wicket, not doing justice. But that's what Roston Chase gives you, a good cricket brain. And I think Livingstone felt at that point in time he just needed to make the most of those last 3 deliveries and trying to set a total in what traditionally would have been a good matchup, right arm off spinner to right hand bat. And Roston Chase adjusting nicely to finish. Should have had the wicket, but didn't. It speaks volumes of his cricket nous and the way he thinks the game and is able to execute.
Extra pace. It's come off the toe into the ground and then into Shai Hope's gloves. Joseph, like the crowd, got excited.
Sharp from Shai Hope. Good hands.
Sharp from Joseph. 146 kilometers per hour. Extra pace. Well, has that pitched off the surface? No, it hasn't. So wide given. He got away with that, Joseph. He's lucky. If that pitches outside of the cut strip, it is a no ball. Just checking, but seems to be inside. That's why I'm not an umpire. Apparently is off the cut strip. Waiting to be absolutely certain. It is given wide, so maybe I can be an umpire.
And the cricket grey area strikes again. The wording is off the cut strip, but what we have is a little bit of overgrowth of green. So the dots are the actual cut strip by definition. But there's a little bit of an uncut strip on the cut strip, which made it quite difficult for the umpire to decipher. But that's why the technology is there.
There's that short ball to Curran you've been asking for. Good boundary denial though, last couple overs from the West Indies, and that asking right now is creeping up. But yeah, it's one of the key sports with so many variables. What makes our sport so fun to watch?
Yeah, and what would be a little bit more fun for West Indies fans are wickets. And I think missed a golden opportunity with Shamar Joseph to Sam Curran. Could have been a bit more attacking. Employ the short ball, plan a bit more.
There's the wide Yorker. Good variation of deliveries in that over from Joseph. 226 for 4. A 66-run partnership building for England. However, the West Indies have denied them a boundary now for 27 deliveries. And they are chasing 300 plus, so will something give in this over?
You just feel as though something will happen. It's the last over of power play number 2, and only 4 fielders are outside. Roston Chase to Liam Livingstone. It's been a good battle so far. Livingstone know what's coming. There's no fielder back on the offside. 3 employed on the leg side. 1 straight back at deep long off.
The next phase, the next 10 overs will challenge guys like Matthew Forde and Jaden Seals, even Shamar Joseph. That role and that phase of their development is what's next. They've got the new ball, they're learning, Seals and Forde that is. They're wanting to add to their back-end bowling, so we'll see. No Alzari Joseph today, remember, who's the resident West Indian death overs bowler. Really attacking Shai Hope. He could potentially throw in a few of Motie as well, who dismissed Curran in the last game. Given that you'll have the added protection of 5 fielders outside the circle. Very good from Chase in the context of the game. So just go for 3. It's a win for the West Indies. 229 for 4. Good surface for batting. So it's a bit quicker than the one we played on Thursday. Rutherford, the only bowler to go for under 5 runs and over. Motie's been uncharacteristically expensive. And as expected now, with the added fielder outside the circle, he's back into the attack. 100 runs needed from the final 10.
Game is so beautifully poised. Set up for a grandstand finale. West Indies 1-0 up. CG United ODI series. All to play for. They can clinch the series if they can restrict England. Less than 6 over. Run a ball. England with 6 wickets in hand. 99 runs to get to stay in the series.
And the phases of the innings, Carlos, is significant because England have been the best team in 2024 in the middle overs, gone at about a run a ball in that Australia series. And obviously the surfaces have been good there. But their problem has been finishing the innings, and it's an opportunity this for Sam Curran as much as it is for Livingstone. With the absence of a Joss Buttler and Curran's bowling being underutilized in the series, can he now show he's got that other gear where he can still be attacking and support Livingstone, who we know has that ability?
And where it presents an even better opportunities because West Indies with ball in hand. this is not their preferred phase. They would have hoped to have an extra 1 or 2 wickets by now to take a little bit of pressure off the death overs. There's not really one ball that you can say is a death specialist. And as a result, England would think with 2 T20 specialists at the crease that a run a ball in this phase, they are slightly in the ascendancy. There's only 1 or 2 wickets that changes it. The West Indies have regularly gone at 7.45 to the over in this last phase. They need to be a lot better than that today. And it'll be a good test of the character and the execution.
He's got enough and got it straight enough as well. A 54 captain, Liam Livingstone, who's managed and balanced attack and responsibility in this second one-day international, trying to guide his team to even the series.
Nice use of the feet again. It's been a feature of his play against spin.
He has sized that up. That is mammoth. Almost taken as well. Two, 4, 3 for 4.
What a shot. Off the stumps, full delivery and length. And absolutely smashed. Have to do better than that, Royal Stewart, our cameraman.
Ball, ball, ball. Liam Livingstone only hit 2 boundaries in his first 59 deliveries today. But maybe the end of that last over signals a change in the approach now. Still spin, still Roston Chase for his final over. False alarm. Bit of the Apex shot tracker. Really love that initiative. Showing you the trajectory, height generated. Thank you to Apex for their long-lasting support back in West Indies cricket after a couple of years. They were title sponsors of the series when the two teams met in 2022. Of course, thank you to CG United, Carlos. Title sponsor. Without them, nothing would be possible. Another couple of runs. Curran has managed the fact that there's not a lot of batting to come. There would be a certain pressure on his shoulders, but also been really positive with his running between the wickets. 44 of 43 is exactly what Livingstone needed, because it meant he didn't necessarily have to find the boundary, could take less risks before they got into this phase.
Yeah, 100%, Nikhil. Definitely agree with that. That's why partnerships are so important. Curran came in, took a little bit of pressure off Liam Livingstone, who came in himself, took a little bit of pressure off Jacob Bethell. So it's been nice to watch. This is the challenge now. 59. 60 to Livingstone, 45 to Sam Curran. If they lose their wicket in the next 2 overs or so, it's going to be an uphill battle for those coming in to get started and go big. You need someone to stay and go all the way. Livingstone needs to get close to or raise his bat for 3 figures to go somewhere to winning the game.
Good finish to this spell from Roston Chase. No boundaries conceded. Last 3 overs from him, 250 for 4. Remaining. Matthew Forde, I suspect, with his added T20 experience, could be trusted to bowl those 3, so that's 3 out of the 8. Then the next 5 could come from Motie, Seals, Joseph. Obviously will depend on how well Forde bowls, but even after going for 14 in the last over, he's persisting with Motie. Haven't seen much of the wide plan in which he bowled to Curran in that first ODI. You know he's bowling from around the wicket, trying to angle it across, but he's actually been quite straight. There's the wide plan, but he's hit it well. Hasn't had a lot to do today, Evin Lewis. Livingstone on strike. Now, Motie gets too full. He will hit him leg side with the wind. Strong area for Livingstone, mid-wicket to long on. Does he go wide with just the long off and deep cover? Leg side again, attacked. Liam Livingstone has gone up a gear.
Just sliding across the off stump in the stand. You can see there. Set himself beautifully, split step and bang. That's gone for a dip in the pool. Livingstone is rolling along. 70 needed off 44, but more importantly 99 partnership of just 91 deliveries. And these 2 are taking the game away. Captain Shai Hope, talisman, Gudakish Motie, and resident ball retriever, getting the ball back. 2nd or 3rd time he's had to.
This is Gudakish Motie's most expensive spell in ODI cricket. First time he's conceded 60 plus, and the fact Shai Hope has had to persist with him speaks to the West Indies lacking that real genuine 6 bowling option. Yes, Rutherford chipped in. That's not very good for West Indies because he's had his injury problems, but shows you where they maybe miss someone like Shepherd on a day where they opt to play the extra batter, the West Indies. Speaking of batters, this man has been top of the list, what we've seen today. Early chance, but then really pushed on nicely.
Yeah, it's been clinical ball striking from Liam Livingstone, and these last few shots were all in the last couple overs. Well deserved. No doubt we'd see some massive strikes, those red 6s. But what has been good is in between those boundaries and maximums, he's ran really well between the wickets. He's kept his solid, positive intent. Unfortunately, Evin Lewis, his race may have been ran. Think back to him fielding the ball in the last over. Bit sand-based this outfield and losing his footing, and hope he's well.
Does go again and gets 6 more. They're feeling the wrath of Livingstone. Come on, never.
What a way to bring up the 100 partnership. Liam Livingstone goes big again. Covering off stump this time. Back in his ball striking ability.
Value of having set batters in the last 10, even when you need 10 and over. Partnership dangerously moves on. 2-6-6 for 4.
Well, we need to fix this. We need to fix this. One of those fixes brought up the 101 partnership between Captain Ian Livingstone and Sam Curran. The partnership currently sits for 106 of the 19 deliveries between Ian Livingstone and Sam Curran.
A wonderful partnership by two experienced players. I love the way they've paced and they've ebbed and flowed. Livingstone started off in a rush. He sort of steadied himself. He was 19 from 16, steadied and then teed off again. But it's about the West Indies and Shamar Joseph and company without Alzari Joseph, whether they can get wickets. Moseley to come next. But Mark Butcher, they sort of talked about a little bit about this when they were setting a total in the first game about the importance of the dismissals at the time of Livingstone and Curran.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been impressed with the way they've gone about it. There was a little period there. Roston Chase went well. West Indies built pressure from both ends. And at that point, there was a little pinch point in the match. And you just thought, what one of these sides is going to give something here. Can England withstand that little bit of pressure without giving a wicket away, see it through to the other side, and then force the West Indies into making changes, having to bring back other bowlers? They don't have a massive amount of death experience, the West Indies. Take the game deep, keep wickets in hand and win the game that way round. And they've done it superbly so far. West Indies, for their part, I thought also hung in there brilliantly. They don't have a whiz-bang wicket-taking bowler for the middle overs, so they have to rely on building some pressure, and they did that well to a point, but then just couldn't make the breakthrough at the critical moment as we got towards the 40th over of the inning.
Trying to push the ball across Sam Curran because he's got a deep backward point and deep extra cover and a long off. So the offside field suggests occasionally he will go across him with a long on and a deep mid wicket in case on that side of the field left he goes a little straightish. 49 to Curran. It's a well-paced half-century, a second half-century in ODIs for Sam Curran. He's played well, he's balanced this partnership with Liam Livingstone, and he'll be hoping that he can finish the job. Well compiled.
Yeah, well played. He's a very fine, very talented batter, Sam Curran. The issue always with Sam Curran is the role that he undertakes in 50-over cricket. With the ball, he's more effective inside the power play than out. And with the bat, you feel the higher and up the order he goes, the more effective he becomes. When England are at full strength, that might not be an option. But from a purely English point of view, I'd love to see both of these two be there at the end and see them home. Finish the game. They've both had their moments
in one-day international cricket for England, but England desperately would love to have these guys finish the job off. Don't leave it up to somebody else.
We used to say that in the dressing room every time. Don't leave the job for anyone else to do, because they might struggle getting set and not do it. Just been sledged by my producer, saying that Bishop didn't want to come out there to get 5 off the last over.
Quite right too, not your job. But excellent from Sam Curran. He is a fiercely competitive young man. Game aware as well. The spotting of the extra fielder outside the circle. That's where Motie's trouble started, you felt. He got shipped for 10 from 2 deliveries, and the wheels came off for him from that point.
Careful darting the ball, attempted Yorkers into leg stump, because he's got a short fine leg, Shamar Joseph, so little tickles could be punitive.
He's been good. I've been impressed with Joseph on ODI debut. Looked threatening at times and has bowled well in his first game. It should be the first of many. 272 for 4.
Shai Joseph, Shamar Joseph came into the team today. 2 wickets for Forde, a wicket for Seth, Shamar and Chase. Jaden Seals, not as frugal as he was in the first ODI, has a deep point and a deep extra cover and long off to Liam Livingstone. They're going to perhaps often try to get him to hit the ball into that side of the ground, the eastern side where the wind is coming off of. Don't want him to be hitting with the wind, or he has to fetch it from outside off.
He might have missed the cut strip there. We had a look in an over from Shamar Joseph from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Just got away with it. If it lands off the strip, it's a no ball. Oh, just got away with it.
Yeah, only a wide. Shamar Joseph did a similar thing early on. Livingstone, I think, is standing on off stump. For that very reason, because he anticipates that with the field, the line is going to be out there. So he's standing on off stump and then makes an additional shuffle.
Yeah, perfectly described. Joseph going for that wide tram line, the blue guideline for the umpires. He'd be hoping for something a little bit more in the block out. Livingstone knew where it was going to be and dismissed it.
The extra cover in Hetmyer has come straighter. Smart, very smart. Is it smart enough? No, doesn't get a boundary, a couple. So how would you operate it? A lot of people talk about the predictability when you have the field set like this. There's no deep square, there's no deep fine leg. Would you chance going at the stumps? Would you chance the option of him hitting with the wind?
Well, I mean, you'd have to rely upon real skill and confidence that you're going to hit the block hole if you do go at the batter's stumps. Do have that in your favour, that the batsman is expecting the ball in one place.
All the way for 6. The 8th 6 of the innings into the wind. And this has been a masterclass so far from Liam Livingstone in terms of pacing and stroke play.
Yeah, we know he can play the big shot. We know that he has the power. Having that temperament to go up and down the gears, take the game deep, to put the opposition under maximum pressure. They're not taking wickets. You're in and you can do things like this. Beautifully played, smashed over extra cover for 6. Seals goes around the wicket now. The field doesn't change.
Another one. This is glorious from Liam Livingstone. He likes it. Number of people feel he's not a strong offside. Well, you wouldn't say that today.
It's absolutely smashed this. Over the wicket, round the wicket, makes no difference. Misses the mark again. He's trying to get it underneath Liam Livingstone, but it ends up in the slot. It's a wide slot, but it's a slot nonetheless, and he destroys it down the ground. The Apex ball tracker follows that one 85 metres. One thing that you can do, even if you are being predictable on that wide line, is just to take the pace off, bowl it really slowly. Very difficult to get that sort of power and elevation on a cutter at pace off delivery when it's that wide.
He's gone too close to him. As a delivery, I mean, because it's gone away from Motie. The biggest over in the game continues to grow, and there's another delivery to come. A career best for Liam Livingstone, and 3 away, Butch.
Yeah. Oh, what a moment. Captain of England. Man who has all the talent in the world. Perhaps unfulfilled to this point.
He moves to 99. Jaden Seals admonishes himself, slams the ball into the dirt. 26 off the over, 298 for 4. Just a little bit more than a runner ball needed. This has been an outstanding partnership. Liam Livingstone 1 short of his first one-day international 100, and you cannot compliment Sam Curran enough for the role he's played with Matthew Forde back.
Yeah, I think that the main thing is that they soaked up periods where the West Indies had 4 or 5 overs on the bouncer. It was 3 runs, 4 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs. And if there's one criticism of Liam Livingstone, it's that he's been far too keen to get the game over and done with when taking it deep, staying there was the way forward. Soaked it all up. Didn't give the West Indies an opportunity by donating them a wicket. Now he's there on the cusp of seeing them home, and what will be an excellent run chase.
Save it for the moment after this ball, or the next one, or the next one. I wonder what's the impact of captaincy and responsibility. We'll come back to that at some point. 99. Given the task of leadership for this tour, Liam Livingstone has played with great responsibility and skill to bring up his first one-day international 100. He's always had the talent, and this innings has helped it to be realized.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. A great moment. No histrionics from Liam Livingstone. Job still to be done. You could certainly say that leadership in terms of the responsibility with his batting has been a good thing. It's been full of the sort of powerful strokes, the belligerence that you would expect from him, but it's also been extremely responsible, extremely smart. And that is a job extremely well done to this point.
Got him. That wide line into the wind proved successful for Matthew Forde. He has a third wicket.
Well, is it too little too late, or will there be a twist here at North Sound? Just didn't quite get the connection. Slightly slower Matthew Forde, therefore didn't have the pace to smash it up and over that man into the wind. It's an excellent innings from Sam Curran. He'll be disappointed not to be there at the end, but he's got England mighty close. 300 for 5.
Dan Mosley, I have to tell it, Butch. I asked almost every member of the England team before the start of the first ODI how we pronounce his name. Each of them said Mosley. Mouse. We called him that. That's his name, isn't it? So the media manager says, I'll go ask him. And he said, I asked him if the pronunciation of his name is Mosley. He said, who's that? My name is Mosley.
Well, the English language is unnecessarily complicated at times. Ghost letters and letters that you don't pronounce in various words. But Mosley it is. He comes in with a job to do with his captain.
Off the mark straight away. I wonder who the West Indies look to for the next over, given that Seals has gone for the biggest over.
Again, going for that wide line. Slightly less pace and perhaps a little bit less strength when you compare Livingstone to Sam Curran. Couldn't get it up and over. I think he was probably aiming a little bit squarer, but because of the lack of pace from Forde, the ball inevitably goes straighter.
Rutherford running. Wicket and 5 off the over. Do they go to Joseph? Who is it? Chase is asking. 3 or 3 for 5.
Let's go, Windies! Let's go!
26 from 24 is the equation for England to level the series, take it to a decider in Barbados next week. West Indies fans still believe it will be Shamar Joseph, who has 1 over left of his 10. The wicket of Jordan Cox was to a very sharp bouncer that surprised the England number 3. Can he find a little bit of magic here? Moseley won't have seen much of him.
Good shot, that. Loving that as a southpaw batsman, any batsman, Butcher.
Yeah, confident. He and Jacob Bethell for Warwickshire have been a couple of star players for them. And they're learning on the job. 50 over cricket, they don't play any. Livingstone, in terms of the batters, has played far and away the most List A cricket. The young ones coming in barely play any at all.
Try to go for the stumps, and that's the risk. That is massive from Liam Livingstone. Instead of going wide, he got close to his target and disappeared.
Just missed it, didn't he? Just missed the Yorker by a matter of a foot. And this is brilliant from Livingstone, because he has to dip, has to get down low to make sure he can get the middle of the bat on it. And how? He has gone many a mile once again, and he didn't swing hard at that one. It was all timing. Quite magnificent.
Take that word off you and say it's been a quite magnificent run chase. So far, very well structured. Love the pacing, the lack of panic. Yes, you could. I probably would say I would like to have seen Salt and Bethell kick on further, but Livingstone has shown there's other ways to do it.
Yeah, and with all of the modern players, when you have the amount of power at their disposal, the game gets close or the game gets to a rate of 10, 11 and over, it's no problem for them when they're in. They have the range of strokes and the power to be able to eat away at that with no problem at all. The question is, mentally, can they give themselves a chance to be there to do it?
Oh, he goes over stumps again and he disappears. That's the challenge of bowling straight and the wind coming across the ground.
Yeah, 25 overs, 26 overs in. I think I was on commentary with Carlos Brathwaite, and he said if England just hang on in there, there is such a lack of experience in terms of death bowling in this West Indies lineup. They should be able to chase it down without too much difficulty, and that is proving to be very much the case.
It was obvious. It was obvious now that he had to go wide of off stump, too wide. Some knock. Look, on social media, I've made the mistake in the past of saying that Liam Livingstone is talented. I believe he's always been a talented batter. English fans have come at me and said, what? Talented? You can see the talent. He just hasn't manifested it often enough. And that's fair. Enough on it, just enough on it. It is a 6-hitting fest for Liam Livingstone up late in this innings.
Oh, hands on head for Shamar Joseph. He thought he had his man, but it's just brute strength this from Liam Livingstone. Nowhere near the middle of the bat, but he's so strong and swings so hard. Fielder interested for a moment. 6 more.
That's what he's been aiming for. That's what Seals was aiming for. And they've only got 1. I felt as well, I felt in that first ODI that there was 100 to be gotten by someone. It didn't happen. Evin Lewis got close.
Yeah, absolutely. England's innings in that first ODI, they were so far short of what was possible on a pitch that started off tricky. I'll readily admit that, but 280 was par. Oh my goodness.
Whoa! It is rare that you see a bowler take evasive action. Shamar Joseph had to do that there. 24 of that over. 327 for 5. 2 needed.
Got himself deep in the crease, expecting the 4 ball, expecting him to go for the Yorker, and he bludgeoned it back at him. Oh, well avoided. That is excellently played in the follow through by Shamar Joseph.
I've enjoyed this game. It just shows what you can do if you stay in, if you have the power and you don't panic and you stay in. We saw it with Shai Hope today. 2 to win. And quite appropriately, I think Liam Livingstone will get the chance to finish the game.
Yep, allows himself a huge grin for the first time. He's been pretty undemonstrative throughout, even when he reached 3 figures for the first time. Kept his head screwed on and made sure that he was there at the end. Cross-court double-handed backhand from Moseley.
Crazy acceleration. Crazy acceleration. 46 from 57 going into the last 10 overs for Liam Livingstone. 77 of 26 since they enter the last 10 overs. They will rise to salute Liam Livingstone. It has truly been a captain's innings of great responsibility that allows England to square this series at 1 apiece. It's the 2nd highest successful run chase in ODIs in the Caribbean. And their predecessors were the highest successful run chasers a few years ago as well. But what an innings from this man, the captain. And defending totals here, Sir Vivian Richards continues to prove impossible.
7 from the last 7. The West Indies did superbly well, I thought, to get 328. And any time you get that amount of runs on the board, you're asking the opposition to sweat and to play well to chase it down. So no criticism whatsoever for the West Indies. Shai Hope making 100, finishes up on the losing side. The 2 skippers leading the way with the bat. But for Liam Livingstone, that's an answer to a lot of critics, perhaps, but also an answer to himself. That he is more than a great shot maker. That he can fulfill the role that England want him to, that they need him to as a finisher. As somebody that can see them home in run chases and be a devastating hitter. An opposition to be feared. The bowling attacks around the world. It's an excellent, excellent run chase. And for all of the travelling English fans, it means they get the chance to watch a decider in Barbados next week.
just from a purely cricketing perspective, it was a treat to be here today. And we're going to ask him, we must ask him how much he's learned about himself. To your point, Mark Butcher, you stay in. Sam Curran, I thought his innings was calm, it was measured, and it showed his experience.
Yeah, and it's relative experience as well. Both he and Liam Livingstone played 33 and 32 matches in one-day international cricket in their career, so they're still very much in the infancy, given that you have players who play well over 200 ODIs now. And Sam Curran has always had, for me, the sign of somebody who could be a cold-blooded run chaser. He's shown that in T20 cricket, albeit a much shorter game, but he does have that ability. He showed it on many occasions during the English summer last year. But for Liam Livingstone, what a moment. Leading your country, making your first one-day international 100 and winning the match, levelling the series in the process. England got off to a decent start. Phil Salt was 59 from 59. Cox unable to get going. Shamar Joseph saw him off. Jacob Bethell made a maiden 50 in one-day international cricket at number 4 and looked every inch to the manner born before he donated his wicket a little bit off the bowling of Chase. And then it was Livingstone and Curran with that excellent partnership that got England on the cusp of being able to deliver the coup de grace at the end, and Livingstone did that, and no mistake, finishing 124 not out.
A West Indian bowling unit minus Shai Joseph, but that is nothing to be sniggered at from England's point of view. You play against what is put in front of you. Forde with 3 wickets. I thought he came back well after an indifferent first spell to pick up wickets, but Seals profligate. Shamar Joseph had a good first spell, but travelled at the back end, and so too Motie. No wickets for Motie, that was key. None for him in the middle overs. And the Chase 1 for 53. So chasing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, proving successful for the 7th consecutive time after the West Indies compiled 328 for 6 on the back of Shai Hope's 17th one-day international 100, Carty with 71, and then England through Livingstone, Salt, Bethell and Curran. That's an interesting quartet there in terms of names. Lasting their way home and winning by 5 wickets to square this 3-match series with 1 game to play. CG United moment of the match has to be to one man. A maiden ODI 100, and look at Curran there, the punch in the air to Liam Livingstone. His talent demanded it at some point. He's delivered as leader, and they will celebrate even across the waters back in the UK late in the evening. Get a chance to hear some interviews in a moment or two. We'll take a short break and come back and we'll hear from the captains, etc. Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, we have a little bit of history of its own. The second highest successful run chase in the Caribbean by England. West Indies got to 328 for 6 with Shai Hope magnificently getting to 117, 71 to Carty, Rutherford with 54. And England, though, with a run chase of some substance. Livingstone leading the way as captain with his maiden ODI 100. Half centuries for Salt, Bethell and Curran. They square the series and win by 5 wickets. Let's join Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of this second one international of the CG United ODI series between the West Indies and England. We'd like to thank our official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: CG United, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron and the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. First order of business, we'll ask the CG United Player of the Match to collect his award from Mr. Harry Hobson, Office Manager, Andrew Insurance Agency, agent for CG United Insurance, and it's Liam Livingstone for his 124. And Liam is also the winning captain. Liam, before this series, you said you felt like you've almost found a new beginning, a new birth in your game. Where has that come from to allow you to be like this?
Yeah, certain things that I've done in practice. The end that I had to the summer in England, I felt like I was getting back to my best. Just maturing a little bit, I think, knowing my game pretty well. And yeah, just back enjoying cricket, which ultimately I know is the main thing. If I'm enjoying my cricket, I usually play well. So yeah, pretty proud day today.
Tell us about the plan for your pacing of the innings.
Yeah, I think to try and take some risks early on. The wind was obviously pretty strong to that boundary, so try and get myself going, and then we pretty much knew that we could set it up for the end and target their death bowling. So that was pretty much how me and Sammy were planning on playing it, and it worked perfectly in the end. Speaking of Sam Curran, how much pressure did he take off of you, if any? How did he complement you in that partnership? Yeah, he played beautifully, especially the way he came in. Very clever to know that it was a no ball, second ball, hit that for 6 and he's off and away. So I batted a lot with Sammy. I've played a lot of cricket with Sammy, so I knew I could trust him at that end. So no, he played beautifully there. Got us pretty much over the line and left it to us to finish at the end. Looking at it from a team perspective now, what was the difference you found in your batting performance today as opposed to a couple of days ago? Yeah, I think we've said, look, we need somebody in our top 6 to go on and get a big score, and thankfully we did that today. I thought Salty played beautifully up front. He took the game, put them under pressure, but I thought we were really good with the ball as well. I think it was a really good wicket. It was difficult with that wind, and we kept looking to take wickets the whole way throughout. Yeah, I thought we were pretty sloppy in the field, but I thought our bowlers did really well. So yeah, I think overall, pretty decent team performance, and back in the series, looking forward to Barbados. What will the win do for the confidence of a young group that you lead? Yeah, incredible. Yeah, we've got a lot of young boys still learning the ropes of international cricket in there, and hopefully that'll boost their confidence, being in and around an environment, seeing how to win in international games. So yeah, it'll do them the world of good. Like I said, we'll rest up, see what we need to do to get better next time, and hopefully win the series. Special performance from you today. Enjoy this one. Well done. Thank you. Cheers. Liam Livingstone, winning captain and player of the match. We'll now ask Shai Hope to come forward. Shai, first of all, hard luck on the loss today. How did you feel about 328 you guys set? Personally, I thought it was a decent score, especially with the conditions here. Outfield was very heavy, surface was a bit slow up and down. I just thought it was enough, but obviously it wasn't in this case. 17 ODI hundreds for yourself. What does it mean, Shai, in the context of how much work you've put into this format and how successful you've been over the years? Honest answer, irrelevant. If it doesn't contribute to wins, then it doesn't really matter. Right. Now tell me about the bowling performance. Obviously, you guys struggle to take wickets. How do you guys add to your skill set to be able to take wickets on flatter surfaces like today? Yeah, we need to be more disciplined. In the first game, we showed that when we hit those straps, things happen. We were a little bit too off. We bowled a lot of wide deliveries. Then in the back end, we bowled a lot of step hits, pace on. So I just didn't think we executed our plans well. We had, for what I thought, we had clear plans, but I guess we didn't execute them well today. To Livingstone and Curran, as captain, did you feel you guys could have done better, or they just simply batted really well? Like I said, we didn't bowl as well as we could have. We gave them a lot of easy options to score. And when you're playing national cricket like this, guys are going to capitalize on those loose deliveries. So we didn't hit our straps today, and that's what happened. On a positive note, though, given the batting struggles you guys have had in the past, what impressed you today with your other batters?
Yeah, I thought the guys played really well. KSC getting another big score. He's been putting in a lot of work in behind the scenes, so it's great to see him being a lot more consistent. Same as Sherfield. Sherfield's gone 4 back-to-back 50s now, so he's really been putting his hand up for the team in the batting group. And Hetty just came out and played this nice, quick cameo there, so we're very happy with the batters at this point.
All right, series is even. We'll see you in Barbados.
Thank you.
For an inexperienced team, England will be very happy with their batting effort. The West Indies got to 328 for 6 with a little bit of stickiness in the pitch. They made a good fist of their batting effort, with Hope getting 100, Carty and Rutherford getting half centuries. And then England, after Salt and Bethell got dismissed on getting past the half century, it was Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran who restored the balance of power. In the end, Livingstone's power proved decisive. A win by 5 wickets to square the 3-match series. Second highest successful run chase in the Caribbean. The previous one was in 2019, where Joe Root and Jason Roy got hundreds in getting to 361 against the West Indies, Kensington Oval, just before the World Cup that year that England won in the UK. A lot of entertainment, a lot to dissect. We'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere, because the West Indies coach Darren Sammy will be in the hot seat in our studio momentarily.
Well, it's been a 5-wicket victory for England here in this second ODI, so all to play for in that third ODI, November 6th in Barbados. And then the T20I series begins in Barbados and continues on to St. Lucia. The rivalry, England are in the Caribbean and they got the better of the men in maroon today. I'm so happy to welcome to this show Mark Butcher, Carlos Brathwaite and West Indies coach Darren Sammy will be coming to you shortly, Mr. Sammy. But let's start with Mark Butcher. An England victory, Liam Livingstone's best ever performance, and real validation for him being given the captaincy this
Absolutely. I thoroughly enjoyed the game, and not just because England won it and we have a decider in Barbados, but because 50-over cricket is a much maligned format at times. And I enjoyed it because there was so much push and pull. Liam Livingstone's performance was absolutely fabulous. It's something that England fans have been wanting from him for a long time. We know that he has the power. We know that he can play the extraordinary shots. The question has always been, can he play those sort of responsible innings and get England over the line? And he answered that emphatically today. It was an excellent game of cricket, really good surface, and it sets it all up beautifully for Barbados.
Impressed you, Carlos?
Yeah, I definitely did. I thought a part that would probably be forgotten is how he came out, and he had a little bit of impetus. It looked rash for a couple balls, but that's what Bethell needed to get his innings going. He took over the pressure. Bethell continued, got to Maiden ODI 50, and then him and Sam Curran. I thought, for me, his batting with his partner and building partnerships ultimately made it seem a very, very easy chase, which could have been a very tricky one had he lost his wicket quite early.
Right, all right, Coach Sammy, on to you now. Well, how do you assess the match in its entirety?
Yeah, it was a good match. You know, halfway through, we thought we had enough. The way Shai batted and Casey Carty, Rutherford getting his fourth consecutive half century. We thought we had enough. However, you know, the batting of Livingstone actually gave my batsmen a lesson as to, you know, when you aspiring to be one of the top teams in the world, you know, when you get the momentum with you, being able to push on. Now people will say, look at in the game, Livingstone scoring 100 of 70-something balls, you know, on a wicket. It tells you how good the wicket was. So maybe in hindsight, when we debrief, you will say, could we have put more pressure in the middle when we were, you know, going really well? But a lot of questions. But however, I thought our bowlers just didn't have an answer for him. And the lack of skills, especially in the death overs, that's what worries me a little bit much, you know, and that's why you see we have guys like Shamar and Azari and Jaden back into the lineup to put the emphasis so much on up top, getting wickets with the new ball to ease the pressure for us in the back end. So, yeah, but a great knock by Liam Livingstone.
Yeah, it was indeed. There was also a great knock a little earlier. What did you think about your guys with the bat? A wonderful one from the captain.
Yes,
Shai Hope.
again, you know, the 17th 100, I thought he came in, joined Casey Carty at the spot of border, you know, and the way he batted throughout the inning, you know, bringing up his 17th, I think it's joint third most centuries by a West Indian batsman. And again, you know, it's just sheer class from Shai, you know, leading from the front with the bat, and the way he, you know, he shouldered Casey Carty, you know. I think that's the fastest Casey Carty has ever scored runs in ODI cricket. So with us aspiring to be that type of team, you know, innings like that, you know, gives you confidence that youngsters come through, and you have Rutherford, and then you see Hetmyer. You know, we have a good crop of batsmen that could add batsmanship to an inning that could make us competitive, and then the bowlers just got to come up better.
Gentlemen, feel free.
Yeah, quick question on that, the batting aspect. You know, we talk a lot about opening partnerships, and I'm just wondering if there's kind of student and master with Shai Hope and Casey Carty, potentially developing a partnership in those middle overs, rotating strike. Has that something that you've thought about and considered, or has it just fell into your lap of sorts? Because I really enjoyed the partnership, and you talk about how quickly Casey scored. I think what stuck out to me was the calmness in which he scored it.
Yeah, Casey, ever since he came on board, Shai has taken him under his wings. If you notice, from the time, you know, I became coach, he's one of the guys we earmarked that we will give an opportunity. You know, one of the areas that we've spoken about is his strike rate. Today, the way he played, and like you said, the calmness. But he and Shai normally bats really well together. You know, and again, being in a spot of border, Archer in a good spell with the other England opening bowler. The way they absorb the pressure and then put it back onto England and put us in a position where Shai and Rutherford now could come and play an inning like that. Stuff like that I love to see. A lot to go still, but you know, little moments like that gives you hope that we are improving as a team.
And then from a bowling, sorry Alex, from a bowling perspective, one of the things that we spoke about, you alluded to it earlier about the death bowling, and I saw a real emphasis, as you mentioned, you know, getting the wrist behind the ball, using the new ball a bit better. Moving forward, we can't look too far to 2027, we know West Indies cricket. How can you, though, take a little less emphasis off the death by getting more wickets in the top and in the middle? What are some of the conversations, if you can make us privy to those?
If you notice the way we've selected squad, we have 4 free test seaming bowlers, you know, so we look to get wickets up front early to put teams under pressure. We know we're lacking the skill set. Let's be honest, since Dwayne Bravo came out, you know, we've not gotten that guy who could consistently bowl in the depth. You know, Shamar Joseph does it. We might say Obed McCoy, but he's not available for ODI. So it's a skill set that we are working on whilst on tour, challenging the guys to be better. But we've put so much focus on, you know, getting wickets at the top. Like you saw in the first game, getting wickets up front, ease off the hardship that we could face in the back end of the innings. So today was an off day for the guys, you know, but we'll regroup again and come back stronger in Barbados.
I'm sure you will, indeed. Let's have one more word with Mark Butcher, because obviously it was Liam Livingstone and Sam Curran who did most of the damage, but young Bethell with his performance, best ever for him.
Yep.
Say a word on him.
And we go to his hometown of Barbados.
You see him just strolling through the back of our shot there.
He's a very, very talented lad. I mean, you need to be to get yourself into the reckoning as an England ODI batter. And he has all of the attributes, really. There was one shot in particular that stood out to me of Shamar Joseph, that pull shot just there, which showed that he has an enormous amount of class, was very, very competent through the offside, played some wonderful drives, and looks to have everything that you need to go on and have a terrific career, multi-format career as a top order player. So, I mean, there's a lot of promise there, a lot of ticks for England today, not least something that Darren talked about with the West Indies. Not least the idea that you can actually soak up pressure. 50 overs is a heck of a long time, given how much 20-over cricket we play. That you can take on a few overs and maybe a 4-5 over spell where you're going at 3s and 4s, knowing that you have these players who are T20 specialists, let's face it, who then can make a mockery of things in the last 10, 15 overs of a game for you, if you give yourself the chance to get in and apply the pressure. The pressure being applied back to the opposition sometimes is just simply by not losing wickets, not allowing them back into the game by donating wickets. The longer you go without them getting any success, the more they're panicking, thinking, oh my goodness, it's coming here. And boy, did it come today with Liam Livingstone.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's finish with you, Darren. Sammy, you're legendary for many reasons, but one of them is for your locker room talks. Can we have a preview as to what you're going to tell the team? These men put 320 plus on the board and didn't defend it. What do you tell them this evening?
Alex, basically, again, we will check on the things that we did well. Obviously, there's no secret. We were not good with the ball. I think they scored 100 runs in the last 7 or 8 overs, you know, and again, it's execution, you know, that took the game away for us. So more working on skills. I mean, it's short time in between the games, but we understand the journey that we are on, you know, and just sticking to it. And that's what I've done over the last 18 months, just sticking to it and little constant improvements, you know, that keep us moving forward. That's all it's about.
How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Thank you so much, Darren Sammy. Thank you, Carlos Brathwaite. Thank you, Mark Butcher. Thank you to all of you, all to play for in the third and final ODI to complete this series. It's a 5-wicket victory here for England. And that will be all for us now here from North Sound Antigua. Make sure you guys join us for the CG United, the third ODI, Wednesday, November 6th in Barbados, 1:30 p.m. local time for the start. It's a little later in the afternoon for the English. And of course, the winner of that wins the series. So it will be very exciting indeed. On behalf of the whole team here, thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward to seeing you in Barbados.
Level 1, level 1, level 2, level 3. Welcome to the highlights of the second CG United One-Day International. The action from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. England deciding to bowl, got an early couple of wickets, King, and then, of course, the important wicket of Lewis. Then a partnership of 143 between Captain Shai Hope and Casey Carty shifted the early balance of power. Half century for Casey Carty. Rutherford then joined Shai Hope and they added 80, which once again pushed the West Indies well out front. Shai Hope brought up his 17th One-Day International 100 with some ease and composure. 328 for 6 the West Indies finished. And the West Indies, in trying to defend this total, absorbed a few early blows from the England opening pair before Jacks went. And then Cox going cheaply after struggling. Phil Salt, though, was able to get his first 50 in ODIs in 2024 before he fell for 59. Jacob Bethell then came to the crease and showed his skill, he himself getting to a half century before he fell shortly after to Ruston Chase. But the partnership between two experienced players in the context of this England team, Livingstone, the captain, and Sam Curran, proved decisive. It was a wonderfully compiled partnership, and then flexing of the muscle from Livingstone to bring up his first ODI 100. And he saw them across the line to level the series, one apiece with 1 to play. The second highest successful run chase after the West Indies got 328 for 6 with a century, 17th one for Shai Hope, and then England getting there and winning by 5 wickets.
Oh, you're kidding. Come on, man.
Sub Curran coming on 49 balls.
Oh, Beth.
Ladies and gentlemen, that bowling is brought up a 50 for Wicket of Salt. That single has brought up the 50 for Sam Curran, a half century for Sam. Brought up a Maiden, one-day international 100 for Captain Liam Livingstone. Coming in a, ladies and gentlemen, that single has brought up a Maiden, one-day international. See you in Barbados.
Oh, Beth.
Yeah.
Oh, Beth.
Yeah. We love you. See you in Barbados.